race in Spencer's hands in the Clio 197s. But you can see there is a big gap between McConnell and Richardson now of about 7 or 8 seconds. Here's the battle for second, third and fourth over the line again. It's been a close battle, but we've not really seen the changes of position yet. Another new fastest lap of the race for Chris Lawrence, a 1:30.712, about 8 seconds slower than the time seen yesterday. So that's just suggests the conditions are improving relative to where they were for earlier races. Ransom, I thought he was going to get up the inside of Griffiths there for second overall and within the Class B for the 197s, but that couldn't quite work out for him. He's still, Ransom, trying to fend off Pete O'Connor as well.
He is a lot closer, though, to Justin Griffiths at this part of the track than he has been. Now, remember a few laps ago I said that if he could get closer into Rocket, he might have half a chance of outbreaking Justin Griffiths at the top of the hill. The problem is that he's closer to Griffiths, but O'Connor is closer to him as well. Here we go into the braking zone. Darren Ransom late on the brakes, but ultimately not late enough, and I think was probably just guarding the inside line more out of defence than attack that time around. O'Connell getting closer than ever to them as well as they all continue to bunch together here. About to start the final lap, I reckon, Ian.
Yeah, not too far away from that. 297 Jan Whittaker's just got himself up into 6th place ahead of Stephen Richardson as well, but those two cars in different classes. We've got 1 minute 29 seconds left on the clock, so that's less than a lap time now between to be completed. So it will be the last lap board this time, going out to Chris Lawrence, the 34-year-old mechanic from Grimsby, who started racing back in 2018, having done lots of karting before that, been racing for Clios since then. There's traffic being dealt with as well now by the fight for second place. I don't think that's done anything to change the order, but possibly, if anything, Pete O'Connor's just lost a few car lengths to the two 197s that are battling for P2.
And that takes the pressure off Darren Ransom for really the first time this race. So can he, on the final run up towards Rocket, mount a real challenge against Justin Griffiths? He's only a Clio's length behind as they turn into Church Corner, and the rear end of Griffiths' car steps away from him. This will give Darren Ransom a run, and on the final lap of the race, Darren has his best opportunity yet to try and move into second place in the race. Up the hill they go, both very evenly matched in a straight line, as you would expect. Are we going to see a move made, though? On board with Justin Griffiths. He covers the inside line, predictably. Where is Ransom? Has he gone to the outside? The answer is no. They're still single file as they turn through Rocket, nip up the inside of another one of the slower 182s. A wave of thanks from Justin Griffiths, who now will be thinking that he's pretty much home and dry for second place. But Chris Lawrence, what a drive. Only the 11 places gained from where he started in this one, Chris Lawrence, and he looks set to win by over 5 seconds.
And he did all of that overtaking in the very early stages of the race, didn't he? Through the corkscrew, he comes for the final time. 5 seconds was the lead he'd built up by the start of the final lap. It's going to be possibly even more than that now. But he is quite slow, it would seem, particularly slow coming through the final corner. Nevertheless, he's going to take the checkered flag and win for the first time this season in the 197s. A great drive that from him. Very well-deserved victory. 4.6 seconds, in fact, was the victory margin over Justin Griffiths in second, Darren Ransom in third, Pete O'Connor fourth, Jack McConnell fifth. He was only 7/10 away from O'Connor at the end. Jan Whittaker in the ex-Jack Dwayne car takes 6th place, number 297. Stephen Richardson is across the line in 7th, second of the 182s.
Yes, so good race that, and Chris Lawrence, as you said, I think just coasting it home there, but seemed to have things all under control. Across the line goes Witherington to get a class podium. Then this fight for 4th, yeah, Enoch still ahead of North, ahead of Max Martin, so same positions for those three as it was for much of the race, but it was still a pretty close battle between the three of them. But Chris Lawrence will be very, very pleased with that race win. What a perfect way to bounce back from yesterday's race. Hopefully they've made the required adjustments to the ride height so that he doesn't end up losing another potential good result. I'm sure they have. And his car will be checked after the race, but hopefully all will be good and he'll be able to keep a very well-deserved win. I think regardless of what's happened through the rest of the weekend, he was the class of the field in that second race, and we'll be looking to continue that form into race 3.
Yeah, absolutely right. Final car just coming across the line now is David Redshaw in number 11. The remaining finishers have already completed their races. Matthew Poncia and Chloe Daly 1 and 2 laps down respectively. So let's have a look at the confirmed results of that race before any scrutineering checks. Number 1, Chris Lawrence taking the win. 10 laps completed by him in about 15 minutes and 20 seconds. He was 4.652 seconds clear of number 55, Justin Griffiths, in second place. Completing the top 3 was number 30, Darren Ransom. Fourth overall and first of the 182s was number 72 Peter O'Connor, fifth to number 14 Jack McConnell, and sixth 297 Jan Whittaker. Then in seventh place, the second of the 182s, number 7 Stephen Richardson, ahead of number 18 Mark Witherington, with Mark Aynott 13, and Joshua North number 10 rounding out the top 10, ahead of Max Martin, Matt Hipkins and David Redshaw, with the remaining finishers Matthew Pontier and Chloe Daly having been lapped. And there's one more Clio race to come. It's right at the end of the afternoon, 4:05 is when that is scheduled to start. But we're going to head down to Parc Ferme now. Kieran Mogg is ready to speak to our successful drivers.
Well, thank you very much, guys. It has been an absolutely fantastic race, and we're going to jump in with the overall winner and class winner, Chris Lawrence. Chris, what a drive. Firstly, talk us through that move.
Which one?
The move for the lead.
I just had to not do anything stupid. I knew we had a lot more pace than the other two in front. Yeah, I just had to use my head. Bring back the karting years when you have to go wider and then cut back. It brought back some memories. Coming handy at long last. We just threw a load of different setup to the car. We hadn't driven this car in the wet, so it was a bit of a guessing game. Obviously off the back foot from yesterday with a ride out issue, which we did check. We had to change that twice because it wasn't quite right, so it was a bit of a mad panic to the grid. Luckily there was a delay before us, so but yeah, I just want to thank everyone in the team. That was for them.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations and a great win.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll speak to second place Justin Griffiths. Justin, what a race from you. You had to really defend on that one.
Oh my God. Say, if we had new tyres, we'd have put them on, but we've only got what we've got. So, yeah, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that the Welsh gods are bringing some sunshine this afternoon. And hopefully we'll be a bit more competitive.
Feel a bit more confident in the dry then?
With these tyres, yeah. It's unfortunate Mr. Polly wasn't here, but yeah, I'll be going to see him very shortly.
Absolutely. We'll good luck later on then.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. We'll grab Peter O'Connor. Now, Peter, I just want to ask a quick question. Did anybody actually tell you what class you were racing in?
Yeah, it's like a hybrid, 182, 197, 200, but that was great fun, right? No flat spots, brand new tyres, car was going well. Darren drove a great race. I think I had the pace to maybe get with Chris, but yeah, good racing, all the cars in one piece. Darren did a great job, so yeah, pleased with that.
Absolutely. Well, it was a fantastic race, and obviously not quite, but you won your class by a bit of a margin.
That's good, right? I've done a lot of karting and slicks, right? So it kind of helps it out. So yeah, good round all round. DUS car, RSV, did a great job, so really pleased.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Anyway, next race is just going out onto the grid, so don't go anywhere.
Cars on the grid then for the Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship. It is the second and final race of the weekend. They don't have a third race later on today, so this is it as far as they are concerned. Let's have a look at how the grid lines up, set by the second fastest times in qualifying. So it is on the front row, number 87 Craig Land, and besides him number 54 David Hitchin. Second row is 37 Ben Clowney and number 94 Martin West. 77 Eddie Moyer has Todd Boucher, number 20, alongside him on the third row of the grid. Row 4 is 25 David Bowen and number 4 David Martin. Row 5, number 99 Martin Shelton has 3 Callum Barnes besides him. Ben Dade is number 17 on the 6th row of the grid besides number 66 Lucas Batt. Then it's Ayrton Rogers and Sam McKee, 79 and 21 on the 7th row. On the 8th row it's 47 Lewis Penstone Smith and Lee Rogers in number 69. And looking down on the grid beneath our commentary box, it looks like all of the 16 cars there, they all finished yesterday's race. The green flag lap is getting underway to allow the drivers to assess the changes in conditions since yesterday's race, which was in the dry. We had a really entertaining fight for victory yesterday, didn't we, Andy? These cars, certainly in the dry conditions, lend themselves to a lot of slipstreaming, and we saw a lot of lead changes.
We did, yes, indeed. Lots of side-by-side racing, good overtaking up into Rocket, as you would expect. A bit of a shame that there was that 5-second penalty applied to David Hitchin, because that, if you look at the result of the race, makes it look a lot less exciting than it was. Craig Land officially won by 2.7 seconds nearly, but actually Craig Land was within a second of him and much closer than that, actually, until really the very closing stages of the race. So he picked up the penalty, but David Hitchin will be starting this one from the outside of row 1, back alongside Craig Land again. I expect a resumption of their battle. But yeah, what kind of race will we see here this morning, I wonder, in much, much different conditions? The track is going to continue to dry out, though. I think there is definitely more blue sky heading towards us now, I'd say. Some black clouds off in the distance, which hopefully are going to skirt around us, but if that track does continue to dry, then we should see more of the same close racing. And actually, the racing in the wet in the other categories today has certainly not lacked in entertainment, has it? So I'm sure that this one will be no different.
No, I think you're absolutely right. Point situation coming into this race then, David Hitchin has 139, Ben Powney 133, Craig Land 130, Martin West 121, all pretty close among the top 4, and Martin Shelton, who didn't have such a happy race yesterday, has 111. So yesterday was Craig Land's first Mazda 7 victory. I think, by the way, in the previous race that was Chris Lawrence's first overall victory as well in the Clios. But Ben Powney has taken 2 wins this year. Martin West has won 1, Eddie Moyer has won 1, and now Craig Land has won 1 as well, as far as the Mazda 7s are concerned. But Hitchin, who leads the championship, yet to have his first victory of the season. Maybe today is going to be the day. There's a good chance of that happening, I would think. So these are low-cost chassis, but they have Mazda MX-5 running gear. Many of these cars have been converted from low-cost specifications, 1.8 litre VVT engine and gearbox, and the conversion can be done relatively affordably. There's a control parts package as well, and you can build the car yourself if you're so inclined. The red lights go on, they go out now. It's a pretty good start by Craig Land, a sluggish start though from David Hitchin, and he's going to lose places. Maybe today is not going to be the day for that first win. It's Eddie Moyer that's blasted through into second place, and Martin West is third. But Craig Land has got a half-decent advantage as they head into the banking for the first time. He goes very wide, though, does he? And yes, he's all over the grass, so Eddie Moyer moves through to take the lead. The rest, I said it was a half-decent advantage. Well, it's right at the back of the field. Now there's a spinner in the mid-pack. Everyone just about manages to avoid them, and they continue on. But it is Eddie Moyer leading the way then, from Martin West in second place. Ben Powney is third. It's David Hitchin in fourth, and it's Todd Boucher that has spun as well, coming out of Church Corner. But here are the leaders heading up towards Rocket for the first time. There's Boucher stuck on the grass there on the exit of Church Corner. He's trying to find his way back onto the circuit, but there's the first 4. Bit of a gap back to the rest. It's the 4 and the 17 car that are next up. Ben Dade is involved in that, as it too is David Martin.
Yes, so a really jumbled order we will have at the end of lap number 1 then. David Hitchin making a really poor start from the front row of the grid. Did appear to jump and then stop and then went, and as is so often the case, that actually ends up leading to a very slow start rather than any sort of advantage gained. But anyway, he lost positions out of it. He certainly has it all to do now, and he's not the only one, is he? Recovering from earlier dramas. Down through the corkscrew we come for the first time of asking them, and towards the completion of the opening lap of the race. The race being led by car number 77, and that is Eddie Moyer, who started 5th on the grid, leading from Ben Powney 2nd, Martin West 3rd, Hitchin is there in 4th, Benjamin Dade in 5th, David Martin 6th, and the rest coming through. So the ones to watch really, the likes of Craig Land, 8th position after that off that he had up at the banking on the opening lap. What progress can he make from there?
Yeah, well, we'll see how things can progress for him. So Todd Boucher, the only driver that's yet to come through, is about to do so now. So all 16 cars are still circulating as David Hitchin gets alongside Martin West then for 3rd place, and he goes through at Church Corner. And Ben Dade, I think that is, not too far behind them either in the ex-Jonathan Lister car. He's been getting some coaching from Jonathan Lister, the 2-time champion as well. Here comes Martin West back up the inside of the 54 car into the braking area for Rocket, and he gets back ahead of Hitchin now, and back into 3rd place. You can see Ben Powney up ahead. Ahead of him is the farmer from Lincolnshire, Eddie Moyer, who's going very well, and that's Ben Dade. That's not what Jonathan Lister told him to do. He's gone straight on up at Rocket, and possibly actually a problem with the car rather than a problem with the driving on that occasion. But Ben Dade possibly is going to be out of the race. We'll keep an eye if he's able to rejoin. But the race goes on for everybody else, though. There's 12 minutes of it to go. Eddie Moyer leading by about a second and a half as they come back down towards us over Ben Powney in second. The rest of the field filtering their way through the corkscrew, including Craig Land, who was 8th at the end of lap 1. Where's he going to be at the end of lap 2? Over the line he goes now, and he's up to 5th, 3 places made up. Obviously one of those was getting past the stricken car of Dade.
Yep, so across the line goes David Martin then at the front of this group. Ayrton Rogers behind him as they battle over 8th position. Side by side further up the order. Is that for third position? Third is, it is, yes. Martin West and David Hitchin. Hitchin going through. Just found so much more grip on the outside line up at the banking, and he is into P3. Now, what pace does he have in clean air? At the beginning of the lap, 5.2 seconds he was adrift of the race leader. But now in clean air, he'll be looking to try and bridge that gap as swiftly as possible. So Moyer leading them, Powney second, West third, Hitchin fourth. This is the big battle pack, though, heading out of Church Corner. And it looks as though Ayrton Rogers has found a way past David Martin as they head towards what certainly, Ian, is a yellow flag zone.
Yeah, and that's because we've got marshals working trackside to try and get Ben Dade's car either into a position of safety or back out into the race, one or the other. Either way, yellow flags there which the driver should be observing. That mean no overtaking. You're supposed to slow down and be prepared to stop, especially in conditions such as these. There's number 99, Martin Shelton. He's in 6th place at the moment. And then you've got this battle going on a bit further back. That's Callum Barnes and David Bowen in the number 25 car. I think they're battling over about 10th position as things stand. Eddie Moyer, the race leader's done the fastest lap, a 1:29.967. Quickly beaten, though, by David Hitchin, a 1:29.616. He's now got a 2.5 second lead or so over Martin West, who had that moment at the banking on the previous lap. So can Hitchin get his head down and start to take the fight to the top 2? Talking of fights, there on the inside goes David Bowen to get 9th place away from number 3, Callum Barnes.
Yep, that was a good move made. Difficult to make an overtake on the inside at target, as we've seen a few times today, but he made that look relatively easy and sails on by into 9th position. The fastest lap then for Hitchin, that was 0.3 quicker than the race leader, so he's 3.2 seconds behind Powney, who ran an almost identical lap actually to the race leader last time around, but Hitchin 0.3 faster. We'll watch that gap with interest, see whether or not he's able to continue closing in. This meanwhile the fight for 6th position, Martin Shelton versus Lucas Batt heading towards Rocket. Again, you can see them all braking on that inside line, staying off the traditional racing line, which is rubbered up and very slippery in the wet. So you tend to see drivers braking to the inside of the usual racing line, even if they're not engaging in wheel-to-wheel battle with anybody. And Martin Shelton doing just that, keeping Lucas Batt behind him for now. But they've dropped away some distance, haven't they, really, from those top 5 drivers who are coming towards the completion of lap number 4.
Yeah, over the line goes Eddie Moore, and his lead has been eroded by Ben Powney, because Ben Powney did briefly the fastest lap of the race, 1:29.5. Hitchin went faster still, though, so the lead is 1.4 seconds. And there you can see Martin West has Craig Land right behind him. Lucas Batt is right with Martin Shelton as well, so there's lots of good battles going on all the way down the field here. They're battling over 6th position, as Hitchin now with the best lap of the race, 1:29.088, and we've got a yellow flag because Callum Barnes has just spun in the general direction of the pit wall, but he's got the car going again. Yeah,
got it stopped before he hit the pit wall, crucially, but I wonder whether he just got a wheel out onto that exit curb, which is not advisable, really, in these conditions. So, Hitchin with another fastest lap out in front, that time 0.6 quicker than the race leader, so he's now 4.1 off the lead, 2.7 behind Powney, as here up towards the top of the hill we've got the battle for 4th position. Martin West under threat now from a recovering Craig Land. Craig Land's previous lap, a 1:30.2, so he was 1.8 seconds quicker actually than Martin West ahead of him. All of them doing personal best laps at the moment as the track conditions quite clearly are starting to improve, but Craig Land on the tail of Martin West. He is not quite running as quickly as the top 3, Craig Land, but quite a bit quicker than Martin ahead of him, so this shouldn't take too long to move into 4th position, but his prospects perhaps of improving upon that looking limited.
The lead gap has come down again. It was 1.4 seconds. I can tell you that it's less than that as the leaders go past my commentary box window. It's down to 1.1 seconds. And then there is Hitchin in 3rd, and then it is quite a gap back to Western Land, isn't it, in 4th and 5th positions now. There's 7.5 seconds from 3rd to 4th position. Hitchin a bit slower on that lap, but actually lost a bit of time to the 2 leaders. Here's this fight. Are we going to get the change here at the banking? Craig Land up on the inside of Martin West. His car started to slide as he turned into the corner, and he wasn't able to get the move completed at the banking. He'll have another go perhaps as they head down towards the right-hander again at Church Corner. But yeah, not quite close enough there to attempt anything, so he'll try and pick up the toe, I would think, and make a move into Rocket possibly, Andy.
Yep, I think that's probably the plan. He wasn't quite close enough a lap ago up here, but much, much closer to the back of car number 94. This time he sweeps to the left-hand side of the road, but actually Martin West with the shorter run through the kinks on the school straight keeps him behind once again. So this will be frustrating Craig Land a bit. He's definitely quicker than Martin West, but just can't quite find a way through. This is so often the case in these kind of conditions where to overtake you have to go off that one really quick, slightly grippier line. And it can be difficult to actually complete the manoeuvre. So Martin West holding on. Craig Land will have to get inventive here probably in order to find a way through. Now the leaders, Ian, are coming off the final corner. Absolutely nose to tail. Here they are. So Ben Powney has more or less completely caught Eddie Moyer now. David Hitchin's challenge seems to be fading. So with just under 6 minutes to go, could this be a two-horse race between Moyer and Powney?
Yeah, Powney took 9/10 of a second out of Moyer on that lap, a 1:28.968, and he's trying to go around the outside at the banking. 1:17s were the times that we were seeing in yesterday's race, but of course very different conditions here today. The two leaders now side by side as they head down towards Church Corner. Is Powney? No, he's not quite alongside. He's going to try and go around the outside, if anything, at Church Corner, and it's going to work as well. An audacious move. He's got his nose ahead. Moyer back with his nose in front on the exit of the corner as they climb up the hill. It nearly worked. Not quite for Ben Powney. Moyer just about hangs on as they run up towards Rocket. But, yeah, Ben Powney has certainly put Eddie Moyer on notice there. But he's in a great position now to challenge for victory with 5 minutes of the race left to go.
That was really clever driving that from Eddie Moyer. Not a lot of people seem to talk about side drafting in categories like this, but that's exactly what he did. It looked like Powney had cleared him off Church, and Moyer just packed a bit of air onto that right rear corner of Moyer's car. That slowed, Powney's car, slowed Powney down and allowed Eddie to drag back through into the lead. That was really clever because he had that position made there, did Powney, and Eddie Moyer's quick thinking kept him in front. And now you can see the way that David Hitchin is definitely taking some time out of them. That gap at the start of the lap from second to third was 3.8 seconds. It ain't 3.8 seconds anymore. Moyer leads by 4/10 with Hitchin 1.6 back, having set a new fastest lap at 28.391, 2 seconds quicker than the leaders. Admittedly, they were battling, but there's no doubt about it. David Hitchin, after a couple of poor laps, is right back on form. Yeah,
really bad start to the race for David Hitchin, but he's certainly taking the fight to the leaders now. And if he has another lap like the one before, it's going to be a three-car fight for victory here. Moyer and Powney, the danger is that they get distracted battling each other. Is Powney going to try and make a repeat? No, he's not of what he did a lap ago. He's trying to think of something different this time to try to outwit Eddie Moyer, but certainly we can see from our commentary box window, and we're about to see, I think, on screen as well, that Hitchin is much, much closer. There he is. He's edging towards the two leaders now as they head up towards Rocket, and very soon, Andy, it is going to be 3 cars for the lead.
Eddie Moyer, very skitterish under braking there, just got the car stopped, but that was a little bit sideways. He locked the rear axle briefly. Well, this is boiling up very nicely, isn't it, in the closing stages? Very much not a two-horse race, a three-way fight for the win. Then Powney now really needs to get a move on, doesn't he? Because if he has to start watching his mirrors and defending from Hitchin, that will certainly hand an advantage to Eddie Moyer, who is wide at Peel Corner, but has the traction, the momentum on corner exit. Powney tries to go around the outside through the first part of the corkscrew. That gives him the inside for the second part, and that gives him the lead. So Ben Powney, perhaps a perfectly timed move for the lead, goes through, and now Eddie Moyer, you feel, has to retaliate straight away. Otherwise, he will be under threat for second place, and he is trying to retaliate. Looks to the inside into turn number 1, carries good speed into target, and gets the lead back, does he?
Oh, I'm not so sure, because Powney around the outside target is held onto it. And it's going to be really touching on whether there's 2 or 3 laps to go in this race, because they crossed the line at just about 3 minutes to go. Lap times are about 1.5 minutes. So we just need to keep an eye on to see if we get the last lap board at the end of this one, because that could be all important. But anyway, Powney has sealed that move now. Eddie Moyer's dropped down to second place. What of David Hitchin? Well, he's right there as well, isn't he? Very much a contender for at least second place, if not victory in this race, with 2, maybe 3 laps to go. He is pretty much equidistant now, the first 3, as they climb up towards Rocket for the 9th time in this race. Into the left-hander there, about to turn. More, a little bit closer to the back of Powney than Hitchin is. on the way into the corner, but that sort of soon concertinas up as they go through this very slow, sinuous part of the circuit. And Hitchin, on the way out of it, looks to have gained a little bit of time through that section. Got close to the back of number 77, Eddie Moyer. They turn their way now out of Peel, down towards the corkscrew, looking to see if the last lap board is being made ready. It is being made ready. Is it going to be shown this time? The leader's heading through the corkscrew. No change in the order there. There's a minute 38, 37, 36 to go. The last lap board, is it going to be shown or not? It is. So they're going to go on to their last lap, Andy.
Yeah, so one more lap to go, 1.55 miles of racing, and that's not really the news that David Hitchin wanted, because he's not got past Eddie Moyer yet, and really you feel would have had to have done that by now to have any chance of going after Powney, who is pulling away. Nearly 1.1 seconds now clear of this battle for second place. David Hitchin takes a very wide line through the banking. Look at the extra speed that gives him on corner exit, tucks into the slipstream. Ben Powney is starting to get away from these two, but David Hitchin really wants to try and get at least into second place, even if he hasn't got much chance of catching Powney now. He'll want second place before the flag, and he might realistically have one more chance to try and take it.
Yeah, so half a lap or so to go. Powney with a bit more of a gap over Moyer, and Hitchin there in third. Still time for a late change here. Hitchin not looking to outbrake Eddie Moyer, though, up into Rocket. They'll have all seen, hopefully, that last lap board. Through the second part of Rocket they go. There's not too many car lengths between the three of them. Ben Powney it is, though, that has the advantage. He's already won twice this season, looking for his third win of the year. Eddie Moyer's had one. David Hitchin yet to have a victory this season. But as the time goes on, it's looking more and more likely that it's going to be the orange car, the man from Kent, Ben Powney, that's going to come through to take the victory here. Down through the final corner into the left-hander that ends the lap, and up and over the line they come. And it's Ben Powney that's going to hold on. He takes the victory. A very happy man indeed from Eddie Moyer in second and David Hitchin in third. And they're a long way ahead of anybody else. Martin West and Craig Land still disputing fourth place through the corkscrew for the final time. It's Land that's got his car just in front, which is a reverse from the positions at the start of the lap. And Craig Land, yesterday's winner, just about clings on for fourth place.
Craig Land had two wheels on the grass then coming down through the corkscrew. So close to the edge of the road was he coming out of the right-hand element, but it worked. He kept his foot in it and managed to claim fourth place. And look at this now for sixth position. Lucas Batt, Martin Sheldon and David Bowen. Is that going to be the order? No, Shelton gets sixth. And then a spin across the line. That was Bowen, wasn't it? Who lost control after the flag because he swerved over to the left-hand side of the road. He missed out on seventh place by 58 thousandths of a second. Obviously had his foot planted to the floor on the slippy side of the road and lost control completely. Another driver, I think, who can count themselves lucky that they don't have a damaged car.
Indeed, so Ayrton Rogers, racer, author, came home in ninth place. Lewis Pentone Smith, Sam McKee to 11th, Lee Rogers 12th, David Martin 13th, and Callum Barnes, I should say, despite that spin, he comes home in 14th place, and Todd Batch 15th, also having had a spin at Church Corner. Well, that was a very entertaining final race of the weekend for the Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship. They always deliver. Today, no exception to that. And we look forward to their next rounds of the championship, which will be at Snetterton next month. They also go to Brands, Mallory and Silverstone before the end of the year. But round 6 is now being completed, and it's been won by Ben Powney. He completed 10 laps in shade over 15 minutes, 4.439 seconds ahead of number 77, Eddie Moyer, so Powney in 37. Hitchin number 54 was third, fourth was number 87, Craig Land, fifth number 94, Martin West, sixth was number 99, Martin Shelton, seventh was number 66, Lucas Batt. David Bowen, that spin at the end after the flag, was eighth, number 25 ahead of Ayrton Rogers, number 79, and running out the top 10 was 47, Lewis Pentone Smith ahead of McKee, Rogers, Martin and Barnes, with one at the finisher being Todd Boucher and Ben Dade. Unfortunately, a non-finisher on this occasion. So we have just the one more race to come before our lunch break here at Anglesey Circuit. That's going to be for the Mini 7s. But first of all, let's head down to Parc Fermé, and Kieran Mogg is there once again.
Well, we've got Ben Powney and David Hitchin having a moment here after that race. That was an absolutely incredible race, and we'll just wait to speak to Ben, which I've got to say, Ben, if there was ever a masterclass in overtaking in the wet, that must be it.
Yeah, I hope that it came off on camera because it felt good in the car. It felt really good in the car. Yeah, I love that race, to be fair. I've been praying for rain all weekend, and I thought if I don't deliver now, I'm going to be in a bit of trouble with the team, I think. So, yeah, well happy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it looked like you had the pace throughout the entire race, really. Were you just kind of looking for the best opportune moment, or were you kind of strategizing and thinking, okay, is this the best opportunity for me to do it now?
Absolutely not. I was literally hanging on for dear life the whole way around. I was very conscious that Dave was probably quicker than us, I think, overall. He was catching us quickly in places. But, yeah, watching what he was doing, learning, there was no strategy at all. Unfortunately, just go for it. And when an opportunity came, we took it. So, all good.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you, mate. Nice one.
Thank you very much. We'll speak with Eddie. Eddie, so close. I mean, you guys were nip and tuck the entire way around.
Yeah, I mean, we've obviously got a tyre allocation for this year, and these are sort of older tyres in comparison to what we've got. A few other people running around us, so we're happy with the result that we managed to pull out the backs, considering it's so wet. Yeah, it was just amazing. Good race, and after the anti-roll bar snap yesterday, we were just hoping for some good points today.
We definitely got some good points. And do you think you can possibly take the win later?
We haven't got a race later.
I've got later. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I can't remember what's timetable. Next time, I mean.
Yeah, I enjoy Snetterton as a track. It's a really technical track like here. Hopefully, we can improve one more and get a win there and some more good points for the championship. So, yeah.
Absolutely, look forward to seeing it.
Grand, see you there.
Thank you very much. We'll just chat with David Hitchin. David, can we just jump in here a second? Oh, I don't know what's going on here. David, hello. Firstly, we didn't quite catch it on camera, but you just got absolutely drenched coming into...
Yeah, I did. Didn't quite see the puddle there. Ended up being a bit of a waterfall over me, but wasn't bothered. So pleased with the third.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you really had to fight for that one, and you were catching the leaders, every single lap. Surely that's... For the next race at least, that's obviously at the next round, that's giving you the confidence that you can definitely go for it.
Yeah, I feel like the speed is there now, and I'm racing better. Getting stuck in with these guys and not being quite intimidated. But yeah, the speed is definitely there. And that race there, I was reeling them in really well, and maybe another lap or two. I think I could have perhaps had a move for the win, but I was happy with the third. Good points, and after yesterday, even better. So very pleased.
Absolutely, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyway, we've got a quick ad break because coming up next are the minis.
Green flag lap is underway for our final look at the minis this weekend. It's the Dunlop Mini 7 Challenge, and the cars lining up in two grids in one, because we have the Mini 7s and then we have the S-Class cars lining up separately. They'll get about 10 seconds after the first group of cars. Let's have a look at how they will line up, though, based on fastest lap times from yesterday's race. Pole position, it is the number 29 car of Damien Harrington. Besides him is number 80 Joe Thompson. Second row of the grid, number 3 Ross Billison and 73 Spencer Wanstall. Row 3 of the grid, 38 Stephen Hopper and 14 is Jamie Payne. Row 4 of the grid, 26 Nigel Davis and 20 Darren Thomas, who didn't make the start of yesterday's race, but he is out there. Hopefully he will today. Then a gap. Then the next row of the grid, effectively row 6, is number 700, which is Matt Ayres, and 789, which is Arnold Duncan. Callum Perfect, 765, and Bradley Jordan, number 771, are on the next row of the grid. Then it's 704, Chris Pryor, and 7.36 Bertie Woolard, 7.77 Dave Rees and 7.33 Alex Watson and 7.85 Tony Ayres to round out the field. So Mini 7s off on their green flag lap. As we say, we have the S-Class as well. If anything, probably the S-Class gave us even more entertainment yesterday than the Mini 7s. It was Matt Ayres that took a fairly comfortable win in that class, but there was good battles for second in particular. Arnold Duncan fending off Callum Perfect. They're going to get 2 green flag laps, by the way. It is Damien Harrington that took the win yesterday quite comfortably by more than 5 seconds from Joe Thompson and Ross Billison. Championship-wise, it was Ross Billison leading the way coming into this weekend from Spencer Wanstall, Joe Thompson and Damien Harrington. This is round 10 of 17 in the championship. They've still got 1 to catch up from, though, at Cadwell Park, where they were rained off. As far as wins this season have been concerned, well, yesterday was Damien Harrington's first win of the season. Ross Billison, Andrew Jordan, Mike Jordan, who are not taking part in this race, have a couple of each, and Joe Thompson has won. In the S-Class, Matt Ayres took his 3rd victory of the season yesterday, going level with Michael Winkworth, who's not here this weekend. Neither is Fraser Hack, and therefore the Dave Addison fan club not here this weekend. And Callum Perfect and Ollie Burkitt, they're sort of the next most successful drivers in the S-Class this season in terms of podium finishes. So, as they go out on their 2nd green flag lap, I think conditions certainly a lot improved compared to what they were, I don't know, an hour or so ago.
Yes, it's almost sunny, I would say,
Yeah.
although every time I look off in the distance there are some slightly ominous clouds sort of looming, but so far, touchwood, they all seem to be skirting around us, so in fact you can see some of those clouds that have skirted round us over at Church Corner. That's the bit of the sky we want to focus on. That looks almost like a summer's afternoon approaching, doesn't it, here in Anglesey? It's not felt much like summer here, certainly in the north of England and the north of Wales for the last couple of weeks, but a bit of sunshine is just what the doctor ordered and should dry this circuit up quite quickly. There is always that sea breeze coming in as well. That helps to dry the track a little bit more quickly too. So hopefully by the time we reconvene after our lunch break, which comes after this race, we should have a very, very different set of track conditions heading into our afternoon's action.
Indeed so. So Mini 7s and the S-Class usually provide some cracking racing. The Mini 7s, they have been around for decades and decades now. Their first championship was contended back in 1966 when Bob Fox took the championship title, and Mini 7 Racing Club really worked closely with 750 Motor Club in the early days. But so it's fitting that we get the Mini 7 Racing Club joining us again as a guest appearance here at Anglesey this weekend. They've been very welcome guests. They've provided some really good racing. I'm sure this 4th and final instalment is going to be no exception to that. The S-Class, that's a more recent invention back in 2006. Recent champions, Jonathan Page last year, Damien Harrington in 2022, Michael Winkworth in 2021, Conor O'Brien, Scotty Kendall, who's raced Mighty Minis, won a couple of S-Class championships as well. And it's a real entry-level class for those that are going into Mini 7 racing, and drivers will often then progress into the Mini 7s themselves, possibly even the Mealy as the top class after that. Green flag waves at the back, 20-minute race ahead of us, the red lights go on, they go out, and the race gets underway. Damien Harrington on pole position then. Can he convert that into the lead, into target for the first time? It's Joe Thompson going around the outside of him. Spencer Wanstall also gets a pretty good start as well in the red car. The S-Class cars now leave the grid as well. We'll see what kind of a battle they can have. We'll focus on the 7s though. Spencer Wanstall a little bit sideways coming through the banking there, but he holds on to second position. Here come the S-Class cars as well. And they are now turning through the banking. Like Arnold Duncan there was having a bit of a moment through the banking for the first time. But we'll focus for the moment on the 7s. Ross Billison there in the number 3 car. He's under a bit of pressure from number 38, Stephen Hopper, as they come out of Church Corner and head up the hill for the first time. But it's Joe Thompson that has the lead.
It is indeed. It's side by side for the lead in the S-Class, though. Arnold Duncan, I think, has just slipstreamed through, easy for me to say, ahead of Matthew Ayres into the lead of that class. So Arnold Duncan, I think, has got himself to the head of the S-Pack, heading towards Rocket. The Mini 7s, though, already accelerating out of that sequence of corners. On your screen, you can see Ross Billison, the white and blue number 3 car. He's got the number 20 right behind him of Thomas, who Darren Thomas, a non-finisher yesterday, of course, looking to try and have a slight upturn in form. Here come the S's. It is Arnold Duncan out in front, but only narrowly in front as they round Peel and head down the hill. I think that is still Matthew Ayres in second place, and we've got a spinner in at the top of the corkscrew.
Yeah, and that is the number 14 car, which is Jamie Payne, one of the 7, so he's going to fall into the clutches of the leading S-Class cars. He's right in front of them now. They have turned around, have they,
yeah,
in terms of the order? So it's Ayres that's gone back ahead of Arnold Duncan, and they are now passing Jamie Payne as well as they come up and over the line. I think the S-Class cars had a slightly shorter delay this time before they got stuck, so they're getting well and stuck into the back of the Mini 7s as well. Joe Thompson it was that led the race outright, though, at the end of the first lap, 1.2 seconds clear of Spencer Wanstall in second place. But here, the S-Class cars turning their way through, and the tour abreast through the right-hander of the banking for the second time in this race. 20-minute race, of course, so we'll probably get something like 14 or 15 laps out of this. Oh, and there's Duncan just ahead, I think, of Callum Perfect. There's the 736 car of Bertie Willard as well, just tucked in behind Bradley Jordan as they make their way out of Church Corner. Up the hill they go. That's the 765 car, the blue and Dayglow yellow car of Callum Perfect. He's got Bradley Jordan trying to go around the outside of him at Rocket this time. This for third place within the class. It doesn't quite work out, though. We've got Bertie Willard in 5th place in that class as well.
Well, it might just work out this for Bradley Jordan, though, because he got the inside line for the second part of Rocket. That was a really well-judged move, actually. Again, found the grip on the outside to get the inside line for the right-hander, but now doesn't have an abundance of grip, turning into Peel. The back end of Bradley Jordan's number 771 car getting a little bit out of shape, but does move up into third place. Glassie's even more out of shape through the corkscrew. He's not the only one, though, as they're all sliding around, heading down the hill, and a couple of them really with some nice saves. The 736 was one. That was Bertie Willard, and I think the car at the back of that group also getting sideways. In fact, that's the car that's just got onto the grass by quite some way. That was the 704 of Chris Pryor, a retirement yesterday, and the way he's going might end up on the retirements list again here this afternoon, but manages to gather that one together.
Yeah. So here we go. We've got Matt Ayres. He's now pulled out a bit of a gap over the rest of the S-Class cars. You've got Arnold Duncan being challenged by Bradley Jordan for second place now within that class. Callum Perfect is right there as well. So these the three fighting for second, third and fourth position within the S-Class at the moment, and it's seeming to follow the pattern of yesterday's race, and that the S-Class battles are that bit more intense than those in the main Mini 7 class. But we'll try and keep you up to speed on what's going on there as well. But Joe Thompson leading by more than 3 seconds at the end of lap 2. The 14 car of Jamie Payne, he's got the Bertie Willard car behind him and now in front of him, so that's a change there. But those two in different classes. Bertie Willard in the S-Class, Jamie Payne just struggling a little bit after that moment. He is in the main Mini 7 class.
Indeed so. So up towards Peel Corner they head then. There is Bradley Jordan, who really seems to be on form in this race, doesn't he? He's up the inside line through Peel Corner now and challenging for second place here against Arnold Duncan. Arnold Duncan hangs on for now, but then a really late lunge up the inside for Bradley Jordan. Did he make that one stick? Yes, he did, but Callum Perfect loses control behind, so Jordan into second place in class. Callum Perfect, not with a perfect run through the corkscrew, but it was a pretty decent save, Ian.
Yeah, Callum Imperfect there, I think, wasn't it? As we watch now Bradley Jordan go off the circuit at the exit of the corkscrew. He manages to hold on to the position, though. He's ahead now of Arnold Duncan then in the brown 789 cars. We're saying yesterday, one of the very few brown cars that you see in racing these days. 15 minutes just under that of the race left to go. Joe Thompson put fastest lap in on the last lap to extend his lead to 4.7 seconds over Spencer Wanstall. Damien Harrington, yesterday's winner, third. Ross Billison, the Mini 7 Championship leader, in fourth position. But for the moment, we'll continue to focus on the S-Class. There is Arnold Duncan in that 789 car, now in third place. Callum Perfect, after that moment, has work to do to sort of catch Duncan again in this race. Duncan, for the moment, has not given up on P2 here because he's challenging Bradley Jordan again on the way up into Rocket. They're both now about 4 seconds behind the class leader, Matt Ayres. Through Rocket they go. There we just saw a shot of Ayres just in the distance, already having turned his way through Rocket Corner. And Bradley Jordan with a wiper on, although the sun is now out, there might still be a bit of spray being kicked up, although he's not actually following anyone that closely at the moment, and there's certainly dry patches emerging on the circuit.
Look how the wide line at Peel has dried out more quickly than the inside line. That shows where they've been running up at that end of the circuit. Bradley Jordan sideways, really sideways through the corkscrew this time. He's got that car on a knife edge, but not quite as much of a knife edge as the Bertie Woolard car, which has a big spin onto the grass and loses a handful of positions as a result of that. How many places did he lose? At least 2, I think, maybe 3. He will come through pretty much now at the rear of the S-Class, won't he? Yes, 7th in class now for Bertie Woolard after that moment, but you can see the way they're all struggling for rear grip on corner entry. You've got to drive these cars in that fashion, really, to help them to turn, but it can be very easy, as we've seen, to overstep the mark a little.
Indeed so. Right, so here is Arnold Duncan in that 789 car, the driver from Lydd. So he's had a long way to come to get here this weekend. Callum Perfect in the next car up behind him. Meanwhile, that's the 20 car of Darren Thomas. He'd got Stephen Hopper, I think, just behind him. Matt Ayres has just got past Nigel Davis, so he's got past another of the Mini 7 class cars as well. But there's a decent battle here going on for 5th position overall, 5th position in the Mini 7 class as well. Stephen Hopper and Darren Thomas. Good to see Darren getting a race today. Of course, he was a non-starter yesterday, so didn't get a lap in at all, but now he's having a good battle here for 5th position with Stephen Hopper, but they're both going to come under attack from an S-Class car before too much longer.
Yeah, Matthew Ayres flying in this race, isn't he? His last lap was a 1:33.0, which was quicker than everybody other than Joe Thompson out in the very front of the field. Again, Bradley Jordan dancing the car around down the hill. He'd make a good rally driver, wouldn't he, with car control like that? Clearly doesn't mind a car that is a little bit on or at times over the edge. Oh, speaking of over the edge, that's the 733 that's gone around this time of Alex Watson coming through again, the corkscrew, which has been the trouble spot for most drivers in this race. But is it me or is Bradley Jordan starting now to gain a bit of time on the cars ahead of 34.5? Well, not quite as quick as the class leader, but definitely starting to pull away from the group of cars behind him. As round Church Corner heads Ross Billison, not that far behind Damien Harrington. Now that would be the fight for 3rd place overall.
Yeah, it would be. There's 8 tenths of a second between them at the start of the lap, something like that. So that's certainly closing in. Ross Billison, championship leader, let's not forget, in the Mini 7s. So he's got that lead to defend over Spencer Wansell and Joe Thompson. Damien Harrington only 4th coming into this weekend. Still quite a few rounds to go in the championship this year for the Mini 7s. After this, they go to Brands Hatch, Castlecombe and Silverstone to complete their season. That next event at Brands Hatch is the Mini Festival event. I think always a great highlight of the season. Matt Ayres now ahead though of Darren Thomas, so he's picking his way through, but he's the S-Class car, so not really impacting a search on the lead battle. Oh, and now Thomas has got it massively sideways, and he manages to hold on to the position there as he comes down towards us, but he has now got Stephen Hopper and Nigel Davis right behind him. Another one off. Is that Jamie Payne again? I think it might be. Yeah. That's his second spin, isn't it, of this race? Yes, it was Jamie Payne. We're hearing confirmation. He was nearly collected by another car. I think it was Bertie Woolard who came sliding in there almost as out of control as Payne had been, but thankfully avoided the stricken number 14, which drops back down the order once again. There's something about that first element of the corkscrew, isn't there, that's just catching everybody, almost everybody out in this race. It's not been catching Joe Thompson out thus far, though. He is now 9.6 seconds up the road from Spencer Wansell. It's been a long time, I would venture, since a Mini 7 race was won by that sort of margin, and we are only halfway through the race. He could feasibly double that before the checkered flag flies. It is Spencer Wansell second, still Damien Harrington third, Ross Billison fourth, and Matthew Ayres. A brilliant run this for the S-Class leader, 5th position overall. Yeah, it's only the second time that the Mini 7s and Mini Medias, for that matter, have been to Anglesey Circuit. They first visited a couple of years ago, so a lot of these drivers won't be that experienced at this circuit compared to some of the other venues that they visit on the calendar, and there is quite a bit to learn, and so it's perhaps not surprising that you're seeing some bigger gaps than normally you would do in Mini 7 racing. Right, Chris Pryor, the Welshman, has Bertie Woolard challenging him. That's for 5th place within the class. Here's Arnold Duncan and Callum Perfect. They're looking for the final podium position. Duncan, the incumbent at the moment. As you can see on screen, Joe Thompson out in front has done another best lap of the race, a 1:31.5. 1:38.9. We're about now 7 seconds off the times that they were doing yesterday in dry conditions. I mean, the lap by lap conditions are improving, but also grip levels changing a bit as well. I think that is what's catching some drivers out.
Yes, I think so. They're probably being sort of lulled into a sense that there's a bit more grip than there actually is, and Arnold Duncan demonstrating that point perfectly, as indeed did Callum Perfect right behind, as both of them were a bit sideways through target. This is the fight, remember, for third place in the S-Class, and Arnold Duncan desperately trying to hang on from a recovering Callum Perfect, who had his own dramas up at the corkscrew a number of laps ago. Out of the banking towards Church Corner, and Callum more than within slipstreaming range here, isn't he, of Woolard. As again, you can see a drier line now, well off the traditional racing line. Perhaps also catching them out. Maybe some of the drivers are thinking, right, it's drying out, I can go off the wet line now, but actually the wet line is the dry line, if that makes any kind of sense, at least for the time being, until the rest of the track dries.
I'm still thinking about that.
It made sense in my head, Ian.
Okay, right, Duncan. Oh, and Perfect's gone a bit too deep in the corner that time, so he's lost a little bit of time to Arnold Duncan in a battle for third place within the S-Class. Meanwhile, Joe Thompson just passing our commentary box now, comfortably in the lead of the race. Still yet to see Spencer Wansel appear out of the next corner. He's done another best lap of the race, a 1:31.5, and another 4/10 quicker than he went on the previous lap. That's worth picking up the battle for third. As I say that, it appears on screen. Damien Harrington and Ross Billison. They are fighting for third position overall. The gap down to only about half a second between these two cars now. Both did personal best. I mean, there's a lot of green on the timing screen at the moment, but Billison was about 0.4 of a second faster that time, so he's really the one with the momentum at the moment, and he's only a length or two now behind Damien Harrington, yesterday's race winner, for the final position on the Mini 7 podium here. There's 7 minutes of the race left to go, so still a good few laps in hand for him to try and make a move. Probably not going to catch Spencer Wansel, who's nearly 5 seconds up the road from these two at the moment. But Ross Billison here could be on course for another podium. He'd already had 7 podiums coming into this weekend. He made it 8 yesterday. Can he make it 9 out of 9 today? He needs to get past Damien Harrington to do that. He's late on the brakes up into Rocket. He's squeezed through on the inside. There's just a lighter touch between them there. But I think Harrington's probably going to come back. Is he? Is he? Well, they're still more or less alongside, but I think no, Billison has got it done, and number 3 goes to P3.
Yes, but that was not an easy pass, was it? Damien Harrington made sure of that and kept his car alongside the number 3 machine for as long as he could, but Ross Billison slipping through in the end. Now, what pace has he got now? He's released into clean air, he's sideways, he's hit a marker post, he's still sideways down through the corkscrew. Possibly not the fastest way through that part of the circuit. Can we just stay on this camera for the rest of the race? Because this is the action shot, isn't it? As they all arrive, almost every car sideways coming into shot down through the corkscrew, and in Bradley Jordan's case, sideways throughout the rest of the corkscrew as well. That is a brilliant demonstration of car control, isn't it? As the drivers dance the car on the limit, and eventually one of them had to get it wrong, and that's Bertie Woolard, I believe, who's pointing the wrong way on the grass.
It was the moment of switch to another shot as well, typically, wasn't it? And that's the 736 car, Bertie Woolard pointing in the wrong direction, and he's not yet able to get going once again. Now, there's Billison. He has now pulled out a bit of a gap over Damien Harrington. There was 0.8 between them as they came over the line. He hopefully will try and get away now from Damien Harrington, but he's still got, well, actually more than 6 seconds now to gain on Spencer Wansel, so that's probably a vain hope with only 5 minutes or so of the race remaining. And certainly Joe Thompson, 13 seconds in the lead of this race, is that's a bridge too far, I would suggest.
Bertie Woolard is out of his car, by the way, so that car is stuck on the grass on the edge of the road. Now, I would say that's quite a dangerous position even in dry conditions, but in these conditions I'd say even more so, and for that reason I suspect we're getting yellow flags and safety car boards held out, because we've seen how many people have lost control down there. The last thing we need is a car stationary at the side of the track, so there was no obvious damage done to Bertie Woolard's car. I think he's just stalled the engine, couldn't get going, but this of course is an absolute disaster for Joe Thompson potentially, because he had that nearly 13-second lead. Okay, we won't get a lot of racing in once this car is cleared out of the way, maybe only 1 lap, but it'll be a slightly nervier end to the race than Joe was hoping for.
Yeah, absolutely. In a way, he won't mind if this safety car's out all the way until the end now, which has to be a slight possibility because there's only 4 minutes to go, and the car quite close to the edge of the circuit is going to need some assistance to get it removed. The recovery truck is just about heading out onto the circuit. Of course, it needs to wait for a clear gap to be able to do so. And yeah, it might. It's yeah, just paused now on the exit, and it's going to have to wait for the full train to go through, I think. So I suspect, Andy, we might be very lucky if we even see one more lap of racing in this Mini 7 and S-Class race, which is a great shame, but not if your name's Joe Thompson.
Yes, he'll be fairly grateful, I think, to see the checkered flag now at the end of this one. But anyway, even if we get some more racing in, he'll have quite a few lapped cars, I suspect, between himself and Spencer Wanstall. Actually, no, only the one lapped car, isn't it? The number 777 of Dave Rees, who has gone a lap down. The only driver actually to go one lap down in this race so far. Then you've got Wanstall, third car in line, followed by Ross Billison, Damien Harrington. Maybe Spencer Wanstall is the one who really will be hoping to see a checkered flag before a green flag, because the pace that Ross Billison has had, he might have been able to mount a bit of a challenge for second place. The recovery truck has now been released from Parc Fermé, but is not, of course, permitted to go wrong direction up the track. So although the car that's stationary and needs recovering is very close to where the recovery truck was based, it has to go around the whole second half of the lap because it can't go reverse direction up the hill. So for that reason, if nothing else, Ian, I suspect we might well be done with green flag racing. Yeah,
it's frustration, isn't it? But as you say, it's just the really close to where the recovery truck is based, but alas, yeah, half a lap away at least, and the recovery truck has still not been given permission to head out on circuit because there's one more car that needs to go past it, and that's what's delaying us here, and that's why the recovery truck can go no further. So only 2 minutes to go. I'd rather suspect that next time they come through, it'll be with a checkered flag being waved at them, unfortunately. And that's going to be a premature end, as far as any racing action is concerned, to this Mini 7 Championship race. Recovery truck is now on its way to pick up the car, but yeah, there's no way this all can be completed before the 20 minutes. And now a red flag, race being stopped, which yeah, makes sense, I would think, because it means they can bring them straight into the pit lane at the end of this lap, or into Parc Fermé at the end of this lap, rather than have them cross the line and do another lap and prolong the agony for everyone, especially as we are going into our lunch break next. That will be until 1:25, when we'll continue with racing with the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy, the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship, the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, and the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. So a 90-minute endurance race followed by 3 15-minute sprint races to round out the weekend here at Anglesey Circuit. The gap in between now and then is going to be largely plugged by Kieran Mogg, who is firstly hopefully going to speak to some mini drivers, and then also do a bit of a pit walk, see who's in and around the pit garages, probably and particularly from the 116 Trophy and the Sports 1000 contingent. So we'll hear from Kieran shortly. Let's have a look at the results of that red flagged Mini 7 Challenge race. So Joe Thompson it was that took the win in car number 80. The result going back to the end of lap 10. He was 13 and a bit seconds clear ahead of Spencer Wanstall, number 73 at that point in time. Third to number 3, Ross Billison, just made it onto the podium in the nick of time then. Fourth to number 29, Damien Harrington. Fifth, number 700, Matt Ayres. Great drive from him to have another victory in the S-Class ahead of 20, Darren Thomas. 38, Stephen Hopper. 26, Nigel Davis. Then second of the S-Class cars was 771, Bradley Jordan, ahead of Arnold Duncan. Then it was Callum Perfect, Chris Pryor, Jamie Payne and Alex Watson. That took you down to 14th place. And a little bit further back, I think we saw the 785 car of Tony Ayres and the 777 car of Dave Rees, with Wallard, the driver that caused the red flag, the only non-finisher from that race for the Mini 7s. It's been great to have them with us at the 750 Motor Club meeting this weekend. Hopefully we'll see them again in the future. Hopefully they've enjoyed their weekend, their second ever weekend at Anglesey Circuit. And look how fantastic it looks now. Blue skies coming in, and hopefully that's the tone for the rest of the afternoon here at the North Wales Circuit. Certainly that's what the forecasters led us to believe. As I say, 4 more races to come after the lunch break, but for the next 50 minutes we'll leave you in the company of Kieran Mogg.
You can't hate the minis. They are so good. And we have our winner, Joe Thompson, here. We'll just try and grab Joe. He's just having a moment with the team. And if we can just jump in a second. Hold on. Here we go. Joe, fantastic drive out there. Fantastic. How was it?
A little bit boring, to be honest. I thought when we get off, with the rain coming down, it was a bit of 50-50, so we didn't quite know what to do, tyres, set up. But yeah, I thought we'd get off and it'd be quite chaotic for a few laps, but we sort of checked out. So happy with the car. Can't fault it. I'm not going to moan, but yeah, we thought it'd be a little bit closer.
Can't be a bad way to end the weekend, though.
No, definitely not.
Well, congratulations on the end of the weekend in such a fantastic way.
Thank you, and we'll enjoy the sun now.
Exactly, now it's here, yes, absolutely. Yeah, thank you. Right, we'll just jump in with Spencer. Spencer, hello. So, second place.
Yeah.
Good way to end the weekend?
Yeah, good way to end the weekend. We put a hell of a lot of effort in before we got here this weekend, thanks to my dad, mainly over here. And yesterday it didn't really pay off. We don't really know what the problem was, but we're not where we want to be. So getting back and getting a second place for my dad, Team CAD and Team Mini Spares is a nice reward to end the weekend on. Hopefully we'll push on now and go to Brands Hatch and get some even better results than that.
Absolutely. And in terms of the track, obviously it has stopped raining, the sun's come out. Did you notice that the track was drying out, or was there a line forming?
Yeah, it was getting drier as the race went on, lap by lap. It was changing every single corner. But yeah, Joe obviously has got something else in the box which I haven't got, and the pace is a lot higher than mine in Joe's car at the moment. So yeah, work to do before Brands, but we'll get there.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the second place.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll quickly speak to third place Ross Billison. Ross, hello, third place. How was that race on your end?
Okay. Yeah, these conditions aren't really for me, but just got my head down. Obviously, just kept honing in on daming in. I managed to squeeze in third position just before the incident of the corkscrew. So, yeah, happy with the podium, but I need to drive a bit better to beat these two in these conditions.
Do you reckon it's driving or the car?
Driving. Nothing wrong with the car.
That's not what you say.
I know, but the team's right behind me, so I've got to be careful with what I say.
They're not listening.
No, it's been a good weekend, 2/3. I think we're still leading the championship, so yeah, we'll just keep pushing for the rest of the season. So.
Absolutely, well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, we do want to speak to Matthew Ayres, but same issue that we've been having all weekend is I don't know where any of the drivers are, apart from the ones that are kind of dotted around. So rather than kind of going on a wild goose chase, what we'll do is quickly go to an ad break, and then we've got the pit lane walk coming up in just a minute, so don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to the lunch show. We are on the pit wall now, and you can see look over the lovely sea out to Snowdonia and all of the mountains in the background. This is one of the fantastic things about Anglesey, is just the view, the scenery is stunning. It is possibly my favourite racetrack in the UK, but that's just me. But what we're going to do is, we've got about half an hour, we're going to walk up and down the pit lane, we're going to walk around the grid, walk around the paddock as well, and just see if we can chat with people about the day, about the event, about the weekend, and how they are finding it, and how they are finding this stunning scenery and stunning racetrack. And we can have a look over there as well. You can get the corkscrew, which has seen many, many interesting moments just today. But we're going to have a wander down, and I've already spotted Mac Priestwood, and I'm just going to walk over here and see if I can grab a word with him. Because Mac is obviously one of the front runners in the 116 trophy and the sprint races as well. So if we just wander up here and have a word with Mac. Mac, how are you today?
I'm good, thanks. You?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks. Now, how was qualifying this morning?
Wet, very slippery. But obviously now it's very dry, so different conditions this afternoon. Looking forward to it.
Now, obviously you don't have Matt alongside you today to have a bit of a sparring partner with, so who are you kind of looking at as your main rival, do you think, for the race?
Well, I believe the main rivals are Sam, who's in first, and Harry, and Anthony and Alan. So got 30-second success penalty to deal with as well, but we've managed to do it before, so hoping to do it again.
Now, how have you been watching the races going before, about like maybe looking at the lines they've been taking and trying to learn what they're using them for?
Yeah, we've been watching from the pit wall a bit, but we've also had a look at his data. With a lot of people in the team this weekend, so a lot to compare with, so that's good.
And how do you mentally prepare for a race like this? I mean, we can see that the track is mostly dry, but there are still some wet patches there, so it's going to be a bit changeable conditions still. Is that going to play a part in how you're preparing for it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you always have a plan, but as the race continues, it changes. We've got a pit strategy ready, so we're hoping that'll work in our favour.
Definitely, and obviously you're running the entire race yourself. It's going to be quite a difficult 90 minutes.
It's not too bad. Too bad.
Said professional. Right, if we just move along to you, how are you today?
Yeah, pretty good actually.
Excellent. Now, where are you starting on the grid?
I think we're P7 or 8.
And what's your predictions?
I'm hoping we can get top 5 again like yesterday, but we'll have to see.
And in terms of the circuit, is this one of your favourite circuits? It's something you not particularly enjoy?
Never done it before, but we had good results yesterday, and I am enjoying it, so we'll have to see what happens, and it is a good circuit actually.
And how have you found the conditions so far? Obviously, you know, it's changeable like we've just been speaking about. It's going to be not the easiest perhaps start, well, because we can see some of the grid slots have got some wet patches as well. Is that going to be a thought that you've got going to the race?
I think it should be dry by the time it gets to our race, but if there are wet patches, I don't think it will affect the cars too much, and I don't think the rain will have washed off any rubber, so we'll have to see what happens in the race.
Absolutely. Well, good luck later.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, we'll leave these gents alone and we'll head down to the pit wall. Not the pit wall, sorry, we're on the pit wall. We'll head down to the garages and see if we can grab anyone down there. Now, obviously, we've got Anthony Seddon's car here. He won the race yesterday, one of the front-running cars, and he had a bit of a battle as well. So he's obviously going to be trying to repeat that feat a little bit later on. Now, we can see some work going on a bit further behind. So what we're going to do is going to walk around, because I'm not sure the camera is going to keep with the signal through the garage, but we can go around, I do believe. And we'll have a look at the cars from the back, because what we can also look at is Mac Priestwood's car. Now, obviously, as we're speaking about with the changeable conditions, I'm assuming they're going to be changing from a more wet setup to a somewhat dry. As we can see, Mac's car is up as well. And if we just jump in here, we can just have a... Oh, they're checking tyre pressures. Don't want to... Can I interrupt a second? Hello, how are you doing?
Yeah, fine, thank you.
And
making changes. All the cars have been on wet setup, and obviously you've seen how quickly it dries. So all the cars are going dry. We're just working out pressures and stuff.
And in terms, obviously, for the viewers at home, the difference between a wet and a dry setup, what are the key points with that?
Well, in the wet, the cars are generally softer and more compliant, and that's basically what you do. So
Is that in terms of like the camber, the suspension?
No, it's on something like this where we're just basically messing around with rear damper settings, softening rear dampers and setting tyre pressures and running better tyres, running newer tyres. That's it.
As it probably won't show the camera that the notes that have been scribbled down there, because I'm guessing that's got all of your secrets that you don't want to give away to the competition.
Not really. They probably all know it anyway.
Don't be like that. They might not know.
Well, I think everyone does very similar things.
No, absolutely.
That's why the grids are so close.
Absolutely. It is a really tough competition grid this year, and each race, you don't really know what's going to happen either.
No, absolutely. Well, there's a lottery. I think anyone in the top 10 can win it. I think that's the reality of it.
There's one less with Matt not being here as well, so is that one thing that you kind of like, yes?
No, it doesn't really register because, like I say, if you look at the results, it's anyone in the top 10. Some of it is down to pit stops when they, it's down to luck sometimes. Single teams definitely have an advantage, which kind of needs addressing at some point. That's about it, really.
And obviously you're starting at the front of the grid on second place. Yeah, so obviously, are you going to think to try and get into the lead straight away, or are you going to hold back and see what happens?
That's up to Alan. He's driving, he's starting. That's his decision. You just go with the flow. There's 90 minutes to sort it out.
It's plenty of time, absolutely. And how are you finding the circuit, the conditions? Obviously, we've been speaking about...
Fantastic circuit. Great place.
Do you enjoy the wet conditions? Obviously, it is drying, but it's not completely dry yet.
Yeah, I'm as happy in the wet as the dry. The wet was great.
Absolutely. Well, good luck later on then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, we'll head off. Also, putting one of the wheels back on. Watch yourself, Benny. Don't want to trip over the jack. That probably wouldn't... actually, it probably would make very entertaining television, the camera going flying, but it probably wouldn't be very informative. So we'll move to the next garage and see if there's nobody really in there. But they are, again, everybody is setting the cars up now because with Anglesey, you never really know what the weather's going to do. Obviously, the 116s are out directly after lunch for their 90-minute race. It just means that now really is the last chance for them to make these setup changes. And as we can see, the clouds have departed in typical Anglesey fashion. It has happened quite quickly. So, yeah, so they're making the last setup changes just to make sure that what they get is the right setup for them. Now, if I can just have a quick look in here, I do want to see if I can chat with one of the drivers, but we're getting some feedback off the tannoy there. Yeah. Probably stay away from the tannoys. I can't go into that garage, but never mind. We'll move on. We've got the 78 here of James Paul and Paul Rains, and they look like they're just cleaning. I don't think they're doing any setup changes. They must have finished. So we'll just see if we can nip in here and see if we can chat with anybody. There is somebody getting into the car over there in the 232. Ooh. What are we looking at? What have we got? Are you fitting the stickers, are you?
Fitting the stickers. Head of Ginger's fitting the stickers.
One of the
Ginger Lives Matter on the back. It's very important after Rains's incident at Silverstone. We're very concerned for him.
And what happened at Silverstone?
He span and then got collected by 2 other cars. And this has come back from the dead.
Is that what happened with the windscreen there?
That was on testing on Friday. Yeah. Winning testing's always good.
So we had a big shunt at Silverstone. That's from testing.
Yeah, it's been rejigged, a new rear quarter, 2 new doors, new suspension. It's been out for two races now, so it's his first time back. So hoping it's all going to be good.
Has he managed to do a session without crashing it yet?
It's normally me that hits things, but he does it in spectacular style. But I know you like this car, don't you? So it's nice to see it back.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a stunning looking car and a stunning prepared car as well. Like, I think at the very first race of the season up at Brands, I was speaking about the really nice livery on this car and the good, obviously, difference between the colours. Was that an intentional choice with the branding, or was it kind of like, oh, that's a nice coincidence?
No, it's just our brand. We had the satin black in mind, then it was hood pin. We thought it's a bit dull, so we put the Illuminous on it. So I'm now global head of Luminous stuff, hence my gloves. And it is a shed, and yeah, Queensbury had to modify their logo because that's normally a solid yellow. So yeah, it's good. Stands out.
It definitely stands out. And where on the grid are you starting?
Second from last, because we didn't have any wet tyres with us, and it was wet qualifying, and we're slow anyway. So yeah, was
You blame the car, not yourself.
Yeah, it was all the car. We didn't have the right tyres after the accident, and we didn't have any wet, so yeah, we'll be all right.
Absolutely. Now, obviously, with the track drying, then, so I'm guessing you're pretty pleased that it's come out this way.
Yeah, speed and power all the way.
Absolutely. Well, look forward to seeing you fly through the field.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll move on from these guys. Again, everybody is getting these cars set up because there is so much that needs changing, and if you think about the amount of cars that's on the grid, they're really all going to be quite busy, barring the people that are just applying stickers, because that's all they've got to do, apparently. So we'll carry on moving on. And let's see if there's anybody in here. I spot a couple of drivers in there, but I don't know if I can go how far into the garage. I'll try and see if I can grab anybody. Can I just jump in here, gents? Can I have a word? Hello, how are you?
Not too bad, how are you?
Not too bad, thank you. Do you want to just turn around for me? There we go, excellent. Right, so, driving the 82, where on the grid are you starting?
Oh, very, very far back, 28th, I believe, yeah.
And who's starting the race?
That man there.
That man there.
Yeah.
Does he have a name?
Yes, Jamie Rolfe.
Jamie, and what's your name, sorry?
Stefan.
Stefan, okay. So you're starting the second stint.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
And in terms of obviously the race, where are you kind of aiming for, do you think?
More than 28th, less than 29th. Anything is... Just bring the car back. It was my first time at the track. First season doing the racing as well. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll take what we get. It's more for the fun of it.
And how are you finding the championship?
It's great fun. It's a good bunch. I mean, everyone's supportive. Everyone looks after each other, and it's just chilled out, really. It's nice that we get a garage. Yeah.
Absolutely. And in terms of the track, obviously you said it's your first time here. How are you finding it?
Qualifying was sketchy. I mean, it was sopping wet. Lots of slippy patches, lots of ABS kicking in. Hence the result, I guess. But I mean, the good thing is with the amount of wind that we've got here, it just dries out instantly. So hopefully, unless it rains again, we should be all right to stick with the dry setup. Fingers crossed.
Absolutely, fingers crossed. Now, the commentator was saying something yesterday, not specific to the 116, just in general. Coming down the corkscrew, you get a fantastic view out over the sea, look at the mountains. Do you ever look at it while you're on track and go, oh crap, I should probably actually focus on what I'm doing?
Well, they warned us about that in the first briefing in the morning, and it's like, the first time you're going around it, the view is like, it does, because you've got beautiful mountains in the background, but I think once you get over the first one, you just concentrate on the driving line and you're fine. But yeah, no, it does take you back a little bit.
Did the rain this morning help because you couldn't actually see it?
Yeah. If it was a nicer view, a nicer day, it might have been even more distracting. But yeah, it was still nice to see.
Definitely. And talk us through the car. Obviously, I see the novice sticker on the back. So is that for yourself or for your co-driver?
It's for all of us actually. So Jamie's quite an experienced driver. He's done a lot of stuff in Australia a few years ago, but novice to the UK. Tom as well. We're 3 drivers in the car. He's also, this is his first season as well. So all novices. The car's a little bit beaten up already, but yeah, it's going well. It's a great place to start, I think. The cars aren't particularly fast. They're not rocket ships, but they do carry the speed well, and it does teach you, decent etiquette and obviously rear-wheel drive as well. So it's good. It's a good balance. It's a good place to start.
Definitely, and obviously the grids are quite massive, especially when you're stuck in the pack. How do you find that traffic management?
It's you got to have mirrors. First time I went out, my mirror got knocked off like straight away. So it was like kind of scary, but you kind of. Everyone, even the front runners, are pretty well behaved, and they do. They're not constantly trying to battle and push people out of the way, which is nice. They're decent. So yeah, it works.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the race, and look forward to seeing how you get on.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Cheers, guys.
Thank you very much. Right, we'll move on and just see if we can. Actually, what I might do now. For those of you that have watched a few of these, what I do quite like to do is use some useless and random facts that I find quite interesting. And so, facts about Anglesey. Here we go. It first opened, sort of, in 1997. Now, the reason I say sort of is because The facility used to be a British Army and RAF facility. Now, the British Army used it for artillery training, and the RAF used it for radar. It was decommissioned in 1992. Now, in the latter end of 1992, the Wirral 100 Motor Club kind of identified this layout and was like, "Ooh, can we use that for racing?" So initially what they used it for was motorcycle racing and rallycross. That then sort of started developing more regular set-up meetings until 1997, when the track was actually properly gained an MSA license. That then run through until 2006, when they completely revamped the site. Now, they built these pit buildings, they built the magnificent tower that you always see in some of the setting shots by our camera operators out on the circuit, and it officially opened for racing again in 2007. Now, obviously, because it is a former RAF base, you think some of it's flat, and it is, but you obviously have quite a lot of elevation. But the interesting thing about it is we can't see it from here, but way, way over there on the hill, over there, are some of the original Army barracks buildings. And they are a bit sort of dilapidated, they're falling down a little bit, but they are still there. So when we're setting up the cameras in the morning, before we actually go live, we actually drive past all these training area. So it's quite interesting, to be fair. Now, the current setup of this track has 4 different layouts. So we've got the international circuit, which is 3.3 kilometres. We have the coastal circuit, which is what we're using today and this weekend in general, which is 2.4 kilometres. We have the national circuit, which is 1.9 kilometres, and the club circuit, which is 1.2 kilometres. So there's a fair different variety of different tracks and layouts that they can use. And the coastal circuit is fantastic because it's a fast, it's a technical track, and the drivers all really enjoy it. The difference between the coastal track and the international track is there's a big, massive straight, hairpin, and another big, massive straight where the corkscrew is. So instead of coming down the corkscrew, you kind of go up and then down, and that's kind of it. It's very, very, very basic way. It's called the Tom Price Straight, just to be a bit more informative there. And we're going to just jump in here, so I'm done with my useless fact now. Don't worry, you don't have to listen to any more of those. Chaps, if we can just jump in here a second. How are you?
Good.
How are you preparing for the race? You're nervous? You're looking forward to it?
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it. Doing it with one eye up in the sky at the moment, probably like everyone else is. But I think we've had the rain now, so it's just a case of all the cars are going back to dry, which should hopefully make it a bit more straightforward now. Because it's all of this morning was it going to rain? Was it not going to rain? And things like that just causes chaos with just trying to get things organised.
Absolutely, and obviously we spoke earlier about, we spoke to some other drivers I should say, about the difference between a wet and a dry setup. Now, if it does start raining, how does a dry setup feel in the wet?
Horrible, basically. Yeah, you'll struggle with turning, you'll struggle with traction on the exit corners and everything. With these, there's not a great deal we can do with them, only the dampers are adjustable. So if in our race, for example, it goes from dry to wet, that's pretty much the only thing that we can do. So from that side of things, it actually keeps it quite simple, and it's the same for everyone.
Absolutely. And where on the grid are you starting?
6th.
6th. So you're going to go for podium?
We'll give it a go. We'll give it a go. I think we were stronger in the dry than we were the wet, so that plays into our hands a little bit better. But it's a busy grid, and over the years, the front of it's gotten more and more competitive. So, you know, gone are the days of being able to turn up with a car that's average and you can drag a podium out of it. So from that side of things, it's going to be a lot tougher.
Definitely. And how long have you been racing in this championship?
I think I started in 2021. Yeah. So I've done sort of odd rounds. I've never done a full season in this yet. But that's the beauty of this series, is it's not a championship, so there's no points up for grabs. It's just, you can just come in, do what you want, go back out again.
Absolutely, and talk us through the car as well. Obviously, it's a very nicely prepared race car. Is it yours, firstly?
No, it's not. No, this is Andrew's. So I've got the privilege of driving it as well with him today. To be honest, there's not a huge amount to them. Obviously, you can see they're all stripped out, as much weight of it out as possible. We run the same tyre in the dry and the wet, so that from that side of things, it keeps the cost sensible. And especially for the new guys coming in, you don't want to start having big disparity between the tyres, because that makes it a lot harder, especially in damp conditions. That can make it a lot tougher. But they're great cars, and the tyres suit the car, because they're not the most powerful, but Especially here with the second gear corners, you've got the rear of the car will give you a bit of stick if you're a bit too trigger happy with it. So it does require a little bit of tentative driving.
So it requires sensitive driving. This is a fairly technical track anyway. How does the car and combination of the track work with it?
I think the cars are great round here actually. So we're flat all the way through the straight. That's nice and simple. The corkscrew for me is probably the defining point of this circuit. It's definitely one of those corners, especially earlier in the wet. You know, there's not many circuits on our calendar that have a corner that make you sit up and listen, and that's definitely one of them, especially in the wet earlier. There was no clear line into it, and as soon as you passed over the rubber on the racing line, it was anyone's guess what the car wanted to do. And it literally changed from lap to lap. Sometimes you could get it hooked up and the car would be planted, other times you go sailing past. So I think that will probably be one of the best action spots to watch from. So we were here yesterday watching the sprints up on the hill, and from there you can see everything. Apart from turn one, you can see everything. So for anyone that's here today, that's the spot to be.
Absolutely. And we spoke to a few drivers this morning about the difference between going on the racing line and obviously going off the racing line, obviously the additional grip, or the rubber dim racing line kind of get prior to that slip. Now, what we spoke about with the Clios is that it actually didn't make a massive amount of difference compared to what people think. Was that the same with this, or did you find there was a real big difference?
Well, the difference here is we're rear-wheel drive compared to them, so if their back end goes, they can just put a bit more throttle in and it'll come back to them. With these, when they go, they don't snap on you. It's not like with a slick tyre. It is quite a progressive slide, but a slide still, nonetheless, it's not great when you're trying to put a lap in. So with this, it pretty much took you back to karting. You know, you go round the outside, that's where all the grip was, which was why the corkscrew was so difficult, because where it pinches you, you couldn't go around the outside. You had to take the racing line, and that's where it was so icy. But for the rest of the circuit, it wasn't too bad. There was actually quite a surprising amount of grip, and the circuit, they've done a good job. They cleared all of the marbles off around the outside, so at least we were the first session out today, so we weren't out there clearing all of that up for them. That was already done for us.
No, absolutely. Well, it looks like people are sort of getting ready to go, so I'll probably let you go, but good luck for the race.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for chatting with us. Right, well, we'll move on and everything. So, yes, so looks like the 116s are just about heading to the assembly area now, because their race is starting in about 15 minutes. And yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to go and have a chat with them. We've already had a chat with them, but we're going to go and chat with them again, because why not? So what we're going to do, quick ad break, and we'll see you in just a second. Hello and welcome back. We're down in the assembly area now, and one thing, just before we go and speak to some of the drivers, that I want to do is, do you remember when we spoke about, I think it was the Minis earlier on, when the rain just absolutely held it down, and there was a massive puddle here? Look what's left. Like, that was only an hour ago or something. With the wind and the sun, it has basically just disappeared. And so these cars are going to have a little bit more of a dry track to negotiate with. Now, I've spoken to some of the drivers. We've spoken about the racing. We've spoken about how the cars handle. Let's speak about the cars themselves. So these BMW 116s, obviously the 1 Series, rear-wheel drive, and at the time that they were made, I believe, I don't want to be fact-checked in case I'm wrong, but I believe they were actually the cheapest rear-wheel drive cars you could get. So we've got the 187 coming in now. Now, we've got the 55 just coming in after the 444, which I want to have a bit of a talk about, because the driver that's currently in it, and I can see him, is Lewis Charlton there. Lewis had a phenomenal race yesterday. He went up 19 positions in the 120, and we have his co-driver here, Jakob. Now, firstly, I noticed that you weren't in the 116 yesterday.
No, so Mark Bate has kindly let us use a 120 for development. So Lewis has taken on the task of fitting all the development parts, which he spent all week doing while I was away. So yeah, we just let him loose in it yesterday. He's done a good job starting from the back of the grid with issues. Injector issues and stuff, managed to sort it out. Yeah, from the back of the grid to finish 7th in both races, he's done incredible. So
absolutely, we were talking about it up in commentary about the fact that he'd gone up 19 positions, which was astonishing. Every time I looked out the window, he was overtaking someone. Yeah. So, have you had a chance to jump in the car yet, or have a chance to speak with him about how he's found, obviously because he's not been driving the 116 too much, have you managed to learn too much about the car and the track and how it's evolving so far this weekend?
As a general, we've done testing here back in February on the track, so I'm familiar with the track, done qualifying in R116, and that went as good as it could. Never done any wet conditions. We've done slightly damp, but nothing too serious, so that was all new to me. I've done the best I can. Lewis went out, did the best he can as well. Yeah, in regards to the 116, it's doing well. The 120 is a different kettle of fish. It's a lot more involved, a lot more problematic, but we'll see what the future holds, with them.
Could we be seeing you in the 120 at the next race?
Oh, I guess we'll have to wait and see. I can't give you any answers, but well, let's just say wait till next season,
Yeah, looking forward to seeing it. So I got Lewis here as well. Lewis, if we could just have a quick chat. So we're just talking about... Yeah, you too. How are you?
All good, yeah, really good. Living the dream. We're at sunny Anglesey, the Welsh Monte Carlo, as I like to call it.
I have been seeing on your socials, and we kept on saying, oh, we've got Welsh Monte Carlo this weekend.
Man, it's paradise. You've got this racetrack here, you've got Ross Niger down the road, where I go on a lot of holidays too. You can't get better, can you? You're literally stone throw away from the sea and racing a car. Crazy. Really.
Absolutely. Now, obviously, we're just talking about the 120 that you had yesterday. 19 positions. That's yeah, you're smiling about that.
Oh yeah, big smile. Yeah, what a car! It's totally blown me away. Yeah, it's the concept of it. It caught my eye, last year when they started developing the car. It's not come easy to them. There's been a lot of work being put into them behind the scenes, especially from Anthony Seddon Racing. The development on the sump pickup to sort the issues out, and fair dues, well, it proved yesterday. 5 started, 5 finished, all strong. We put on a good show, and the speed, well, you saw, it's like, especially down the back straights, you're hooking 5th, and it's basically just a 116 on steroids, and a bit more aesthetically pleasing. So I think we might have to get one built ourselves now, because luckily I was lucky enough to drive the silver one, which Mark owns. Done a lot of work to it to get it ready. That was literally sat in a barn for 18 months as of last Thursday. I went to Lincoln to go get it. It's been a labour of love. Got the scars to prove it, but to go out there and finish 2 15-minute races, problem-free, revving off the gauge, oh boy, put a smile on my face.
Absolutely, I don't blame you. And obviously, now that you're back in the 116, is it going to feel a bit like a slouch?
To be fair, yeah, it was obviously wet in qualifying this morning, but like I say, you hooked 5th in the coupe, so who knows, this might be a bit interesting. You know, kind of in 4th down past Church there in these cars. But the way they handle, they're both very similar. You know, they're the same floor pan car, but yeah, it's interesting. It's going to be fun. It's going to be this race. I've been a bit sceptical about the grid size, but I think we're all going to have fun if we all behave.
Yeah, if.
Yeah. So, but the sun's shining, it's drying up. This track is obviously a bit coarse, so it dries up quick. It's a bit hard on tyres. Like yesterday, we ran the AR1s on the coupe. Again, the next level up tyre from these NS2Rs, and I chewed up through a front set, getting a bit squiffy in the last race, getting the back end out. But that's what it's all about, you know. It's just having fun, living the dream, racing cars. Yeah, loving it.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the race, and hopefully you can make up some positions as well.
I just want to say, yeah, I think watch out, 120 Coupe Cup. Yeah. Interesting, and a pleasure to be a part of it. Yeah. For me to get them involved with it, it's a dream, you know, to put all that hard work in with them and help every single person out. Yeah.
No, definitely. Stuff. Definitely. Well, congratulations on yesterday, and let's see what you can do in the race.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, Kieran.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Good luck. Yeah. You too. Right. See you later. Good luck. Right, we'll have some chat with some other drivers as well. Obviously got the number 40 here, number 252. But we'll just jump in with number 50 here. The reason I want to jump with number 50 is this car is carrying one of our onboard cameras. Now, I don't know if you've been seeing it in some of the streams, but we have 3 onboards in this race. We've been trying out some different shots, and sometimes you get the curse of the camera car has a bit of an incident, but hopefully we don't get that. So we'll jump in with Liam here. Liam, how are you?
A little bit nervous, if I'm being honest. First time at the track, but it's beautiful. So I need to remember I'm a driver, not here for the sights.
How have you been finding the track so far then, if it's your first time here?
It's lots of, you have to concentrate all the way around and no time for a rest, it's fair to say. Quite technical, so that's probably been why I've been struggling a bit. I'm pleased it's dry.
Definitely. Obviously it was torrential this morning. How did you get on in qualifying?
Pretty average. I couldn't get enough grip, so we'll just see how we do, and if I can make up a few places, great, but essentially here for a laugh, so enjoy it and be safe.
Definitely. And obviously you had some dry weather running yesterday, so you've already got some practice and some idea of what you're doing. Are you happy with the car setup? Did you stick with the car setup from yesterday, or did you change something for the dry conditions today?
No, stuck with the setup, because it's fair to say it's the driver that's the factor here, not the car.
You don't say that. You say, oh, my car's not running very well if you don't get good results.
No, the car's fine. This is all about a pretty average driver.
All right, no problem then. Well, good luck for the race, and we'll see you on the other side.
Cheers, fella. Thanks.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Right, we'll get away because I believe the cars are getting ready to leave the grid, and I've had the call to round up. So we're going to go to a quick ad break. Yes, they're all rounding up. Go to a quick ad break. Don't miss it. 116 is coming up next. Yeah, and you can see there the marshals on the grid, the safety car on the grid, ready and waiting to receive the 32 cars and drivers for this 90-minute 116 trophy race, sponsored by Gas Shocks. This endurance race with pit stops in the middle between 15 and 75 minutes. 2 stops for each team. Let's have a look at how the grid is going to line up. Then we'll tell you about the start drivers as well as they go. So Team 21 on pole position, Sam Carrington-Yates on his return to 116 Trophy is going to start that car. Besides him is number 5, which will be started by Alan Caulfield. On the second row of the grid, it's 173, Matt Priestwood, and Nigel Greensword will start the treble 8 car. Third row of the grid, 151, that's going to be Peter King driving solo, and in number 12 it's Tom Sibley who's starting. On to row 4 of the grid. That's where we find Ethan Hall on his own in 25. Louis Woodward starts in car 87. Row 5 is the Tibbet. It's Theo that starts, number 73. And besides him, number 444, Richard Phillips. George Healer is in number 187 on row 6 of the grid, besides number 34, which is started by Lewis Tyndall. On row 7, it's going to be number 86. Pete Brand will start that car.
Freddie Tatham is in 89. Row 8 is the Petters. Daniel Petter starts 186. Number 80 is started by Theo Millward. On the 9th row of the grid, it's number 10. That's Lewis White and Turner starting that car, and Ayrton Redford in number 47. On row 10, it's the 121 car started by AJ Duffel. Simon Fox starts car 220. Row 11 is 48 Daniel Scott alongside number 22 Ryan Kefferty. On row 12 of the grid is number 50, who we were just hearing from, Liam Bresitz, besides Jonathan Baker in 232. On row 13, it's 252 James Dunn and 40 Giles Carter. Row 14 of the grid is Lewis Charlton in number 55, who we were hearing from. 82 James Rolfe next to him. Then on the 15th row of the grid, it's number 8, started by Ray Grimes, and then it's Ben Moore in car 305. On the 16th and final row of the grid, you find number 78 James Poole and 71 started by Christopher Godden. So the vast majority of the cars have 2 drivers, and there's just one with 3, and a good number of solo drivers as well. And there they are, all lined up in 2 ranks, because it's a rolling start for the 116 trophy. As I've mentioned, there is a pit stop, or 2 pit stops actually, that take place in between 15 and 75 minutes into the race, where the drivers have to be stationary for at least 60 seconds. There are a couple of drivers that will be a bit stationary for a bit longer than that, and that's because of success that they've had in previous races. The number 30 car of Mac Priestwood, number 173, who starts 3rd on the grid because he was successful last time out at Alton Park, and besides him, the number 151 car of Peter Keane, he has a 10-second longer stop to serve, and he starts 5th on the grid. Matthew Highcock, who was the other driver on the podium at Alton Park, not taking part today. We did see him out yesterday in the sprint races for the 116s. Cars off then on their green flag lap. It is just the one green flag lap that they will have now, because the conditions have improved from when they qualified this morning, when it was quite wet, and the track has dried out remarkably quickly here at Anglesey. It was really wet, wasn't it, during the Type R Trophy race in the middle of the morning, but it's really changed enormously since then. It looks like the perfect summer's day, really, doesn't it, over Anglesey now. 32 cars, evenly matched, these 116 trophy cars. Best lap time in qualifying was a 1:33.874 for Sam Carrington-Yates. Bear in mind, though, conditions have changed quite a bit since then, but the whole field's covered by only about 7.5 seconds in this field. In terms of the results that we've had already this season, of course, there's not a championship, just a series of races. Matt Highcock won at Brands Hatch. Mac Priestwood won the races at Silverstone and Alton Park. Other podium finishers have been Peter Keane, Anthony Seddon, and Antonio Souza, who's not here this weekend. And so there's a good chance that we could get a different winner. Sam Carrington-Yates making his return to the category this weekend. Lots of 116 trophy wins under his belt a few years ago. He's sharing the driving with Harry Ormerod today, so we will see what he can do here. Andy McEwen it is that's alongside me still here in the commentary box. Andy, I know you've enjoyed the 116 trophy races that you've seen over the years. I'm sure this one's going to be no exception.
Yeah, absolutely. What I really enjoy the most about it is the strategic freedom, relatively, that you have. You can make those 2 pit stops whenever you want. And there was a bit of discussion over the lunch break with some of the drivers and Kieran Mogg about whether or not the solo drivers have an advantage. The one advantage maybe they do have is they are completely free to pit whenever they like. If there's a safety car, if they're stuck in traffic, if they just want to get those pit stops out of the way, they are free to do so.
But not behind the safety car. They can't stop behind the safety car. But they can stop at any point in green flag running, providing it's between 15 and 75 minutes into the race. But they can do 2 stops back-to-back, successive laps, if they so wish. And of course, the other advantage they have is they have the consistency of seeing the conditions all the way through the race. They've got that eye in, effectively. That's always going to be a factor when you have 1 or 2 drivers. So the 2 front cars then, Sam Carrington-Yates and Alan Caulfield alongside one another. These 2 very neat lines of cars snaking their way down through the corkscrew. The red lights are on the lighting gantry. Those should go out momentarily, though, for 90 minutes of racing around this 1.55 mile Anglesey Coastal Circuit. They're taking it nice and steadily, aren't they? On the way up to the line, trying to keep this in as neat an order as possible. But the red lights now go out and the cars accelerate up towards target for the first time, and it's Sam Carrington-Yates that moves into the lead of the race. Matt Priestwood trying to get up on the inside of Alan Caulfield there for second. Alan in the number 5 car, the grey car with the orange trim. Priestwood in the slightly brighter pink car. He's now on the outside line going into turn number 2. It looks like he might lose out to Nigel Greensall, in actual fact, in the car that he shares with David Hudson, the number 888 car. Nigel, very experienced racer in all kinds of different cars, of course, and he is indeed up there into 3rd position, ahead of Matt Priestwood. Peter Keane is 4th, and it looks like in 5th place at the moment it's the car started by number 12, which is Tom Sibley.
One or two of them bouncing down the grass on the exit of Church Corner, but they've all got it pointing vaguely back in the right direction as the leaders descend, or indeed climb towards Rocket, where Nigel Greensall is on the attack again, slipping up the inside of Anthony Seddon, Alan Caulfield, that is, in the Anthony Seddon car, into 2nd position. He brings Matt Priestwood with him, does he? Priestwood looking round the outside of Alan Caulfield through the second part of Rocket. There's a car off at the top of the hill, that's the number 40, which was started by Giles Carter, the car he shares with Andrew Partridge, but still it is side by side for 3rd position. Matt Priestwood is doing his very best here to find a way through, and does find a way through past Anthony Seddon. So the order will be at the end of lap 1, Carrington-Yates the leader, Greensall 2nd, and Matt Priestwood back to 3rd.
Yep, so over the line they are about to come then. It's a decent lead of about 6 car lengths for Carrington-Yates over Greensall. Then it's the 173 car of Priestwood. Caulfield's having slipped back to 4th place. 5th, Peter Keane, and 6th, Tom Sibley, as they make their way onto the 2nd lap of this race. Of course, the circuit is dry. The grass is probably still going to be a bit wet and slippery in places, although it does now have the sun beating down on it. So hopefully the off-track conditions will improve as well as the race goes on, should anyone go off during the course of this race. So there's Greensall in 2nd place. Priestwood not letting him get away. Of course, Priestwood does have that extra long pit stop to serve. Now, he overcame that extra long pit stop at Alton Park last time out. Can he do it again here? If he's going to do that, he needs to find his way to the front of the field. Well, he's got past Nigel Greensall now. Can Greensall fight back, though, on the way into Rocket? No, it looks like he's going to just tuck him behind Matt Priestwood now. So Priestwood in the 173 car moves up into 2nd.
Yeah, so Matt Priestwood didn't really get the rub of the green on the first half of that opening lap, but ever since then has been clawing his way back forward. I think there's been a drama, by the way, for the number 73 car of Theo Tibbets on that opening lap. Started 9th, crossed the line all the way down in 28th place. I wonder whether he was tangled up with the number 40 up at the top of the hill, although they started at opposite ends of the grid. Anyway, the leaders at the front end of the grid are working their way through the cascading downhill run through the corkscrew, and Matt Priestwood up into 2nd position now, sets his sights on Sam Carrington-Yates, a very experienced BMW racer, as Ian was saying. A big moment over the curbs there for Peter Keane in the 151 car, but that lead gap, 1.3 seconds, came down slightly on that first flying lap of the race. The fastest lap goes to Priestwood, and that was about 3.5 tenths quicker than the leader. Yeah, and it looks like he is taking a bit of time out of him, so we'll see if he can narrow that gap on the course of this 3rd lap of the race. There's one car for the pit lane, and that is the car that you mentioned, the Theo Tibbets car, number 73. So that's making an early stop, and this is not going to count for its mandatory stop because it's outside of the pit window. That opens 15 minutes into the race. Now there's a fight going on here for 6th position. This is Tom Sibley in the number 12 car on right hand side of the shot. Alongside him is number 87, which is Louis Woodward. Ethan Hall just tucked in behind both of them as well, and it's Woodward. Is he going to pick up 6th position? Right across the front of the number 12 car he goes up at Rocket Corner, but he has squeezed through into 6th place. Louis Woodward, who won one of the Armed Forces Race Challenge events yesterday, very nearly won the 2nd until he spun out of the lead into the pit wall, throwing away a 6-second lead to lose the race by half a second. I wasn't going to mention that. Were you not? Ian. No. But
it's very unkind of me.
Yes. I'm sure he will be happy that we brought that up again. Not his finest moment, but hey, he may be able to make up for that today. He looks pretty rapid, doesn't he, in the early stages. So across the line come the race leaders. Again, the lead gap comes down, this time by 0.4 tenths of a second. So Priestwood remains the fastest man on the track right now, chasing after Sam Carrington-Yates. 9/10 tenths the gap between them. Then it is in third position Nigel Greensall, fourth for Alan Caulfield, fifth Peter Keane, up into sixth position as we saw Louis Woodward, ahead of Sibley, Hall, and then the number 80 machine towards the back of the top 10. Now that was started by Theo Millward and started 16th on the grid.
We've got yellow flags at target, so has someone gone off on the exit or maybe up towards the banking? We'll try and pick that up in a moment. But yeah, that was a good start for Theo Millward, up 7 places from his 8th row starting position up into P9. Keep an eye on where he is now. At the moment, though, we're looking at the car of Alan Caulfield, number 5, who has behind him the number 151 car of Peter Keane, one of the solo drivers. Priestwood, Keane, Ethan Hall, the top 3 solo drivers as things stand at this point in the race. But you can see that that Caulfield has dropped quite a long way back from the top 3 now. There's Greensall in 3rd place, just going through shot. He in turn has lost quite a bit of time now to Matt Priestwood, who did the best lap of the race on the previous lap and is certainly closing on race leader Sam Carrington-Yates.
Yeah, nose to tail, those two run now down through the corkscrew. Look at that big pack of cars further back, led by Alan Caulfield, that stretches all the way down basically to the tail end of the top 10. But the leaders closer than ever. 25-1 again for Matt Priestwood, so he's very consistent. Both of the last 2 laps have been in the 25-1s. He slides his way out of target where there is now not a yellow flag, so whoever had the drama has continued. As they run through the banking towards Church Corner. Are we about to see a challenge for the lead then, I wonder? Mac Priestwood on the tail of Sam Carrington-Yates. I'd say close enough to get a whiff of a slipstream up the hill and maybe to have a go on the brakes into Rocket Corner. Is he going to be close enough, though, through the first of the 2 kinks to the right on the school straight? The second is slightly the sharper of the 2, and that sets you up then onto the brakes into Rocket, but no, not quite close enough this time.
The car that had a problem, I think, on the previous lap was the 220 car of Simon Fox. That car lost 10 places on the last lap, so may well have been the cause of the yellow flag. Now that's is that Louis Woodward careering across the grass at Rocket. That's Alan Caulfield, number 5, who has come to a stop there on the grass, and the body language is that car going to get back into the race, or has something broken? Was there some contact there on the way, I wonder?
Yeah, Woodward outbraked himself. I think he was battling with the group of cars behind. I think he'd just overtaken Peter Keane and then couldn't get the car stopped, and unfortunately has tagged Alan Caulfield as he shot across the grass. So we saw Woodward rejoining. Caulfield, I believe, has got his way back onto the circuit, but undoubtedly a lot further down the order than he should be in, perhaps with damage.
Leaders then have 0.4 of a second between them. Still best lap of the race to Matt Priestwood in 2nd place. That time through, it was another couple of tenths that Priestwood took out of Sam Carrington-Yates' lead. Priestwood has come onto the scene, really, since Sam Carrington-Yates ceased to be a regular in the 116 trophy. So they may not have raced against each other that much before. 19 years of age is Matt, powder coater from Halifax, a 3-time Polaris British SXS racing champion, and only in his 2nd season of car racing, but he's acquitted himself very well in the Anthony Seddon Racing prepared car, and he's tucked in behind Sam Carrington-Yates here. Easy going to try and make a move for the lead. As we say, he does have this 30-second success penalty to serve at the pit stop, so he really could do with trying to find a way through and just building a bit of a lead here if he's to make it a hat-trick of victories in the 116 trophy.
Alan Caulfield has not come through, by the way, so I fear that he is stationary up at the top of the hill, but has dragged the car to a place of safety, so at least there's no yellow flags, but sadly that doesn't help him. His race is done. The leaders screech their way downhill through the corkscrew, and these top 2 still running together. Then there in the inset is Alan Caulfield's car, so yeah, he's pulled it behind the marshal's post. He is out of the car. That's a real shame, though. That could have been a contending car come the end of the race, but sadly will play no further part in this one. So through go the leaders then, up into 4th place through all of that now is a number 12 car. So the number 12 started by Tom Sibley, up into 4th ahead of Peter Keane. Louis Woodward actually back where he was, basically 6th position. So he lost 1 place with that drama a lap ago, and now he's back up the inside again, once more taking a slightly agricultural line into the banking. Is that going to net him 5th position, though?
Yeah, Peter Keane is the driver. He's trying to relieve of that position. Down towards Church Corner they come. They've got Ethan Hall just behind, and then Theo Millward as well in sort of silver and red car, but Woodward is going to go through on the inside of Keane at Church Corner. Ethan Hall taking to the rallycross line, really, and is he going to collect anyone as he comes back across the circuit? No, he's not, but he's almost going to sort of rejoin the rejoin the start and finish straight there. He's more than halfway back. He's now going to sort of turn around and rejoin Ethan Hall, who was in 7th place. He's going to be most of the way to the back of the field, I think, by the time he's able to find a gap in the traffic and rejoin.
Had that been yesterday afternoon, he'd have got away with that because the grass was relatively dry. But although the track has dried out from this morning's torrential rain, the grass still very slippery when wet, and unfortunately that's what caught him out there. So another one bites the dust. He's continued, but of course well out of contention now, realistically, even in a relatively long race such as this one. And again, these are longer races, but a real sprint racing feel, certainly to this opening stint anyway, with a few drivers making a couple of mistakes. Through comes Woodward then up another place now, then, as we've said, into 4th position. So Woodward's car seems undamaged, so I wonder whether there was contact with Caulfield or whether it was just a coincidence that Caulfield had his own drama at that time. It certainly looked from a distance like they came together, but perhaps not.
Yeah, Woodward certainly has been a race winner in 116 Trophy in the past, so he's certainly got the pace, and he's moving steadily forwards in this race. His next target then is the Sibley car. You just spotted something there?
There is damage. The right rear corner of Woodward's car is pretty badly stoved in, so I think he did collide with Caulfield. How he's got away with that, the speed he went off at, I do not know.
Right, here's a battle a bit further back, and it's involving the 34 car of Toby O'Reilly, I think, heading up the hill there. And there you can see the extent of that damage on the number 87 car. Very sort of clear wheel mark, isn't there? Indentation on the Louis Woodward car, and that rear door is very badly damaged as well of this BMW 116.
But crucially, just in front of the right rear wheel, so a matter of inches away from race being over there, I think, for Louis. He can count himself very lucky.
Absolutely right. So fortunate still to be in this race. Matt Priestwood has got the gap to the leader down to less than a third of a second now, just under 3/10 it is. Here comes Louis Woodward, though, attacking Tom Sibley as they come into target for the 9th time now in for 4th place, that would be. You've also got Theo Millward very close to the back of Peter Keane as well. There's Nigel Greensall on his own in 3rd place. Just you can see the 2 leaders in the distance there turning through Church Corner. There's only about a car length between them. Matt Priestwood carrying good speed off Church Corner as well. So can he attack Sam Carrington-Yates for the lead here? They are going to be climbing up the hill towards Rocket. Is Priestwood going to try a move here? Doesn't look like it. Nope, just tucking back in behind Sam Carrington-Yates. They turn their way through the left-hander at Rocket, and for the moment at least, Matt Priestwood seemingly content to sit there in 2nd place, but I'm sure he will want to try and find a way through before much longer.
There is the damaged car of Louis Woodward. Great camera work there to show us the extent of the bodywork damage, but it really doesn't look like it's done anything to the rear suspension, which is remarkable given the size of the hit. So anyway, he will continue. I'm sure that incident may be looked at by the stewards, but for now, continuing on his way. And as they make their way up to the top of the hill, there is another drama now, the number 50 car. That's Liam Bressett's going round, and Liam pointing in the wrong direction. Thankfully hasn't stalled the car, finds a gap in the traffic, and rejoins, I think just ahead actually, of one of the cars that had a spin earlier on in the race as well. There he goes, as across the line comes what is an ever-increasingly frenetic group of cars. This is the fight for 4th position, so it's the Tom Sibley number 12 car ahead of Louis Woodward number 87, then Peter Keane number 151, and then the number 80 car of Theo Millward, which, as we said, started 16th, up into 7th already, and now on the back of that trio.
Indeed. Also involved in this swap not so long ago was Ethan Hall, and that spin exiting Church Corner cost him 20 places. He's 27th now, the 19-year-old college student from Utica. As we are watching the battle, we were watching that battle for now the lead, in fact, because we've got Sam Carrington-Yates with Matt Priestwood right behind him again, as they're heading towards Peel once more. This is lap 10 of the race. The pit window will open not at the end of this lap for these drivers, but the next time around, because we're very nearly 15 minutes into this race. And these two were 0.6 of a second apart at the start of the lap. It's probably a little bit closer than that now as they drop down through the corkscrew, which did have puddles on it not all that long ago, but it's now perfectly dry, and they are going to come through to complete another lap. There's Nigel Greensall in 3rd place. Quite a long gap then to the battle that's going on for 4th place. There we are. 21 and 173. Carrington, Yates and Priestwood turning their way through. They're going to start to get into some back markers before too much longer as well. You can see a slower car just a little bit further up the road ahead of them. Over the line has come that battle for 4th place, and it's Sibley, it's Woodward and it's Keane, separated only by a very little bit. That looks like Alan Caulfield out of his car up at the top of the hill, though, just surveying the scene.
Well, at least he's got a good view of the action, and plenty of action we've had up at Rocket so far today, so I think he's in for an entertaining next hour and a quarter, albeit not quite as entertaining as it would have been if he was still in the race. Louis Woodward there just having a little nibble at the back of Tom Sibley's car heading through the banking, but not ultimately able to find a way by. Then you've got that number 80 car, which has made all of this ground up of Theo Millward. We are now just over 15 minutes into the race, which means the pit window is open, and drivers are now free to pit whenever they want to. I wonder who's going to blink first. A couple of teams scrambling into action down in the pit lane, perhaps anticipating early pit stops. If you're in traffic, then there is a possibility that pitting now is a good idea. But of course, there's no guarantee, is there, Ian, that you will then rejoin into clean air, because already the field is spread out across much of the 1.5 mile circuit.
Yeah, exactly, with such a big field. Oh, and it's Matt Priestwood who's the first to head into the pit lane. Now, it'll be interesting to see, does he make 2 stops back-to-back as well? He's just pulled in, and also Nigel Greensall coming in. Now, is he going to hand over to David Hudson? We're not going to see that, I don't think, from our commentary box window, because he's going to pull in, I think, a bit further up the road. So we'll try and see if we can spot whether there's going to be a driver change there, if Nigel Greensall's going to stay in the car. Certainly Matt Priestwood will stay in the car because he's a solo driver. Louis Woodward is in as well in the number 87 car. Don't think we're going to get a driver change there. 89, Freddie Tatham is in. He's going solo. This is always the difficulty with the sort of 2 stops in this race. You never quite know for certain who's in the car at the second for the second stint. The 186 car in as well. Quite a few drivers pitting at a very early stage here, Andy.
And Lewis Tyndall in as well in car 34. He is staying in the car, I can see that. So Toby O'Reilly helping with the pit stop, but doesn't have his helmet on, so he's not getting in the car for the time being. So a couple of them choosing to pit very early, actually, and Mac Priestwood perhaps felt that he was being held up there battling with Sam Carrington-Yates, wanted to get himself out of that situation, and he has made his first pit stop. He will serve that extra time, of course, at the second pit stop a little bit later on, but or is it this one? It is the first one, beg your pardon. So he's serving that now. That will, of course, drop him therefore some way away from the others that he was racing with. And we might not really talk about him much now until perhaps the last 15 minutes of the race, but we've seen this from him before.
Right, the Treble 8 car's gone back out into the race, which that's the first car that's going back out. It was the second car in, but had a 30-second short stop, so we couldn't see whether there was a driver change there. Number 12 now coming in, that's the Tom Sibley car. That was from 4th position, and Theo Millward is as well. 87 Louis Woodward now has also headed out into the race as well. So the timing tower is going to be a bit of a jumble. There's 173, Matt Priestwood. Now let's keep an eye on him, see if he goes for just a one-lap stint here and he's straight back in at the end of this one to make 2 stops back-to-back and then hope for just a clear run from here on in. 55 car is in as well. That's the car started by Lewis Charlton, shared with Jakub Novak on this occasion. There's Priestwood, as you can see, back out into the race. He has gone in that 173 car. Beautifully presented machine. There's 252 also into the pits. That's James Dunn, another solo driver in the Clodhopper Racing car. So he will stay in. 2 mandatory 60-second stops to be served during the course of the race.
Tom Sibley has just left the pit lane, still aboard car number 12, so no driver change there. Watching for Mac Priestwood then, wait to see whether or not he dives for the pit lane again. Through comes the, Triple 8 car off the final corner. So that car, of course, came out significantly ahead of Priestwood, who is one of the next to come down through the corkscrew. And no, stays out. So Mac Priestwood is not going to do directly back-to-back pit stops, choosing instead to stay out on the circuit, crosses the line, and yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how all of this shakes out. 444 is in. That car had been running in 3rd place after a few others had stopped. Richard Phillips, a solo driver, and so he will, of course, stay in the car after this first of 2 visits to the pit lane.
Sam Carrington-Yates still leading, yet to have made a stop. Of course, he's now 19 seconds to the good. 151. Philip Keane is in second place. Just having edged into the pits, number 444, Richard Phillips. The number 10 car, though, is effectively up into third place. Lewis White and Turner, it is, that has started that. The 24-year-old HDG driver and mechanic from Oldham, local to Alton Park, of course, in a car built and prepared by himself and his father, Paul Whiten, who will take over the car for the second part of the race. There's Matt Priestwood, though. How long is he going to stay out?
Yes, well, you'd think having stayed out one lap, perhaps he feels he'll stay out a few laps now. If you're going to do back-to-back pit stops, you'd do it straight away, you would imagine, but we'll wait and see. Through up towards Peel Corner he goes. Sam Carrington-Yates then, as you said, continues to lead the way. He's already gone through to begin another lap. Matt Priestwood, of course, now having to work his way past cars, some of them for position, many of them for position actually, because these will, for the most part anyway, be cars that have not yet made a pit stop, or that have made a pit stop but had a shorter pit stop than his. So out of the final turn he goes there, and Matt Priestwood is in 19th position officially. 252 back in, I'm sure they were in a couple of laps ago, so 252 making their second pit stop. That again, there is a solo driver, so they do have this freedom to sort of be flexible with the strategy. James Dunn staying on board that car, and he's just pulled into the pit lane. As out onto the back part of the circuit goes Matt Priestwood, and so far this is working quite well. He's had relatively clean air, not really getting held up by anybody right now. And his lap times, or his last lap was 126.3, which is about as quick as anybody's going, apart from really the race leader Carrington-Yates.
Yeah, we've had about 2/3 of the drivers that have made their pit stops so far. The only one that's made two is, as you say, the 252 car of James Dunn. He's the driver that's driving solo, so has flexibility to do that. Track limits, warning flag for the race leader, Sam Carrington-Yates, number 21. Now, this is only 21 minutes into a 90-minute race, so he cannot really afford to have any more track limits infringements here, because that car will then start to pick up penalties. Now, this is not something that would have been a consideration probably a couple of hours ago when the circuit was so wet. You wouldn't want to be driving on the curb, but now that you can trust them a little bit more, it's certainly something that could well come into play and be a potentially decisive factor during the course of this race.
Yeah, indeed. So he'll have to be very careful, won't he? He's just been shown that board. Matt Priestwood, by the way, is in. So Matt Priestwood into the pit lane. So too Peter Keane. So for Peter Keane in the 151, this is a first pit stop of the race. For Matt Priestwood, of course, it is his second. And interestingly, making some more front tyre pressure adjustments. There is the 173 car. So they might as well use this time to do something productive, I suppose. They're going to just drop the tyre pressures a little bit, which will have built back up slightly over the handful of laps that he's been out there. Matt Priestwood then doing this strategy that has worked so well for him in the past. And of course, it's really the fact that you're not allowed to pit behind the safety cars that allows you to do this, because ordinarily you wouldn't want to risk dropping 1 or 2 or 3 laps off the lead. But now they know that it should all sort itself out, even if we do get some later safety cars. So Priestwood in very shortly. We'll be back into the race with no more pit stops to do in the remaining hour and 7 minutes.
That's right. So, and yet you can hear them counting down, 10 seconds there. This is a 60-second stop for him this time. They'll be very careful, I'm sure, to time it to absolute perfection, just to make sure. You can hear the alarm going off in the background there, just to make sure that he's not deemed to have made a stop that is too short, because that in turn will incur a penalty, which could be quite draconian. It's just not worth. Better to be a second too long on your pit stop than a second too short, because that really would cost you. Anyway, 173 Matt Priestwood back out into the race, the first and leading of the cars that have made 2 stops.
And interestingly, rejoins not that far behind. I believe that is the Louis Woodward car, which has made a pit stop, of course, but whether they did a driver change, I don't think they did they? I think Louis Woodward stayed on board that car. In fact, he's sort of surrounded by quite quick cars. That's the number 12 machine, isn't it, right in front of him, which was still driven by Tom Sibley last time we checked. So he's around quick cars. He was, of course, slightly quicker than them in the opening part of the race, and he wants to try and get past Tom Sibley if he can. He's up alongside him heading up the hill. This is not for position, but could well be in another hour or so's time. Around the outside into Rocket. He's having to take a few risks here, Matt Priestwood, but does not want to be held up battling with drivers that ideally he should be ahead of anyway. He does complete the manoeuvre and moves ahead of the number 12 machine to essentially unlap himself, but that could still prove to be a significant pass later on.
And that looks like Jack Godden waiting to get into the number 71 car that's been started by his father, Christopher Godden. Jack, who struggled a little bit in the sprint race yesterday, and the car started well back down the order as well. It's up into 6th place, of course, but having only just made its pit stop, it's there's only about a handful of cars now that have yet to make a pit stop. I think about 6 or 7 of them, but we can see Jack taking over from his father now, and he'll be back out into the race in just under a minute. There's Priestwood on screen now for those of you watching on the live stream. In terms of his current position in the race, it is... let's have a look. Where's he gone? 173.
29th.
29th, yes.
Of 32.
Of 32, yeah. I was looking a little bit further up the screen than that, but of course he has sort of effectively lost probably about another lap's worth of time, isn't it? Another 60-second stop in here in these cars, something like that. But he continues on. Jack Godden in the inset is about to get back into the race from 6th position. Watching number 40 and number 55 on screen now. 55 is the Charlton and Novak car. Number 40, a bit further up the order, but having yet to make a stop, is the car that was in trouble on the first lap. Giles Carter and Andrew Partridge. I think it's still Giles Carter aboard because that car yet to have made its first stop.
25 is back in for a second time, I believe this is, for Ethan Hall. After his moment earlier on, into the pit lane once more. And as the team go to work on that car again, he's a solo driver, so no changes to be made. They're going to give the windscreen a quick wipe, I can see out of the window, because it's got quite a bit of mud and dirt that's been kicked up across the front of it, presumably after the spin that he had exiting Church Corner earlier on. Another black and white warning flag as well. That's for number 47, which...
Ayrton Redfern.
Yes, it is, for track limits. Again, early, isn't it? Not even a third of the way through this race. Quite early to be finding yourself in trouble with track limits. Anyway, Matt Priestwood finding himself once again going wheel to wheel here with a couple of quick cars. He's not really escaped, has he, in fairness, from that number 12 machine. So Tom Sibley keeping him honest, and they're right in now behind the car that I think is still being driven by Louis Woodward, that number 87. The two cars either side of Matt Priestwood having made one pit stop. But again, significant that he tries to get past them and tries to get away, because they could be a thorn in his side at the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely right. Important just to try and establish track position if you can. Priestwood trying to get into the toe, jinking to the left, now to the right. Can he get around the outside of Louis Woodward? No, he can't do that. Into Rocket Bull. Woodward goes too deep into the corner. Not for the first time in this race. He's all over the grass. And he rejoins the circuit, still pretty much alongside Priestwood. And now up on the inside has come the number 12 car, which is Tom Sibley. And he's possibly going to get the place back from Priestwood as a result of all of this. Is he? No, Priestwood all the way around the outside at Peel Corner is going to be on the inside line for the next turn, the left-hand part of the corkscrew. And yeah, he just turn in ahead, Matt Priestwood. But that a bit of a hairy moment all round.
Yes, Louis Woodward isn't making many friends, is he, with his rocket antics in this race, and certainly Matt Priestwood wouldn't have appreciated that, although it worked out all right in the end. And actually it's Woodward who's lost a position, because he is battling Tom Sibley for on-track position. They're actually fighting over 6th place right now, and this group all trying to chase down the 888 car, which may or may not still be in the hands of Nigel Greensall, which is not that far ahead of them. We still have, I believe, just 3 cars yet to make their first stop. One being the race leader, Sam Carrington-Yates, number 21, in 2nd place on the road now. Should be the number 82 car, which I think is the only car being shared by 3 drivers. Jamie Rolfe at the wheel still in the opening stint, and the 3rd place car, number 40, also yet to make a first stop of the day, is Giles Carter in that number 40 machine. So those are the top 3 cars. Everyone behind, though, has made at least 1 pit stop. And it should be that 888 car, I think the highest placed of those that has done.
Yeah, that looks like it, yes, because that car 5th position overall. On the time screen there's 1 car ahead, but that's the Ray Grimes John Turner car, which has literally just made its way out of the pit lane. So we're coming up towards the half-hour mark. For what it's worth, Sam Carrington-Yates is leading. Yeah, there he is in the number 21 car, a long way clear of the 2nd place car, which is the 3-way driven car, number 82. 3rd is the 840 car now of Carter and Parsonage. 4th, number 8, Grimes and Turner. But we think they're now going ahead of them on the timing screen is that Nigel Greensall, Dave Hudson 888 car. So that is the de facto leader of the race among the one-stoppers.
Car 47, 5-second track limits penalty. So we've got our first track limits penalty, and that is for number 47, Connor Anderson and Ed Redfern. So they've only just been warned about that, haven't they? And now immediately, only a lap or so later, being given a 5-second penalty. So that will be slightly concerning, I would have thought, for Sam Carrington-Yates, who, of course, was shown that warning flag much sooner than they were. And, well, we haven't seen any evidence of him exceeding track limits since then. His lap times have dropped off, in fairness. He's about a second away from what he was doing earlier in the race, so perhaps just reining it in ever so slightly.
Yeah, just being a bit more cautious about not going over the edge of the curves. Of course, if you get any part of any wheel over a white line, or if there's a curve there, over the outside edge of the curb, then that is a breach of track limits. And there are a few places where that can and does happen here at Anglesey Circuit, and so Carrington Yates possibly just having modified his driving style a little bit to avoid picking up a penalty, because yeah, the penalties can start to rack up quite quickly and outweigh any benefit that you get from cutting the corner a little bit.
82 and 40 have both pitted now, meaning that Sam Carrington-Yates is the only driver not to have been in the pit lane so far. That car, the only car yet to have been in the pit lane, as Louis Woodward comes in for a second stop. So this is significant. So the 87 car in for a second time, and this time we do anticipate there'll be a driver change with Sam Copeland set to take the wheel. I can see Sam waiting with his helmet on. Our roaming camera is there, ready and waiting to capture the driver change, and there it is, right on cue. And we can get a proper look, can't we, at the state of the right-hand side of that car. It has knocked the wheel. You can see the rim has been damaged slightly on the right rear corner, but like I said, the car doesn't seem to have lost any pace as a result.
No, it's actually not affected the handling of the car too much or anything like that, but yes, it has taken a bit of a beating, to say the least. I'm not sure that's just going to polish out, is it? But anyway, we've got the change of driver, so it's Louis Woodward that's got out of the number 87 car, getting into it Sam Copeland for the second part of the race. I say, got an hour gone in this race now. We're just waiting for one more car to make its pit stop. That is the race leader, number 21, Sam Carrington-Yates. Best lap of the race, I think that is still with Matt Priestwood. Yes, he is the 125.095 from a little bit earlier on in the day, which is underneath Sam Carrington-Yates' lap record, which was set 3 years ago, 125.88. There's the 87 car now with Sam Copeland aboard, about to get back out into the race. Was sixth, when it showing on the time screen at the moment. That will sort itself out as other cars go through. But who we're watching now, there's Liam Brezitz again in number 50, and that's the number 8 car. Another penalty for car 47 now, so they've had a 5-second penalty, now another 10 seconds, that makes 15. It's starting to get pretty serious now, because beyond that there's 30 seconds and drive-throughs and potentially disqualification from the race if those track limits exceeded too much more often. But yes, this is the battle between John Turner now and number 50 Liam Brezitz. And where are these in the running order? Well, it is a battle for 19th position.
It is, yes, and I think they both made the same number of pit stops.
Yep.
Yes, they have, so it's a genuine fight for 19th position. There, meanwhile, is Matt Priestwood. How's he getting on now, as a few others have started to pit? Still only 26th, but comfortably the highest placed of those two have made 2 pit stops. So the significant thing to see then, I guess, is where did that 87 car come out in relation to Matt Priestwood, because actually he may not be the highest placed car to have made 2 stops, because he had that extra time to serve at the first of them. And I think...
Yeah, Woodward is just ahead. There's 3 cars between them as they come down through the country. There's Priestwood, 3 cars ahead of him is Louis Woodward. One of them is hopefully pulling off into the pits. That's the 73 car. The other car that's between them actually is the leading one-stopper, which is the 888 car of Green, Saul and Hutton. We're not quite sure who's at the wheel of that at the moment, but let's head down to the pit lane. Kieran Mogg is going to speak to Louis Woodward after his stint.
I'm down here with Louis Woodward, and well, we just saw the car obviously come in for its pit stop. Bit of damage on the side, but firstly, how was the stint out there?
Yeah, the car was really good. Obviously different to qualifying. We're now in dry conditions, so yeah, it suits everyone. Just handed over to my teammate Sam Copeland. It's his first race weekend. He's mechanicked with the car for a couple of years, so he's done his odds, and he's going to do an hour in the car now. So hopefully he can bring it home in one piece. Do a bit better job than I did. A bit of damage, but yeah.
Definitely. And you've completed your 2 pit stops now, haven't you?
Yes, we have. So hopefully he'll get his head down, race the clock, and then it'll come to him at the last 50 minutes. That's where it's won or lost in this race.
Absolutely. And obviously we saw the damage on the side. Could you just briefly talk through what happened?
I had a car on the inside of me going into Rocket, and I just couldn't turn in, and there was a car ahead, and he already started the turn, and I ended up going between the two of them. Unfortunately, he just caught the door, but I radioed to the team, and they've gone and spoke with the team and apologised, but couldn't really do much more than that. But everything's so close. It's such a tight field. The regulations of the car mean that the racing is super close, which is why we picked it. So
absolutely. Well, obviously you've got a tight race coming up. Where do you think you're going to end up?
We'd be happy with a top 10 finish, Sam's first trophy race, but we'll see how we get on. I'm not even too sure where we were in, with the pit stops and everything, so fingers crossed car stays in one piece. We've been sort of chasing a few brake issues and stuff like that for the last couple of rounds, but I think we're on top of it now.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you, cheers.
Thank you very much. Right, back to you guys in comms.
And we've seen with yellow flags out, the number 40 car on the inset was Giles Carter, I think, that was stranded on the circuit, although possibly it's got going again now. And there's Priestwood side by side with Sam Copeland, and this is for position really amongst the two stoppers. We'd expect Matt Priestwood to be able to get through. He's much more experienced than Sam Copeland, as Leewood was just saying, and he has made it through on the way into Rocket Corner. So Priestwood making an important move there.
Very, and a brave one as well, around the outside of Church Corner. That's a tough move to make anyway, especially against a relatively inexperienced driver. Nothing against Sam Copeland, but Matt Priestwood won't have raced against him before, and to have that amount of trust in Sam that he wasn't going to wash out wide and force Mac onto that very wet grass, that was pretty impressive. So Priestwood rewarded for his bravery, has managed to slip through, but significantly, having made that second pit stop, he lost almost exactly a lap, which is about what we thought would be the case. Well, look who's just ahead of them, that 888 car that you mentioned. That car has a pit stop still to make and could yet filter right into this battle as and when they make the stop.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's bubbling up in a very interesting way, isn't it? I mean, what we've not had yet is the safety car. Now, you can't make pit stops behind the safety car, but of course that still has the effect of bunching the field up and sort of changing the dynamic of the race if it happens. And you also might just about anticipate when there might be a safety car. You can do that, and if you get in before the safety car comes in, you might still be able to gain some kind of advantage there as well. Equally, you might lose out if you get stuck in the pit lane as the safety car train goes by, so it can go either way.
Car 47 has now been given a drive-through penalty for exceeding track limits, so they're not really getting the message, are they?
No. I mean, I don't... yeah, there you can see black flag now being shown. It's the car coming in, I think. It has driven through,
yes,
I think, which is what it was supposed to do, and has gone back out into the race. But yes, that's not really the point, is it? The point is you're supposed to modify your behaviour and not exceed the track limits from the time you start seeing the warnings.
Yes, but I suppose a drive-through penalty is a fairly immediate penalty. Maybe that will get the message across more so than a time penalty that was being added on. But they've still got the best part of an hour to go, which would slightly concern me. There is the offending number 47 car, which was running in 9th position, having made one pit stop, I suppose. That's now a second visit to the pit lane, but obviously won't count as a scheduled stop. But getting stuck in immediately to some of the battling going on back in the mid-teens now. Who's he scrapping with? The number 50 of Liam Brezitz is at the front of that little queue, making its way up through Rocket Corner as a few others make some interesting racing lines through Rocket, which is a great place to go side by side, or indeed three abreast if you're feeling brave. And the number 71 car is the one that could benefit the most from this, slipping up the inside line. That's the car that started right at the back of the grid. Christopher Godden and Jack Godden sharing that car. Not sure who's in it now, but it looks to be going a lot more quickly than it was in qualifying.
Yeah, Jack Godden now at the wheel of that car. We saw that in the driver change there. Car once driven by Martin Donnelly as a guest driver in the 116 Trophy a few years ago. Also autosport journalist Stephen Mackley as well, rather less illustriously. But there is Matt Priestwood, and look at this, Sam Copeland has not let him get away. So Sam Copeland, driving in the trophy for the first time, is having a really good stint here to be able to live with Matt Priestwood, one of the top drivers undoubtedly in 116 Trophy at the moment. 5-second penalty now for car 34 as well. That's the Lewis Tyndall Toby O'Reilly car.
for track limits, unsurprisingly. So, yeah, a few of them falling foul of it now, aren't they? And we're, as I said, not even halfway through this race yet. We're still about 6 or 7 minutes away from that point. But, yeah, really impressed here with Sam Copeland for staying with Matt Priestwood, who we know to be one of the fastest drivers. Well, he is the fastest driver in the race. He set the fastest lap of the race, after all. And currently, this is the battle over. 19th position, but significantly, they are, well, actually not the top 2 cars to have made 2 pit stops, because that number 12 car, which remember we saw conducting its driver change earlier on, Tom Sibley no longer in that car. My timing screen has them in 17th place, so 2 places ahead of this group, but actually quite a long way further up the track. That number 12 car is at Rocket now. About half the length of the back straight is its advantage.
Yeah, so that's one that sort of snuck underneath the radar. Front right issue, some damage on the race leader, number 21. Now, how has that been picked up? Just a little bit of bodywork there, seeming to be loose. Yeah, you can just see that on the on that shot as they go through the corkscrew. We'll try
and he's in.
He is coming into the pit lane, so at least the team will be able to attend to that very quickly. Either just rip a bit of bodywork off or apply a bit of the infamous gaffer tape and get that car back out into the race. Now, Sam Carrington-Yates is that started the car. Now, is he going to stay in it? It looks like Harry Ormerod has got his helmet on as if he's ready to take over, and we are pretty much getting up towards the halfway mark in the race. So, yeah, Sam Carrington-Yates is climbing out, Harry Ormerod is getting in, and the team are having a look at that damage, and our camera crew down there as well. What's the solution, do we reckon?
Well, I thought that mechanic had some tape in his hand. It was actually a cloth. I think it will more than a polish, that, won't it?
And that's one of the scrutineers having a look, and he's pointing at it, saying, you need to sort that out, chaps. If it had stayed out, I think that would have been a black and orange flag, wouldn't it? Possibly. But as it is, fortuitously, they've been able to get the cars coming in anyway, and they could do something about it.
And there goes the tank tape, but also looking in the background, 888. That's significant because that car, remember, we think is going to be somewhere in the mix. Now, that's Nigel Greensill with his helmet on. Has he just got out of the car, or is he getting in?
Looks like he's taking his gloves off rather than putting them on. So I would suggest he's been in for a double stint, and now David Hudson, who is the sort of owner of the car, getting the coaching of Nigel Greensill, is going to be in the car for the remaining half of the race.
So where does that car come out in relation to Priestwood and Copeland? That's the question. They've not yet appeared up at the top of the corkscrew. Back out goes the number 21 car, still with Sam Carrington-Yates.
No,
they did change.
Harry Ormerod just got in.
Okay, here comes Priestwood over the hill, and the 888 being reversed out. This could be quite close here.
It's going to be, so they are going to head out into the race.
Well in front.
Well in front, but Matt Priestwood probably a quicker driver. Let's have a look. The 12 car, though, that is significant. That's just coming out of the pit lane, or going past the pit lane exit, and is ahead now of the 888 car of Dave Hudson.
Yes, I keep forgetting about that number 12 car because it was so far ahead of Mac Priestwood. But yes, I think
effectively the leader.
It is basically the race leader. You're absolutely right. So now, finally, as we approach half race distance, we've got a good idea, I think, of what that lead battle is going to look like. But of course, the one missing piece of the jigsaw still is that number 21 car, which will, for the final part of the race, have Sam Carrington-Yates back at the wheel. Where will he filter into all of this when that car makes its second stop?
And Matt Priestwood is about 6.6 seconds behind the number 12 car as things stand, and lapping a little bit quicker, about 0.9 of a second quicker on the last lap. So Matt Priestwood is going to be chasing after the number 12 car, we think, which is the de facto lead. So there's the leader. That's the second place car effectively at the moment, 888, of the cars that have made 2 stops. There is the 12 car in front, Tom Sibley car, and Andrew Woodbine sharing that one. So I think it's Andrew Woodbine at the wheel of that now. And then it's going to be not too far behind this car. Matt Priestwood should be coming into view very shortly. There he is. And at speed, it would seem. So carrying a lot of speed into the corkscrew that time. So it's building up very nicely. As Andy McEwen says, the one to watch here is the Harry Ormerod car. We'll pick that up in a moment, but we're going to head down to hear from Nigel Greensill now. He's with Kim and Mog.
I'm down here with Nigel Greensill from the 888 car, and obviously you've just come out of your stint. Quite a hot workout there. How was it?
It was fantastic. Loving it. It's really good fun. It's my first time in one of these this year. And David Hudson, who owns the car, and I race with. I've been coaching and helping him all the way through his journey of like 18 months now into the sport, and he's loving it. And we just had a really good stint. We've got a bit too much understeer on the car at the moment, but apart from that, yeah, it's fantastic. Will and the Jeff Steele boys are doing a great job. So yeah, having a lot of fun out there.
Absolutely. Now, obviously, you went out in the wet this morning. How's the track changed since then?
Yeah, in the wet it was brilliant. You know, it's how I always think race cars should be. You know, all race cars should have like half the amount of grip they've really got, because then you really sort of get to explore the limits and have a lot of fun. And obviously now, you know, the sun's come out, the weather's glorious, the views are fantastic. When you drive around the track, you know, the views of the ocean and the mountains of it, it's just spectacular, isn't it?
It really is. We were talking to a couple of drivers earlier about trying not to get distracted by the view, which this morning wasn't so much of a problem. Yeah. Have you had a look over there this afternoon? Sorry.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's important when I'm coaching drivers. I always say it's very important to be aware of all of your surroundings, because as you come around a corner, if all the spectators are looking in a particular direction, there's obviously something going on. So there's a bit of information you can gather. So it's really important to have your eyes wide open and appreciate where you are and what you're doing.
Absolutely. And obviously you're one of the leading cars. You're fighting for the lead battle. How have you found the traffic management and the competition so far?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Driving standards so far in the race have been really excellent. You know, it's a real pleasure being part of the series where the driving standards are really good and people have awareness and respect for each other on the track. You know, that's really important in racing.
Definitely, definitely. Well, good luck for the rest of the race and hopefully see you up there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right, back to you guys in comms.
But side by side between Matt Priestwood and the car that Nigel Greensword has just got out of, because David Hudson, is he going to lose the position here to Matt Priestwood at Rocket Corner? Yes, he is. Matt Priestwood does go through ahead of the South African, the man from Johannesburg, now based in Surrey. And in only his second season of racing, David Hudson has lost out to Matt Priestwood, who now is not too far behind and I think directly behind on track. The car that is the first of the two stoppers, the number 12 car of Tom Sibley and Andrew Woodbine.
I'm glad you mentioned that David Hudson's from South Africa. I never would have got. I never would have got that just by looking at the car. That's twice now that we've had an interview from Kieran Mogg and immediately cut back to that driver's car being overtaken by Matt Priestwood. So as if drivers weren't already running away from Kieran in the pit lane, they're probably going to be doing more so now. Anyway, there goes the number 12 car, the net race leader, we believe, pending this second pit stop for Sam Carrington-Yates and Harry Ormerod. With Sam Carrington-Yates to get in, of course, for the final stint. But let's take a look at the lap times of some of these leaders. The number 12 car of Woodbine, last lap, a 1:27.4. Mac Priestwood, even with an overtake, a 26.4. So a full second quicker than Woodbine. He is 4.4 seconds back, lapping a second a lap quicker. So give him another 6 or 7 minutes, and I think he's going to be right on the tail of that number 12 machine, and that could be a really significant battle indeed.
Yes. Where is Harry Ormerod in relation to all of this? Was the question I'm asking myself. The 21 car, trying to suss out where that is on track compared to the others, because if it was actually somewhere just around and about the 173 car, then that would be interesting, wouldn't it, after the Harry Ormerod car had been in for a second time. It's only made the one stop. It's the leader on our timing screens. Into the pits has come the number 22 car, Ryan Kefferty and Richard Roundell, to make their second stop. The 10 car, that is, that's in the pit lane at the moment on the inset. That's the Paul White and Lewis White and Turner car. The 21 car is just coming across the line now, and that is not that far ahead on the road of Matt Priestwood. So it's going to be pretty tight, because we reckon a pit stop here costs you about a lap.
Indeed so. Well, remember when I said the 888 car was just under a lap ahead of Mac Priestwood and came out just under a lap ahead. So I think it's almost exactly a lap that you're losing round here with these pit stops. So that could be very close indeed, and may well be that Sam Carrington-Yates is still set to come out as the race leader from all of this. But it does mean that if anyone else that is in this lead group, Woodbine, for example, or Priestwood, could catch that number 21 car before the pit stop, they would reasonably, I think, then expect to come out ahead after the pit stops are complete. There is Harry Ormerod then, heading up the hill. And pretty immaculate car, that number 21 for the time being, isn't it? Hasn't really been involved in any major skirmishes out on track. Difficult this, really, for the drivers to know exactly how hard they need to push, because to an extent you have to pace yourself, it being a reasonably long race, but you don't really know who it is you're racing. He will know vaguely that, you know, he's going to, like, his car's going to be battling with Matt Priestwood at the end of the race, but he can't see Mac. He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know whether he's gaining or losing time. He's just got to keep on pounding around as quickly and consistently as he can.
Interesting, we've got nearly all of the drivers now having made their second stops. The second of the one stoppers is the Goddens, Jack and Christopher Godden, they're 5th overall now, and then the Ray Grimes John Turner car, that's 3rd of the one stoppers at the moment. Everyone else in the top 6 have made 2 stops. There's the 232 car in once again. That is the car of Jonathan Baker. There, though, is Matt Priestwood, number 173, and he's still got the best lap of it. Except much earlier on, a 125.095 in traffic. Sort of 126 seems to be more the pace, though.
Does, doesn't it? So through the banking goes Mac Priestwood. And definitely getting away now, isn't he, from the David Hudson 888 car, who is being caught, no, not being caught actually, by Sam Copeland. So the 87 car sort of fading out of contention a little bit now as we move into the second half of the race. Here comes car number 12, very much still in contention then, this car. That started the race 6th on the grid, didn't it, in the hands of Tom Sibley. Andrew Woodbine at the wheel now, running actually only one place below that right now, but we know they will gain a little bit more as others come in to stop. But there is Harry Ormerod, the race leader. How long does he leave it now? That's the question, isn't it? How long does he leave it to make a pit stop? There's no major rush. He's running reasonably quickly. He's doing 27.5s. Priestwood 26.4s. So they are losing just over a second a lap, but to the point we were making earlier on, these 2 driver teams, there is a certain obligation to let both drivers have a certain amount of time in the car, whether or not that is detrimental to your chances ultimately of winning the race.
Absolutely right. So there is car 12 making its way across the line. Priestwood up and over the line again. And what's the gap between them now? Just over 2 seconds between them. That time through, Priestwood took about 7/10 of a second out of the number 12 driver, Andrew Woodbine. There's 21, Harry Ormerod then. He's on his own right, been a race winner, or part of a race-winning team in 116 Trophy in the past, making a return here after a little while out. He's locally based in Conwy, just over the Menai Strait, and so racing here at his local track. And sharing with Sam Carrington Yates, who did the first sort of half hour or so of the race here. A bit sideways there, he's pushing, and he knows he needs to as well, if to stand a chance of getting the overall win at the end of this race. He can't afford to pause for a moment, and it is so difficult, isn't it, when you can't necessarily see the person that you're racing against. It's more a race against yourself, really, just to go as quickly as you can, all the while trying to navigate your way around some much slower cars. 38.5 minutes to go in this race. On the timing screens, it's 21 Sam Carrington Yates and Harry Ormerod leading, 71 Jack and Christopher Godden now second, 8 John Turner and Ray Grimes third, 12 Sibley and Woodbine fourth, but they're the first of the 2 stoppers. Then 5th 173 Matt Priestwood, second of the 2 stoppers, and 3rd 888 David Hudson, Nigel Greensall, and they're the 3rd of the 2 stoppers, 6th overall.
Yes, they are. So Harry Ormerod then heads towards the banking, just did a 27.2. His lap before, though, was a 26.6, which was only about 6/10 slower than Matt Priestwood. And, of course, essentially, they had 30 seconds to play with, didn't they? Because they were together when Priestwood made his first pit stop. But we know that pit stop was 30 seconds longer than the 21 car's stops will be. So Mac, if he's going to win this, has to overcome an entire 30-second deficit. He did do it at Alton, as Ian quite rightly said earlier on, but it's not easy to do. So black and white warning flag going out for car 186 now, which is the Petters, isn't it?
Yeah, Daniel and Jamie Petters.
So they're being warned about track limits, only a warning for the time being. So 25 car go through as well. How are they getting on now after their issues earlier on? Ethan Hall, 19th now, having made both his pit stops. So he's gained a good dozen or so places, I think, since the spectacular spin that he had exiting Church Corner.
Yeah, just got his head down, I think, now, and put in some consistent and reliable lap times. Excuse me, as over the line goes the 71 car that's in second place of Jack Godden at the moment, but yet to make the second stop. Here is the effectively battle for the lead coming through the corkscrew now. Number 12 Andrew Woodbine, number 173 Matt Priestwood. The gap a couple of laps ago was 2 seconds. It's down to around about 1 second now, I suggest, as they go over the line. Just having a look, 0.901 seconds, the gap between them. They turn their way through target now. They are making their way on to their 36th lap of the race, heading up towards the banking now. Matt Priestwood almost in striking distance of what is effectively, or could effectively be, the lead of the race. The unknown there is what's going on with car 21, Harry Ormerod. He, as you can see, is not too far ahead of that battle, but he still has an extra pit stop to serve ahead of the what is the battle between cars 12 and 173. Here's another battle a bit further back. That's Pete Brand. No, that's Freddie Tatham, I think, in the number 89 car. Here is the battle for the de facto lead of the two stoppers. They turn their way into Rocket Corner, and Matt Priestwood now almost overlapping with Andy Woodbine.
Yep, so Matt Priestwood has caught the number 12 car, needs to get through as quickly as possible, and he might waste no time in this. He's got an overlap, I think, to the inside line, heading for Peel Corner. Yes, he does, and Priestwood will be late on the brakes, sails up the inside line, and that was a textbook manoeuvre. Can Woodbine come back at him? I don't think the answer is going to be yes, and so Matt Priestwood, crucially, not only got through, but wasted very, very little time in doing so. And he now heads down through the corkscrew and will, off in the distance, just about be able to see that Harry Ormerod number 21 car. But exactly where that car will filter into this after its final stop, we don't know. But anyway, Priestwood did not want to waste any time battling there with Andrew Woodbine, and he didn't, because that was a very swift move, and that lap was still in the 26s. So even by making that overtake, he was still about 4/10 quicker than the race leader, which is really now the only driver that he has still to chase.
Yeah, that's right. Over and around the banking they go then. So for Matt Priestwood, it's a question of getting his head down now, trying to put as much daylight between themselves and the number 12 car, try to close down on the cars in front. There's two cars in front which probably don't really matter, the 71 and the 8 car. It's really the 21 car that we need, or he needs to worry about. That is the car of Harry Ormerod, which is a little bit further up the road. There it is, just turning its way through Rocket now, turning left and now right through the second part of the corner of the JGM Racing liveried car, heading out of Rocket towards Peel. What lap times is he doing? 1:27.2. It was a 1:26.8 for Priestwood, so little by little is closing in. Car 40 heading in for another stop. That's the Giles Carter and Andrew Partridge car. But really our focus now is what's going to happen in this lead battle with just over half an hour of the race left to go.
Yes, which means still just under 20 minutes left of the pit window, isn't there? So there's no rush really for Harry Ormerod to come in, apart from the fact he is losing time to Mac Priestwood, and ideally doesn't want to hand that car over in anything other than the race lead. Off through target corner comes Priestwood then. That lap time for Mac, who by the way is now 4th place on the road, was a 26.1. That is very, very quick for this stage of the race. A full second gained on Sam Carrington-Yates, on Harry Ormerod, as someone appears to have shed a little bit of bodywork coming out of that first corner.
A bumper now is on the circuit. Not quite sure who that belongs to.
It might be the silver car that's just going through church, because I noticed a bit of flapping bodywork on the back of the 220 car, is it?
Car, yeah.
Yeah, that's Simon and Neil Fox, and I believe, yes, it is minus rear bodywork.
Yeah, Fox Lux car, careful how you say that, as they turn their way up. Yes, you can see the rear bumper has parted company with the rest of the car. So that's the 220 machine with a little bit of weight saving.
Where are they in the order?
26th,
okay,
as things stand.
Okay. But gaining on the 25th place car, the 121, or they were until they had a drama, presumably, and lost that bumper.
We still have 31 cars running in this race. The only one we lost was Alan Caulfield in the very early stage. He completed 4 laps of the race, got involved in that incident with Louis Woodward. But although some have made pit stops and had various issues they've needed to solve, we still do have 31 cars circulating, albeit Freddie Tatham is 2 laps behind anyone else. He did have to pit with, I think, a broken toe link issue a little while ago.
The Goddens have just pitted, by the way, from 2nd place, number 71, the car that started at the back of the grid, got as high as 2nd there before making its 2nd and final pit stop of the day, which leaves maybe 5 cars throughout the order that still owe us this 2nd and final pit stop, including, of course, the race leader. But the other one that's towards the pointy end is car number 8, the Ray Grimes' car, which he shares with John Turner, which also started 29th. So it's a good way of getting a little bit of the spotlight on you, isn't it? If you've had a bad qualifying session, just stay out as long as you can, and there's always a chance you'll end up somewhere towards the sharp end.
No lap leader points or anything, though, in this. No points at all, indeed, because it's just a series of races and not a championship, as Priestwood now slotting himself in between Freddie Tatham, who's 6 laps down, and the broken car of the Foxes. But nevertheless, he threads the eye of the needle and he gets through, as Jack Godden there has. Yeah, it's all very well leading back here, and we can still see you on the inset. The 189 car. I don't know what I was going to talk about now. Anyway, Priestwood's got through that little skirmish. He's got past Freddie Tatham, he's got past Simon Fox, and he's still focused on catching the Harry Ormerod car, which now only has about 16 minutes in which to make its second pit stop.
And only has, I'd say, on track about 5 seconds in hand over Priestwood, who continues to take the best part of a second a lap out of them. So there is the number 8 car. That is the car that runs in 4th position, but yet to make its second stop. And Ray Grimes, hugely experienced racer from the northwest of England, who heads through the banking and is putting in a pretty strong stint, it must be said. So heads out of the banking up towards Church Corner. Sam Carrington-Yates, meanwhile, as the race... Harry Ormerod as the race leader. I'm trying to see if I can spot Sam Carrington-Yates sort of helmeted up and ready to go in the pit lane. If he is, he's not stood out on the pit apron that I can see. So perhaps that suggests that car isn't coming in just yet. But as you said, they are running out of time now, really, aren't they? 15 minutes away from the end of the pit window. 30 minutes, therefore, away from the end of the race.
Yeah, that's right. Almost exactly half an hour left to go, plus whatever time it takes the winner to get to the checkered flag, of course. It is pretty much a continuous stream of cars all the way around this 1.5 mile lap of Anglesey Circuit. Busy track, 31 cars out there still.
And one of them has just been given a 5-second penalty for track limits, and it's an important one because it's the 888 of David Hudson, which sits 5th position, but 3rd of those to have made a pit stop, so maybe a net 4th place, but they have 5 seconds now to be added onto their time.
Yeah, that's the Jeff Steele Racing run 116 for David Hudson. The car started by Nigel Greensill. I don't know if any of those track limits penalties were clocked up by Nigel, or if it was all clocked up by the driver who's got into it second time around. There is the 888 car just heading over the line once again, so it would have seen notice of that 5-second penalty that will be added to its time. Okay, maybe some more seconds to be added to its time before this race out as well. I'm sure that's not what Nigel Greensill would have told him to do with all of his years of experience driving and coaching. And there is that car. That looks fantastic, doesn't it? With that South African flag livery on the side of the car, really does look quite effective. That's the Treble 8 car.
I thought that was a really interesting interview with Nigel earlier on as well, where he was talking about being aware of your surroundings. I actually thought he was joking at first, but I mean, it's a side of the experience that he has that no, you can learn and you can pick up cues from everything around you, even things like noticing if the spectators are pointing at something or watching something that's going on, and that is the kind of thing you can only pick up after several decades of racing at a reasonably high level, as Nigel has. And I thought that was a really interesting little tidbit from that interview down there with Nigel, who I still think is the happiest man in British motorsport. I think even this 5-second penalty won't take that smile off his face.
No, he's fantastic and so experienced across. There's not much he hasn't raced over the years either. Formula Ford 1600, he's raced Formula 1 cars in sort of Boss Formula and that kind of thing. It's historics. He's in Pro Sport 3000 when that was a thing, and just about everything in between.
Of course, you're forgetting the real highlight of his career, which
has he raced in the Fun Cup?
He's won a couple of championships in Fun Cup, yes. He was a stalwart of that championship for many years.
That's good to know. 27.5 minutes left, and we're watching the Hudson car navigate its way around the banking once again, and still no sign of the 21 car into the pits, but we do have the 73 car in. That's the Tippett's car for the umpteenth time, it seems, that car has been in. Yes, this thing's the 4th stop possibly now for that car for various reasons. Certainly at least the 3rd, which is not part of the plan. Right, there's the Ormerod car, 21. And just behind him, Liam Brezitz. Just behind that, Matt Priestwood. So Priestwood has been eating into the advantage, I'm doing air quotes there, which you can't see, of the 21 car of Harry Ormerod. This would probably be a good time for Harry Ormerod to come into the pits, I would have thought, but no, he's staying out for the moment. But this gives a chance for Priestwood to gain track position and effectively unlap himself here, doesn't it, Andy?
Which I think should give him the lead, more or less. He might need to gain another couple of seconds, but this has been very impressive indeed, hasn't it? Perhaps Anthony Seddon did have a point when he gave that interview earlier on.
Sam Carrington-Yates is helmeted up down in the pit lane now.
Yes, he is.
So I think he is waiting for Harry Ormerod to come in probably at the end of this lap, and Sam Carrington-Yates will try and take over the man who did hold the lap record here up against the driver that now holds the lap record here.
This could be a fascinating second half of the race. Of course, there's no guarantee that if Matt Priestwood does come out of all of this with the lead, that he will keep it, because Sam Carrington-Yates is more than capable of taking the fight to Mac, but it would be a lot easier, of course, for Sam if he were to take the car over as the race leader. So up towards Rocket, perhaps for the final time in this race, goes Harry Ormerod. We suspect he will be in this time to hand the car over to his very experienced teammate, but will he be able to keep Mac Priestwood behind him up until that point? So far, so good. Mac hasn't been able to find a way through up at the top end of the circuit. Mac, of course, might not know who's in this car and whether or not it's even on the same lap as him, but he'll figure it out very shortly, because I fully expect this 21 car to peel left into the pit lane in a few
I'm not
seconds.
sure it will, because I can see Sam Carrington-Yates is back on the pit wall now, so perhaps they're going to give it another lap, and indeed they are. And is Sam Carrington-Yates going to make some kind of signal to his teammate? Yeah, there we are.
A thumbs up.
A thumbs up. Which
What does that mean?
Carry on, mate.
Not quite what I was expecting to see there, but there you go.
Yeah, but anyway, they have gone on to their respectively 45th and 44th laps. Priestwood now, is he going to try and unlap himself here? They're nose to tail through the banking. About to head off to Church Corner. Just under 25 minutes of the race left to go. And this race wide open still here at Anglesey. How far away from the rest is he? He's now 5 seconds clear of the Sibley and Woodbine car. And the next one is the Woodwood and Copeland car, another 5 seconds behind that. Woodbine and Woodwood. It's all very complicated. Anyway, still watching Ormerod and Priestwood. There's another Wood. And he's turning his way through Rocket. They've got a slower car just ahead of them as well. Is that going to come into play? Carrington-Yates is back in the sort of pit lane now rather than on the pit wall, which suggests that he might be ready to receive the car this time of Harry Ormerod. It's the 22 car of Ryan Kefferty and Richard Roundel that they are trying to pass. Does this give the opportunity for Matt Priestwood to capitalise and go through? No, is the answer. Not quite. He was thinking about taking it, wasn't he?
And Harry Ormerod stays out, rather confusingly.
He does.
So maybe Sam Carrington-Yates thought that's what a thumbs up means, but Harry Ormerod had other ideas, or perhaps was just that busy focusing on his mirrors, because he has got the small problem of Matt Priestwood climbing all over him, and didn't notice that Sam Carrington-Yates was there ready to receive him. So anyway, defends now, heading into the banking, does Harry. He's doing a good job, in fairness, of keeping Matt Priestwood behind him, but Sam Carrington-Yates would quite like to get involved in this himself now, I think.
Yeah, I think he's itching to get out there.
And he's back on the pit wall now.
He is. Okay, well, maybe he's thinking he needs to make another more clear signal next time around if Harry Ormerod doesn't come in this time. But I suppose the one thing here is he is at least keeping Matt Priestwood behind him. He's not got Priestwood ahead of him yet. He's been there 2 or 3 laps now, and he's not yet been able to get away and start making progress. And again, there's another slower car just ahead of them here. A couple of them, in fact. So that's probably not going to make things any easier for him to go through. The Petters car 186 now picks up a 5-second penalty for track limits. We saw the warning flag a few laps ago, but still, Priestwood in 173 yet to find a way past the 21 car of Ormerod. And again, we're going to be asking the question in a moment, is the Ormerod car going to come into the pits?
And of course, as they're battling, so Andrew Woodbine is taking time back out of them. He was a second quicker than these two on the previous lap, and he's only 4 seconds back. So that's also perhaps going to play into this. Finally, in comes the race leader, and Sam Carrington-Yates isn't ready. He's on the pit wall. So now he heads in and dashes over to the pit apron to receive the number 21 car. Harry Ormerod then will hand over to Sam Carrington-Yates, and in about another 90 seconds time, Ian, we'll have a proper idea of how the final 20 minutes of this race will shape out.
Yeah, here we go then. Harry Ormerod's going to climb out of the car. It's a mandatory 60-second stop. There's no advantage particularly to be gained by rushing this. Sam Carrington-Yates is going to climb in, just making sure that the belts are out of the way so he can get strapped in comfortably, not sitting on the belts or something like that as he gets in the car. He's obviously done this before many times and knows how to manage these driver changes in the 116 trophy. Meanwhile, where's Matt Priestwood on the circuit now? He's heading up towards Rocket Corner, about to turn into that. Driver's door still open. There he is. You can see him on the inside. They're just turning his way through Rocket now. Driver's door closed. We've got to wait for the 60-second stationary to be counted down. You can see the car parked at this 45-degree angle. They'll push it back out into pit lane once the 60 seconds are up, and then it's going to be Sam Carrington-Yates getting back out into the race. He's just out of Peel now is Matt Priestwood heading down into the corkscrew. The 60 seconds are up. They're starting to push the 21 car out into the race. Got to be mindful of the pit lane speed limit here, Sam Carrington-Yates, but I think he's going to get out in front here of Matt Priestwood. He's at the pit lane exit now, still at pit lane speed limit, but now gets back out into the race, and he is going to have the lead, but not by very much, Andy.
This, by the time he's up to speed, will be only a second or so, because look, there is Matt Priestwood. So Matt Priestwood at full speed is going to be right on the tail of Carrington-Yates before much longer, I suspect. So that was judged to perfection. And how significant was it that Harry Ormerod kept Priestwood behind him for that last 4 or 5 laps of his stint? If Priestwood had gone through and then continued to lap a second a lap quicker than Ormerod, then he would have had the lead right now. So that was a brilliant stint, actually, from Harry Ormerod. Wasn't as quick as Priestwood, but defended the position well.
Only 5 minutes or so of the pit lane window left remaining as well. They'd only got about another probably 4 or 5 laps at which they could have made that pit stop legitimately before they started to pick up penalties, but they're a very good visual idea of the gap between them then. And although a few minutes ago when these two cars were together on track there was a lap between them, now there's not a lap between them. This is very much for position, and basically we're faced with a 20-minute sprint race now.
We are, aren't we? This is pretty much exactly, actually, what Louis Woodward said earlier on, wasn't it? That it all boils down to the final 15 minutes or so. So that is going to be the case again today. So before this all kicks off, which I think it very much will do in the next few minutes, let's head one more time down to the pit lane and catch up with Kieran Mogg.
So I'm down here with Ben and Sean. Now, Ben, you've just come out of car 305. Firstly, how was your stint?
So the stint was okay. Actually, the balance of the car was really nice at the moment. So lots of, a nice amount of understeer. So I'm controlling the understeer, and then I'm getting back on the power, and it's getting quite neutral, and then sort of swirling out of the corner. So I'm finding the balance quite predictable. Qualifying this morning in the wet was nice. You get to feel the car out and feel the balance of the car in the wet, which is really nice. Unfortunately, it's not as fast as we'd like it to be. So going round turn 3 over there, we're losing quite a lot of speed up into Rocket Inn, and we seem to be going backwards at the moment. But other than that, the car feels nice. It's still in one piece. It had a little bit of contact yesterday when we put it into the Armed Forces Race Challenge with one of our drivers, and we're just happy that today that we're able to push it out here in 116 Trophy. But yeah, we're not gaining places. Unfortunately, we're losing them. But it's all about sort of driver development for us.
Yeah, absolutely. And how are you finding the circuit as a whole as well?
So I love the circuit. So basically, the first time I came here was for Race of Remembrance 2 years ago. It was a fantastic race, 12 hours, a very unique remembrance event with Mission Motorsport. That was the first time we came here, and a real interesting, night race as well. So a really different dynamic. Genuinely loved the circuit. Went round here and did a few supercar laps, sort of driving my own personal car. So really nice going into the hairpin at the top, really a real heavy braking zone, and then sort of coming out quite squirrely and crossed up, sort of coming straight and showboating a bit. So nice circuit, really do love it here. Hence, when this was on our calendar, absolutely let's check in and race here.
Fantastic. And also, you guys were marshalling yesterday, so can you tell us about the experience of that? We'll start with you.
Yeah, so 750 messaged us, obviously, Formula 1 weekend. They're struggling to get marshals to come here and race, and obviously there's lots of other national events going on. So they came to us and said, they came to everybody and said, hey, can anyone support marshalling? We take a pretty significant support crew with us, so there was quite a few people, guys and girls, who unfortunately we all can't afford to race. So there's lots of us up there supporting the AFR ARC, Armed Forces Race Challenge yesterday, and we had plenty of spare support people. So, yeah, okay, we'll give marshalling a go and help out and give something back. So, a really nice, unique experience to sit the other side of the racing line, get really close to the action. I was up at Rocket Inn, so Turn 7 Rocket Inn. I spent the whole day there, so watched every series that 750 had to offer for that day. Trophies had quite a lot of contact, so Civic Type-R trophy had quite a lot of contact. Surprisingly, 116 was fairly clean, and pretty much a real showcase of how good driving was. And then I got to be trackside watching all the overtakes. What I sort of noted from a driver perspective was that the marshals generally not drivers, so they didn't really sort of see the racing lines and see what's going on. They're just in the flags and that sort of space, which is a learning point for me. But equally, I got a preview of what the circuit's going to be like today. So every overtake that was tried to go on the inside of Turn 7 was absolutely a non-starter, and either they lost two places, or it ended in catastrophe and quite a lot of panel damage and some upset people. So coming here today, there was absolutely no way I was going up the inside of Turn 7 up at Rocket Inn. Stick it on the outside. Unfortunately, if someone gets the outside of you, it's checkmate, but because of the nature of the corner, if you're up the inside there, you're on the outside for the next corner. So it was really nice perspective and interesting to see the other side of racing and be really close to some of the accidents and the aftermath of it and helping out. So really enjoyed it.
And a good different insight to have as well.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Now all I now need to do is go and do it on every other circuit at all corners, and then I'll pretty much get the circuit figured out for free.
Absolutely. Well, and Sean, how was your experience of being a marshal yesterday as well?
It was thrilling, actually. To be honest, being like up close and personal with some of the race cars, you don't get that perspective as being a spectator. And then obviously being out there and obviously doing the flags and seeing how busy it can be, especially on some of the tight corners that we were on. So yeah, from my point of view, absolutely really privileged to have been in that position. And I absolutely, it's unique out there for people to get involved and absolutely just get involved if you can. To get you up really close and personal with the motorsport racing.
Absolutely. Well, thank you both for stepping in, and a big shout out obviously to the Orange Army as always. We couldn't go racing without them, could we?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, back to you guys in comms.
Drama here because the race leading car has got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. The gap has been coming down on track. It's just over a second now between number 21 Sam Carrington-Yates and number 173 Matt Priestwood. A grandstand finish building up, Andy, but it's not going to be, is it? Because we've got a 5-second penalty now for the car that leads the race.
And there are those that would argue, and I'm not going to say whether I agree with them or not, that he's clearly not been gaining an advantage by exceeding track limits, has he? Because that lead gap has still been coming down. But there we go, 5 seconds added onto his time, and Matt Priestwood doesn't really need to bother overtaking him now. However, Peter Keane is very keen to do some more overtaking because he's been charging through the field in this last 20 minutes or so. He's already overtaken the David Hudson 888 car, which itself, of course, has a time penalty to be applied post-race, and he's now on the tail of the Sam Copeland number 87 car, which in the early stages of the race was very much a factor at the front of the fields in the hands of Louis Woodward. And in fact, he's just gone round the outside of Copeland into Rocket. I can see this out of the window, but has not got the place. There they are, look, going through Rocket in and into Rocket out. So Copeland just about hanging on. This the fight for 4th position.
And the gap on the road between the two leaders has gone out a little bit on that last lap. A 1.4 second gap now emerging between Sam Carrington-Yates and Matt Priestwood. So they are first and second. Third at the moment is number 12. That is the Tom Simply Andy Woodbine car. Fourth then is the number 87 car of Woodward and Copeland at the moment, with Peter Keane just behind him, 5th place. 6th is the 888 car of Greensall and Hudson. 7th, number 80, Millward and Bayliss. 8th is number 252, James Dunn. 9th, number 34, the Tyndall and O'Reilly car. And rounding out the top 10, the Brands, Peter and Martin in car 86. As we're watching Peter Keane have another go here at Sam Copeland, who's driven a really good stint here, hasn't he? Inexperienced though he is, although now he's got the 151 car trying to go around the outside. That was never going to work, really, was it? But this really is a 3-way scrap for 4th position here.
Yes, it is, because as you quite rightly said, they're backing each other up, aren't they, into that 888 car. It's only another 2.7 seconds back, actually, to the Millward and Bayliss number 80 machine as well, which is lapping quicker than them by about a second a lap. So they could all end up coming together here by the end of the race. And only one of those cars I just mentioned has a time penalty to be applied after the race. So it would be more or less a genuine fight for position. Up the hill they will go then. This time around, Peter Keane not quite as close to Sam Copeland as he was a lap ago, and so will not be able to launch an attack. And in fact, it's Hudson who's hunting around on the inside line. Copeland runs wide though, so he wasn't really under that much pressure that time, but still made the mistake. Peter Keane now gets alongside. That's the outside line for Rocket out, and it will maintain the outside line into Peel Corner. There's been a collision further back. The 252 car getting tapped into a spin. That's James Dunn, and he was spinning with some velocity there, as if he'd been given quite a whack to find himself in that position. Peter Keane, though, has just gone round the outside of Rocket out and Peel Corner to claim 4th place.
Yeah, and Dunn was in 8th place, just half a second ahead of the Tindall O'Reilly car at the start of that lap. Draw your own conclusions. Right, 11.5 minutes of the race left to go. This battle goes on for 4th place. Don't forget, Hudson in the 888 car at the back of that group will have 5 seconds to be added to his time at the end for exceeding track limits. We've got Andy, sorry.
Oh, sorry, just to add to your theory regarding the 34 car, it's not really BMW shaped anymore at the front either, so it's had contact with something.
Or someone. Anyway, 11 minutes to go. There is another car that's got some fairly hefty damage from much earlier on in the race. Sam Copeland, not the driver that was on board while that happened. Number 10 now getting the track limits flag. That's the Whiten and Turner car for the drivers from Greater Manchester. So, how is this going to pan out? It looks like Priestwood is probably going to win this one way or another. Is he going to try and make a move for the position on the road, though? We'll keep an eye on what goes on in that battle. Still, we've got Copeland and now Hudson battling for track position. 5th place on the road here. And yes, we've now got just 10.5 minutes left. All of the pit stops, of course, have been served. The pit lane window has been closed, and we're just into the last 7 or 8 laps of racing for these 1.6i N45 BMW 116i's. These cars actually, well, they still look fresh, don't they? Originated about 2004, these cars on the road. They're available in this format for a couple of years. But they still look good and modern and fresh cars. And I think of all the cars where there are, we do have these endurance races, they are the most credible of racing cars in these 90-minute races that we have. Very low cost way to do it. Very standard specification, not much you can do to the cars. Pretty level playing fields, and a good way for many people to get into racing for the first time. Into the pits comes the number 34 car, possibly to have a look at the damage that was sustained on that Toby O'Reilly and Lewis Tyndall car.
It's such a shame we didn't have a camera down there then, because the car hadn't even stopped, and a mechanic belly flopped onto the bonnet to flatten the bonnet down. It was not the most graceful thing I've ever seen, but it worked, definitely. They've now ripped out what was left of the headlight. They're trying desperately to fasten the bonnet down again, but that was an innovative way of sorting out some bodywork damage to the front of that car.
Excellent. I wish I'd seen that myself, but you could just see that from your vantage point a few feet to the right of myself. Anyway, closing stage of this race. There's Matt Priestwood just behind the Sam Carrington-Yates car, number 21. There they are together, heading down towards Church Corner. About a second between them here, but Carrington-Yates with that 5-second penalty. And these drivers will be evenly matched. You know, they're the 2 current and previous lap record holders, so it's not necessarily the case that we'd have expected Priestwood to automatically be able to get ahead of Sam Carrington-Yates. It was a result that was going to be very much in doubting right to the end of this race. But unless Matt Priestwood picks up a 5-second penalty himself in the closing stages, and there's been no sign of him doing that, not any warnings or anything like that, then I think this result only going to go one way, Andy. And if it does, it's quite remarkable. 3 wins in a row in the 116 trophy. When you get a 30-second penalty to serve at your pit stop for winning the previous race, it's done that twice now, overcome that. That's quite something.
It certainly is, and I think on both occasions using a very similar strategy, really, with those 2 sort of back-to-back pit stops to get completely off sequence with everybody else. And I think that I'd be interested actually to hear from him maybe after the race. Oh dear, drama at Rocket, number 82 around. And that is the Jamie Rolfe, Tom Littlechild and Stefan Guardieri car. I'm not sure who is in that car, other than it isn't Jamie Rolfe, because he did the opening stint, but anyway, they've continued, hopefully with minimal damage. But yeah, I'd be fascinated to hear from Mac Priestwood after the race, assuming he does go on to win the race on corrected times, as to why he likes to go for that strategy. And I suspect maybe it's just because he feels that if he gets the pit stops out of the way, he can just settle into a rhythm then, rather than doing another 10 laps and then pitting again and having to get back up to speed again. But I would be interested to get his thoughts, because it's obviously a strategy that he likes and clearly works.
It gives you some certainty, doesn't it? But what it probably doesn't give you is some flexibility.
Yes.
Whereas if your car develops a problem, you might want to get that checked out in the second half of the race. Well, if you've still got a pit stop up your sleeve, maybe you could use a mandatory stop for that. Liam Bresett's getting a penalty now for exceeding track limits, whereas, you know, if you then need to do that as a third stop, then all of the advantage that you've gained is out of the window.
Yes, exactly so, but that hasn't yet bitten him. He's managed to come out of this pretty well every time, hasn't he, so far? And I wonder whether we'll see him try and deploy that in the next round of the series as well, a little bit later on in the year. 6.5 minutes to go then. Mac Priestwood will, I'm pretty sure, be aware of this penalty that is being handed out to Sam Carrington-Yates, and that, I suspect, is why he's sort of dutifully just sitting around a second or so behind Sam. If Sam were to make a mistake, then I'm sure Mac would try to go through, but no real need for Mac Priestwood to be taking too many risks. That being said, they're both lapping quite quickly, aren't they? Priestwood in the low 26s. That's been a quick lap, really, for much of the race in traffic. So neither of them are hanging around. They're both about 0.8 of a second or so quicker than anybody else out on track. But Matt Priestwood, I do get the feeling, is quite content to stay exactly where he is for now.
A 7th car now getting a track limits penalty. That's number 10. That's Paul White and Lewis White and Turner that have now picked up that penalty as well. We have 30 cars still running. We didn't notice, or I didn't notice anyway, the George Healer car stopped about 15 or 16 laps ago. 40 laps into the race, the 187 car out of the race. So 30 cars still circulating out of the 32 that started, with 5.5 minutes of the race left to go. And Matt Priestwood, the powder coater from Halifax, number 173, just sitting in behind the Sam Carrington-Yates number 21 car on his return to the 116 trophy. They're about 15 seconds up the road from Andy Woodbine in third place, who in turn is 25 seconds clear of Peter Keane in fourth, who's now put a bit of daylight between himself and Sam Copeland, who is in 5th place. One to watch possibly, I mean, Hudson, who's in 6th place on the time screen, is going to drop behind Theo Millward and Chris Bayliss there, isn't he? That's because there's only less than 5 seconds between them, and Hudson's going to have a 5-second penalty added to his time, so I don't think he's going to finish top 6 here.
Although was half a second quicker than the number 80 car on the previous lap.
Might,
so he's
might pull away then.
Yeah, doing his best to do so. Needs another second, basically.
It's going to be touch and go, isn't it?
Yeah, that'll be interesting to watch, won't it? Of course, Sam Carrington-Yates and Harry Ormerod will lose the win, but they shouldn't lose second place, so that's some solace maybe for them. But having led this race essentially all the way, in fact, have they led every lap of the race? I believe they may have. No, they haven't. They did lose out briefly to Mac Priestwood on lap 11, I can tell you, because of the timing of the first pit stop, perhaps.
Yeah, and that was only because the timing being when you come into the pit lane sort of effectively triggers earlier than when you're doing the full lap here. Otherwise, they'd have been ahead throughout, I think.
Yes, exactly. So essentially, leading lights to flag, but they're not going to be rewarded with a race win. Oh dear, a close moment there with the walking wounded number 34 car, which isn't exactly leaping out of Sam Carrington-Yates' way, is it? We'll put the top end of the circuit there.
No, and yeah, Carrington-Yates does manage to navigate the way around the tank-taped car with its innovative repair methodology. There's the 232 car, just getting a bit wide. That's the car that is running in 15th position and is for a place as well. For 15th position, that's the Ryan Cafferty Richard Roundle car, getting back in front. Sometimes MX-5 racer Ryan Cafferty, one of the drivers aboard that car. So 3 minutes or so to go, probably 3 laps to go, including the one that the leaders are on, I would think. It's a lap for these cars about 1:27 actually, based on what they're doing at the moment at this stage in the race. Leaders then making their way out of Church Corner, past the right-hand kink at School, and then up towards Rocket they will go again. And there's still, 6, 7, 8 tenths of a second between these two, as it has been for quite a few laps now with seemingly, we're saying Matt Priestwood just sitting behind. He could be trying everything he can to get past, for all we know, but it looks like he is just sitting there and waiting for the penalty to work its way out at the end of the race.
Yeah, because I think it would be fair for him to assume that this is the race leader in front of him, and that it's not like he needs to get past Sam Carrington-Yates and then chase after somebody else. So I suspect he will be quite happy to simply wait this one out. Good battle just went through turn number 1, by the way, for 9th position. The 444 car of Richard Phillips under a lot of pressure from Ethan Hall, the recovering Ethan Hall, remember, who started 7th on the grid and is now trying to claim 9th position. So Ethan Hall, that blue and pink number 25 car, very much on the attack. He was almost getting squeezed into the pit wall, actually, as they came across the line last time. It's the pair of cars just behind the two, actually, that we had on screen then. They're just going around Church Corner in the distance, and Ethan Hall, I think, might be shaping up for another attack here, heading up the back straight.
Yeah, let's have a look if he's able to do that. So this is for 9th place. He's going to the left. He's now going to the right as we're watching this out of our commentary box window. And he's going to do it. Yes, he is going to do it. Yeah, around the outside he goes. Is he going to get the car turned in? Just about. He does. So Ethan Hall goes up to 9th position.
And that is a genuine pass for position, because neither of these cars have a time penalty to be applied. So that's a genuine fight. And Ethan Hall slip through. I don't think he's going to have the time to chase down the 89 car, sorry, 86 car, I should say, which is the Pete and Martin brand car. That's some 6 seconds or so up the road, and of course we only have a minute of this race to go. Now, where are the leaders situated on track? I wonder, because I think they will either have just started their final lap or they'll be coming through shortly to start their final lap. It's going to be the latter, because they're just dropping down through the corkscrew now, so they will see the last lap board this time around, and in a mile and a half's time, Sam Carrington-Yates will presumably cross the line first, but it looks as though it will be a 3rd win in a row for Matt Priestwood.
Indeed so. So last lap board goes out now with 39 seconds to go, and there's 1.2 seconds. The gap actually having gone out between the first two, so just don't let it creep up another 3.8 seconds, Matt, whatever you do, over the course of the rest of this lap. Up into the banking goes Sam Carrington-Yates, Matt Priestwood following him round. And then, as we say, there's another sort of 17 seconds back to the 3rd place car. So that's not really going to come into the equation. There's a bit of traffic ahead of the two leaders. One of those drivers is Jack Godner, can see, in the 71 car in the middle of that shot. He is running at the moment in 12th place, which is a good effort there, because that car started towards the back of the field. And so Jack's did a good job there to get that up to the sharp end. Into Rocket they come. Is this going to get exciting in the final couple of corners?
Well, I wouldn't bet against it. We've been surprised a few times this weekend, haven't we, about some late dramas. As up at the top of the hill there is...
No, don't worry about it. I saw a car that we don't need to worry about.
Indeed, that I think has been there for a while. Anyway, here comes Sam Carrington-Yates, digging his way through the traffic. He is not going to be 5 seconds ahead of Mac Priestwood, unfortunately for him, and Priestwood just needs to be very, very careful here not to get tangled up with the back marker in the last few corners.
Yeah, out of the final corner he will come. The checkered flag is going to go out and be taken by number 21, Sam Carrington-Yates, and Harry Ormerod. Second over the line is Mac Priestwood, but it's already been corrected on the timing screen. Mac Priestwood, the winner then, by 3.738 seconds over Ormerod and Carrington-Yates, waiting for the 3rd place car to come through, just about to exit the final corner. Now that is the number 12 car, Andrew Woodbine and Tom Sibley. 4th place away back is going to be the number 151 car of Peter Keane. In fact, he is probably just up at the top of the circuit now, something like that. So still a way back. Battle's still being resolved all the way down the order though. And yeah, just waiting for our 4th place car to come through. There's David Hudson. He's still very much involved. He's fallen behind on track position, though, behind Millward and Bailey, so he's certainly not going to be in the top 6. Over the line has gone Keane. Here's the next little gaggle of cars, and it's Copeland, very fine 5th place. They were hoping for a top 10 there, so they'll be pleased with 5th. And then it's Millward and Bailey 6th, Hudson and Greensall in 7th place. 8th over the line now goes the Brands. In 9th place, number 25, Ethan Hall goes across the line after his early dramas, and Richard Phillips over there. The line there is the last driver inside the top 10, Andy.
Great race. Certainly a shame about that track limits penalty for the 21 car, but Matt Priestwood drove very, very well, thoroughly deserving of the race victory nonetheless. He did overcome that 30-second penalty, and I suspect will probably have had a good chance of going for the victory had he needed to. A couple of drivers not getting the memo about having to go into Parc Ferme, including Sam Carrington-Yates, who's just had to do a U-turn over the grass to get into Parc Ferme, but he is heading down there very shortly to catch up with Kieran Mobb. But first, the results.
61 laps completed by the race winner Matt Priestwood, who makes it 3 race wins in a row in the Gasshocks 116 trophy. Second place goes the way of number 21 Sam Carrington-Yates and Harry Ormerod, 3.738 seconds behind on corrected times. Third, number 12 Tom Sibley and Andrew Woodbine. Fourth, number 151 Peter Keane. Fifth was number 87 Lou Woodward, Sam Copeland. Sixth, number 80 Theomil Ward and Chris Bayliss. Nigel Greenswell and David Hudson were 7th with a penalty. 8th, number 86 Peter Brand and Martin Brand. 9th, 25 Ethan Hall and Richard Phillips 444. Rounded out the top 10. Good drive by Jack Godden to get the number 71 car up to 11th ahead of the Whitens, and then Scott was 13th and the Petters were in 14th position. And further back we can see all of the top 21 cars were within a lap of the race leader, and then from 22nd back they were 2 laps or more down, and we did have 29 cars, we think, that actually made it to the checker flag in the end. There was another late retirement in the form of 252 James Dunn as well, and that car, I think, that's going to be collected. But a dramatic race for the Gasshocks 116 trophy. It delivered great entertainment yet again, as it always seems to, and we'll look forward to seeing them again with the 750 Motor Club very soon. There's still 3 sprint races to come here this afternoon, though, at Anglesey. We've got the Sports 1000 Championship, which has no green flag lap, in just a moment. We've got the Tagiwa Type R Trophy and the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship to round out the day. Just a little bit of clearing up to be done, though, after that 116 trophy race. And then we'll have the Sports 1000 cars released out onto the circuit. And Kieran Mobb now is ready in Parc Ferme, and he is going to speak to our successful 116 trophy drivers.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I'm down here in Parc Ferme and with our winner, Mac. That was a tough race out there.
Yeah, definitely tough, especially with the 30-second time success penalty. Good race though, consistent throughout, so very happy.
Did you know about the time penalty that was given to first place on the road?
Yeah, we knew about the time penalty, so I knew as long as I stayed in the 5-second gap, there was no need to go for the move, risk damaging my car or anything like that. So.
Definitely. And how have you found the track evolution? Obviously, it was wet this morning. It was slightly wet patches when you started. How has it kind of gone on as the afternoon's gone on?
Well, the track dries very quickly because obviously of the wind. So it was dry straight away, to be fair. So pretty well. We had grip, good grip. Yesterday we struggled with grip a bit, but we seem to sort that now. So
definitely. Well, good way to round off the weekend.
Definitely. 3 in a row.
Exactly. Fantastic. Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right, we'll speak to our third place man. If I could just jump in here a second. Third place. How was that race? You look very sweaty now.
Yeah, that was hard. So much harder than I thought it would be, because it's not even that hot today, but God, that was killer, that was. I mean, these guys were so fast, and I don't know what was going on with our car. We just lost rear grip, and the problem kind of compounded. The less rear grip we had, the more it slid, the more I overheated the rear tyres. Problem just continued, basically. So we made a couple of tweaks during the pit stops just to try and stiffen the rear of the car and try and lessen that, and it helped to a degree, but there was no way I was catching these guys.
Anything that you can perhaps work on for the next race to bridge the gap?
At this stage, probably just a bit more seat time. I mean, these guys smash loads of track days and stuff, and you just can't compete with that. So fingers crossed we can try and get a few more days. Andrew at AWE provided the car and everything today. And what a car he is as well. Cannot thank him enough.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the third place.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Right, we're going to head up to an ad break, and coming up next is the Sports 1000. See you in a second.
Third and final race of the weekend coming up for the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship, featuring Cup 200. We've already had wins for Ryan Yarrow and Scott Mattel. This time it's Dan Clues, number 2, that is on pole position. Besides him is number 8, Richard Webb. On the second row of the grid, it's the 2 race winners from earlier on in the weekend. Number 5, Scott Mattel, and 54, Ryan Yarrow. Row 3 is 42, Clint Newman, and 63, Colin Chapman. On the fourth row of the grid, it's 44, Carl Austin, and 43, Paul Rogers, Charlie Sladden, and 69, Ian Hutchinson. On row 5 of the grid, row 6 is 72, Johnny McGill, and the first of the Cup 200 cars, 77, Al Bolton. Row 7 is 111, Mike Whiteman Hayward, and 98, John Cutmore. Naeem Hack, number 9, and Alex Aloro, number 83, are on the 8th row of the grid, and row 9 is 46, Charlie Wright, and 4, John Murphy. That is the way the grid lines up. Then green flag is waved at the back. It's going to be a 15-minute race for the Nankang Tyres Sports 1000 Championship, and it's going to be no green flag lap for these cars, straight into racing. 1 minute board is shown, so the countdown is beginning. And it's interesting that we've got the 2 drivers that have been successful earlier on in the weekend on the second row of the grid here. Can they find a way past Dan Clues in the Mattel number 2 on the right hand side of your picture? And indeed, Richard Webb, the champion from a couple of years ago in the number 8 Spire. There's a little bit of creeping as the lights go out. I'm not sure anyone gained a particular advantage from that. It's going to be Richard Webb, I think, that's going to lead into the first corner. Yes, it is in the Spire, and then it's Mattel's second and third of Dan Clues and Scott Mattel, respectively. Scott Mattel winning the race this morning in wet conditions. Change of conditions now, though. Ryan Yarrow going to try and go around his outside to take third place away at the banking. Heading off towards Church Corner, it's Webb from Clues, from Mattel, Yarrow, and going with them as well is number 42, Clint Newman, in 5th position. Gap back to Paul Rogers in 6th spot, a small gap, that is, I should say. Climbing up the hill towards Rocket for the first time, and it's the number 8 car of Richard Webb that has the lead. Bit of a lock-up from Clues, who runs wide, and that allows Mattel to get through into second place. Clues, Yarrow's trying to go around the outside of Clues as well to get up into third position. They're sort of nose to nose, aren't they, those 2 cars, as they turn their way through Peel. Still side by side. Yarrow probably here is going to squeeze through into the first element of the corkscrew.
Yes, he does. Up into third position then for Ryan Yarrow. In Cup 200, by the way, pretty sure it's Alistair Bolton who's got the advantage. There he goes, looking the white number 77 car, with John Cutmore right behind him, and Mike Whiteman Hayward as well. So the top 3 in Cup 200 absolute together after a good side-by-side battle through the first couple of corners from those drivers. But Richard Webb leads by nearly 1.3 seconds now over Scott Mattel in second. Ryan Yarrow, though, in third, is going for second up the inside into the banking. That's not quite going to work, but Ryan Yarrow on his toes here. He wants to get after Richard Webb before he gets too far up the road.
Yeah, that's right. So it's Webb leading, Mattel second, Yarrow third, and fourth is Clues. There's Charlie Sladden in another Mattel, number 28. He switched from the Ecton Harvard Sabre to the Mattel for this season, and it seems to have got him a bit further up the field. The 21-year-old from Essex, as Johnny McGill, number 72, is heading slowly into the pit lane. So sadly, his race weekend has come to a premature end. Look how Clint Newman, number 42, is right with these cars as well. So the postman from the West Country is really delivering well this weekend. He's right on terms with number 2, Dan Clues, on the second lap of the race.
Lead gap coming down on this lap, I would say, between Webb and Mattel. That doesn't look like 1.3 seconds anymore quite, as they drop down through the corkscrew. The back, Carl Austin there, was that him nipping up the inside of Paul Rogers, I think?
Charlie Sladden, I think.
Defending from Charlie Sladden, right, okay, for 7th position. Lead gap, well, it's not 1.2 seconds, it's 1.184 seconds. It came down slightly. Fastest lap set by Scott Mattel, but only fractionally quicker than the race leader.
Yeah, 1.1 seconds between the first 2 cars as things stand, as they all streak their way around the right-hander of the banking. A few gaps starting to emerge, but still a long way to go in this race. There are the leading Cup 200 cars. It's Al Bolton, number 77, in the white car. It's the blue car for number 98, John Cutmore. Both of them very experienced drivers, long-time competitors in RGB, although Bolton in particular has had quite a long time away. And returning, and he really enjoyed driving these Cup 200 cars in the wet on the Atomic Racing cars, the MK Indy chassis that these are based on, with a Hayabusa engine giving them plenty of power. Oh, someone had a spin, and it was number 9, Naeem Hack, who's gone around but Rocket. Whether he did that on his own or was helped, not quite sure. Anyway, he gets back into the race, and the Cup 200 battle for the lead continues.
Jonathan McGill's transponder isn't working. We don't really need the transponder to tell us he's in the pit lane, though. He's not in the race anymore, so that's probably a little academic, although race control insistent upon telling us. Richard Webb then lead. Fastest lap now, though, belongs to Ryan Yarrow, 1 minute 12.4. That was 2 tenths quicker than the leader, 4 tenths quicker, though, than Scott Mattel just ahead of him. So that gap between second and third place creeping down ever so slightly. They're just making their way through Church as the Cup 200 leaders descend upon the banking, with John Cutmore still well within slipstreaming range of Al Bolton. But Hayward not that far behind in third. Then it's Alexandra Aloro in fourth, although he's 1.3 seconds behind the leading 3. Back in Sports 1000 land, though, and the gaggle of cars fighting over 5th position. Dan Clues number 2, Paul Rogers number 43, 44 Carl Austin, and 28 Charlie Sladden, all in a line, making their way towards Peel.
And there is this battle then. It's Carl Austin and Charlie Sladden there. Carl Austin in the black and red Spire, the man from Devon. Charlie in his second season of racing in Sports 1000. Works in IT in the NHS. Colin Chapman not too far behind, only in 9th position. Colin Leach has been a bit further up the order this season. Ryan Yarrow's just in the best lap of the race, a 1:11.876, 11 seconds faster than they were doing this morning in the wet, of course, but it's narrowed the gap there to Scott Mittal, so he is taking the fight to the 2 leaders, Richard Webb and Scott Mittal. Mittal the winner of this morning's race. Ryan Yarrow winning yesterday's race by a second and a quarter over Richard Webb, and Yarrow did the best lap yesterday, 1:11.360, so he's about half a second outside of that time at the moment.
I think Charlie Sladden got past Carl Austin then with a nice move up the inside into the banking. Scott Mattel now looking to make a similarly nice move against Richard Webb for the race lead. They are absolutely together now as they turn through Rocket. Behind Clint Newman, that looked like, was battling with somebody.
Was that Ryan Yarrow?
Yeah, I think it must have been. Did Ryan outbrake himself, maybe?
Let's have a look. Do we see them through? Yeah, Ryan Yarrow has lost out, so he's outbraked himself at Rocket, which has allowed Clint Newman to go into the podium positions, and that's significant, of course, with Yarrow being the championship leader.
Indeed so, and of course drops him further away from the top 2 now. He was looking like being a bit of a threat, wasn't he, as we headed into the middle part of the race, but perhaps not so much now. That has also delayed Newman and Yarrow to the point that they've now been caught by Clues and Rogers and Sladden and Austin. So it's 6 cars in a line now, from 3rd place all the way back to 8th.
Yeah, Yarrow led by 42 points coming into this race. Carl Austin it was that was up into 2nd, Paul Rogers 3rd, Colin Chapman 4th, Charlie Sladden 5th in the championship. Only 11 points covering 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, so it's all to play for the minor placings. Ryan Yarrow is certainly the man to beat in the championship this season, looking for his 3rd championship title. But he's got his work cut out a little bit, because Dan Clues is going to get past him now, so I wonder if there's a problem with his car. Rather than it being an issue, Rocket on the first lap, he might lose another position here to Paul Rogers up at the top of the hill. No, Rogers just took him back in behind. But Yarrow, all not well, I suggest, there. And indeed, he has not lost out to Rogers just yet, but that was Clues confirming his position. Sladden in 28, trying to get ahead of Rogers as well. And then the man who's 2nd in the championship, Carl Austin, he's only 8th.
Yeah, so I was surprised to hear Carl Austin was 2nd in the championship, only because he's been a little bit anonymous this weekend, sort of battling towards the back end of the top half dozen at best. But anyway, he has the potential maybe to pick up a few more places in this race. Meanwhile, in the Cup 200 class, Alistair Bolton still just ahead of John Cutmore as they wind their way out of Peel Corner. These two have been closely matched all weekend long, and now in these perfectly dry conditions, they've got a really good opportunity to put on a good show once again for the class victory. They descend upon the final corner, accelerate, sliding their way out of the final turn, or sliding in the case of Alistair Bolton anyway, a slightly more measured run for John Cutmore, and that seemed to be the quicker because Cutmore closed in again slightly on that lap.
Certainly did. Less than, well, just over half a second between them. As we've now got Yarrow, yeah, he's got his hand on the air, he's waving cars past him, so that's Colin Chapman that's gone past him, as well as Carl Austin, so wouldn't be surprised if we saw, well, will we see Ryan Yarrow pit bound, or will he just try and drive around whatever problem he's got just to pick up points here that could be important in the championship, or potentially if he thinks this is something that could be more serious, he might decide that the right thing to do is to head for the pit lane and avoid risking any further damage to the car or the engine.
Well, they'll have dropped scores, presumably, in this championship. I don't know if it's 2 or 3, we think. But again, I'm not entirely sure what his previous results have been. He won't want to have too many non-finishes against his name, that's for sure. But of course, what he really doesn't want to do is risk damaging the engine even more if it is an engine issue. He's come across the line once again. It makes me suspect something like gearbox issue, doesn't it? Because the car seems to be up to speed and then dramatically slows and then picks up again, which does sort of suggest he's either stuck in gear or can't get it to go through the gears as swiftly as it should be.
Yarri's first result off the podium was the one this morning when he finished in 4th place. All the other races have been on the podium, so as you say, he has got this healthy lead in the championship, so maybe this is just going to be a bit of a blip for his season. But anyway, we're watching now Paul Rogers and Charlie Sladden. This is the fight for 5th position. It's Spire against Mittel. So beautifully turned out and sleek cars. Paul Rogers, former champion, of course. 13 years ago now, he was the title winner in a Contour. There's the number 12 car that's just being lapped. That's a newcomer to the championship. That's Chris Barker, the 64-year-old from Watnell. In his first season of racing in a car that he started building himself many years ago, but it was ultimately completed by Spire and Tim Gray Motorsport to finish the build of that car, and he has now got it out and he's enjoying his racing.
He is indeed. He's about... Oh dear, this is for the lead in the Cup 200s. We'll get back to that in a moment then. Here comes Alistair Bolton under threat from John Cutmore, who was alongside him into the corkscrew. Cutmore in the blue and green number 98 car slips through on the inside line and gets the lead away. So John Cutmore then ahead of Alistair Bolton. Didn't see how that all started, whether it was a mistake from Bolton or Cutmore making the move, but either way, it is John Cutmore who moves to the lead of the class.
Side by side for the lead of the race now as well, because number 5, Scott Mittel, is alongside 8, Richard Webb, as they go up towards Rocket Corner, and Scott Mittel has gone through. And there was the contact there late on the brakes. Is Richard Webb. Andy McEwen has got his arms aloft in surprise and shock, but it is Webb still, for the moment, holding on to the lead of the race from Scott Mittel. Clint Newman 2.5 seconds behind, but yeah, that was a very close moment up there at Rocket, Andy.
I don't know how he got it stopped. He was so late on the brakes and sideways as well in the braking zone, which isn't normally conducive to slowing the car down, but somehow Richard Webb, I seem to recall seeing some good out-braking manoeuvres from earlier on today, actually. Managed to pull another one off to, in a way, defend, but in other ways, retake the race lead that he had effectively lost. Here's a replay. Look at this. He fully loses the position, then jinks to the inside. The back of the car steps out. It's bumpy. He's on the dirty side of the road, snatches a brake, and somehow almost makes the apex.
I think Mittel cooperated with that. He just thought, hang on, I'm just going to stay out of this. You do you, and I'll just tuck in behind rather than avoid potentially getting involved in an accident. Scott runs the team, Mittel team, with his dad, Ian, and probably the last thing they would have wanted is any damage to one of their cars to have to deal with. But anyway, Mittel lives to fight for this position once again. There's still 3.5 minutes to go in this race, and it's pretty tight because Clint Newman now has got to within 1.4 seconds of the race. He is no doubt aided by their moment up at Rocket a couple of laps ago. They've pulled away from Dan Clues, who's 4th, Paul Rogers, who's 5th, and Charlie Sladden, who's 6th. But it's interesting to see that we've got the top 8 covered by only 7 seconds, and we're 12 minutes into this race.
It's been a fantastic race, hasn't it? We've made the point a few times already this weekend about how competitive this grid is this year, and they're really displaying now what that means. It means great close racing. It means lots of drivers in contention for good results, and not just in Sports 1000, but also within Cup 200, because this is still nose to tail, the battle between John Cutmore and Alistair Bolton for the battle for the class lead. Still Cutmore ahead of Bolton, but Alistair Bolton not being dropped at all here by the number 98 car. He slides his way through Peel Corner. Bolton's car definitely looks a bit more leery, doesn't it, than John Cutmore's, but they're both going quickly and both clearly evenly matched.
Yeah, certainly are. Mike Whiteman-Haywood just in behind them as well, so it's really 3 cars quite close together. They're just passing the number 12 car of Chris Barker and lapping his car as they continue their battle with just a couple of minutes of the race left to go. The overall leader is still Richard Webb. Ryan Yarrow, by the way, is still circulating. His lap times are in the 16, so probably 4 or 5 seconds off what he's capable of, but he is at least continuing around to pick up points in the championship, which is something that is certainly worth doing if you can. Battle among the Cup 200 cars continues here then. Cutmore and Bolton in that order, 11th and 12th overall, and not a lot to choose between them. We can see the leaders beneath our comms box just coming over the line once again. 0.6 of a second first to second. Clint Newman about a second behind them. Al Bolton making a renewed attempt at getting the Cup 200 lead.
Yes, he is, but still can't find a way by as they head through Rocket. Thought he might have had an overlap then heading towards Peel. He is looking at the inside line, very late on the brakes, but John Cutmore, cool, calm and collected, didn't panic, just turned into the apex like normal and sort of forced Alistair Bolton to make his own arrangements, really, so they stay as they were. Up front, by the way, some side-by-side battling for fourth, and in fact a change for fourth position. Paul Rogers has just gone round the outside of Dan Clues at Church Corner. There they are on screen, so Paul Rogers ahead of Dan Clues now, who is just sort of slipping back in this race a little bit. He tries to get back up the inside, in fact does get back up the inside into Rocket, and almost makes a little bit of contact with Paul Rogers, perhaps just avoided it, but Dan Clues taking a page out of the Richard Webb book there of overtaking, almost, but not quite late enough on the brakes.
No, so great scrap for fourth, and they are, what, 4 seconds or so behind the leaders who are just dropping down through the corkscrew once again. They are going to be about to start their final lap. They've got one of the Cup 200 cars ahead of them. It's the number 4 car, which I think is that of John Murphy. But yeah, leaders now go on to their final lap, and Richard Webber's just done the best lap of the race, a 1:11.774. It's pulled out an extra couple of tenths. Meanwhile, for 5th position, we're about to get a place change as well, going into turn 1. And for Cup 200, Andy, the battle still continues.
Yes, because Alistair Bolton outbraked himself then, trying to go around the outside of John Cutmore at Rocket, and in doing so, nearly opened the door for Hayward to come through as well. It is one of those races where you don't really know which end of the field to be looking at. There's battles at the front, battles in the back, and quite a few good ones in the middle as well. This is the overall leading group, though. It was heading up the hill. This is actually the fight for 5th position now. Dan Clues slipping back into the clutches of Charlie Sladden, who's just been picking his way through the field quite nicely in this race so far. They head up towards Rocket Corner. Dan Clues defends the position for now.
Yeah, the leaders, though, are at Peel for the final time. Here is Richard Webb, number 8. Oh, and Carl Austin is off on the grass, and he makes contact with Colin Chapman there. I think they both survived that. A little accident there as the man who's second in the championship regained the circuit into Peel Corner. They go, but the leaders now are out of the corkscrew for the final time. Up to the line they come. Checkered flag is about to be taken, and it's going to be number 8, Richard Webb, that takes the checkered flag to win the latest round of the Nankang Sports 1000 Championship. It's round 7 of the championship, the halfway mark of the season. 9 tenths ahead of Scott Mittell. Clint Newman, an excellent result for him for 3rd. Paul Rogers getting the fastest lap of the race on the final lap, a 1:11.696 in 4th. And Dan Clues 5th, Charlie Sladden 6th, Carl Austin and Colin Chapman 7th and 8th. And there is our Cup 200 leader.
Yeah, John Cutmore, I think, has this one more or less in the bag now. That little mistake from Alistair Bolton a lap and a bit ago at Rocket has cost him, and it means that he's just not really been able to take the fight to Cutmore in the closing stages. It was a lovely move that Cutmore made halfway through the race, and from there he hasn't really looked back. Heads down through the final corner and awaits the checkered flag.
Yeah, and he takes it now to win the Cup 200 division. 11th place overall for him, 12th to Alistair Bolton, 13th to Mike Wyman Haywood. Those 3 cars separated only by 1.8 seconds at the end of the race, and the rest of the field just coming through. Naeem Hack has got a place away from Alex Aloro on the final lap. Charlie Wright 16th and John Murphy a lap down in 17th. Chris Barker, the last driver to bring his car home at the end of the Nankang Sports 1000 Championship race. That championship will continue at Snetterton with another triple header at the beginning of August. Then they go to Alton and Donington Park, the Grand Prix circuit there, to round out the Sports 1000 season. But yeah, very exciting and hectic race, very fast race. That'll be some of the quickest racing, certainly the quickest racing that we see today here at Anglesey. Let's have a look at the way the results line up then. Number 8, Richard Webb, it was that took the win after 13 laps in his Spire GT3. He was 0.929 seconds clear of number 5, Scott Mittell, in the Mittell MC53 in 2nd place. 3rd to number 42, Clint Newman. 4th was number 43, Paul Rogers. In 5th place, number 2, Dan Clues. 6th was number 28, Charlie Sladden. Carl Austin, number 44, was in 7th place. Colin Chapman was 8th in 63. And Hutchinson was 9th. And the championship leader, Ryan Yarrow, was in 10th place, number 54, with those problems that he had earlier on in the race. In the Cup 200 cars, 11th overall, number 98, John Cutmore. He was that winner of that class. 12th to number 777, Alistair Bolton, 77 Alistair Bolton, and 111 Mike Whiteman Hayward in 13th place, completed the Cup 200 podium with Naeem Hack in 14th place, Alex Lowe 15th, and Charles Wright, the last driver, on the leading lap. And as we say, the Sports 1000 cars continue their season at Snetterton next month. But we have 2 more races to go. Before that, we're going to head down to Parc Fermé and Kieran Mogg.
This series always throws up some interesting racing, and that was not an exception. We're going to talk to our winner here, Richard Webb. They're just talking with Scott Metella, probably about that astonishing move going up towards the hill. If I could just jump in here, Richard, that was absolutely incredible there to be able to hold that off. That was an amazing race.
Yeah, that wasn't easy at all. I mean, having Scott in my mirrors the whole time was just, I mean, we've worked hard this weekend. It's still not perfect. We're down massively on top speed, but to finally get the result, I can't thank the team enough. They've all worked so hard. Tim Gray, all his boys, and the guys at Spire, it's been brilliant. So to get the result at the end of the weekend is brilliant.
Fantastic way to end the weekend, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Sunshine, Anglesey, and a race win. Perfect.
Exactly. Well, congratulations.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll quickly speak to Scott. Scott, that was one hell of a battle out there.
Yeah, it was good fun. It's me and Rich have never actually raced together before. We know each other quite well. We do lots together, but never actually raced each other. So today's been good fun. I got one, he got one, so it feels probably fair.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations on second place.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you. Now I have a quick word with John Cutmore. Where's he? Not again. They keep running away from me. I'm fed up of drivers running away from me. I clearly have a curse and they don't like speaking to me, but never mind. We've got John here. John, you had to absolutely fight for that one.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, wasn't it? It was a good race, well done, Al.
Yeah, how did you find the conditions out there as well in the competition?
Well, obviously down on numbers, aren't we? But I mean, the weather's changed. It's a different race altogether from this morning, isn't it? So yeah, good race out by all, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, great way to end the weekend as well.
Yeah, not bad, eh?
Fantastic. Congratulations on the win.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Now we've got racing coming up next. We've got 2 more races, I believe. So don't go anywhere. Third and final race of the weekend for the Takiwa Type R Trophy, and the cars are off on their green flag lap ahead of another 15 minutes of action. Pole position for this race goes the way of Joe Jessup, number 28. Besides him, number 86, Matt Wilkins. Second row of the grid, number 92, Adam Parker, and 15, Don de Graaf. Row 3 is 74, Richard Lindsay, and 11, Joe McMullen. On row 4 of the grid, it's 26, Lee Rickard, and 42, Trafford King. The fifth row of the grid, 93, Joe Dalgarno, and 66, Ross Borman. Row 6 is 19, Ollie Musgrave, and 95, Ben Saybold. Row 7 of the grid, 374, Kai Lindsay, and 13, Tom McFarlane. On row 8, it's 7, Andrew Idwin, and 77, Luke Evans, although he crashed heavily at the end of the previous race. Row 9, 61, James Delisle, and 94, Ursula Jordan. And row 10, 18, Matthew Duffel, and 12, Richard Jones, although we may have lost a few of those cars during the course of the weekend so far. So, 15-minute race ahead of us. The grid for this race set by the results from earlier on. Joe Jessup, of course, it was that won that by just a couple of tenths of a second from Matt Wilkins. A really exciting race in probably the worst conditions that we've had all day. Adam Parker third. He led the race for a while, but an excellent podium result for him. And Don de Graaf had to bounce back after a big spin at Church Corner on the opening lap of the race. Got the onboard camera on Ursula Jordan again. It didn't give her much luck in the first race, so let's hope for better fortunes for her this time. A reminder that yesterday's race was a win for Matt Wilkins from Don de Graaf and Joe Jessup. The championship coming into this one is Matt Wilkins leading with 206 points. Joe Jessup has 179. Don de Graaf 160. Ollie Musgrave 148. And Joe McMullen 135. But we're watching here from on board with Ursula Jordan. She's about to drop down towards the corkscrew. She gets this great view opening up over the Irish Sea and the Anglesey coastline and the mountains of Snowdonia in front of her. She's weaving a little bit to get some heat into her tyres, as we have the front runners already taking up their places on the grid. Joe Jessup then number 28 in pole position, the red, white and blue car. DH Racing prepared car. It's the Motion Motorsport car of number 86. Matt Wilkins alongside him on the front of the grid. Then the second row on the inside, you've got the Adam Parker car, number 92. The green Union flag on his roof.
and the mostly green car, green and black car, and 15 Don de Graaf, the car with the red roof, but another, I think, Motion Motorsport prepared car for Don de Graaf there. So 15 minutes of racing ahead of us. 5-second board is shown. We're about to go racing for the penultimate time this race weekend, this time at Anglesey. Lights go out, the race gets underway, and it is Joe Jessup who doesn't get the best of the starts there. It is the man from the outside of the front row, Matt Wilkins, the championship leader, that sweeps into the lead. That's one or two cars going very wide over to the dust and dirt on the right-hand side of the circuit. I think Adam Parker might have been amongst those. And he has lost some ground at the beginning of this race as a result of that. He started the race in an excellent third position. It's Don de Graaf, though, that's moved up into P3. Oh, and the leader's very sideways. Matt Wilkins, can he hold on to it? Well, no, he can't hold on to the lead. He is going to stay third. Joe Jessup gets past him, so too does Don de Graaf. But Matt Wilkins is still there in third place. Gap back to fourth place. That looks like, is that Trafford King that's made it up into fourth position? I think it might be. He started to think in eighth place. Yes, it is in the number 42 car. Adam Parker is still there in level pegging fifth with the number 11 of Joe McMullen as well. But the three leaders turning their way around Rocket for the first time. Ursula Jordan, who's a bit further back down the order, she's getting well and truly stuck into this battle as well. And already her race has gone a little bit further than it did this morning.
Well, save of the day, definitely from Don de Graaf. That cold left rear tyre catching him out, but he's not had the best of luck on the opening laps today, has he? Got tangled up in someone else's accident earlier on today, and that time then he had one of his own, but he is still there in third position. The rest of the field sorting themselves out then as they drop down through the corkscrew for the first time. Jessup leads, de Graaf actually second, so I think he was down to third. He's up to second ahead of Matt Wilkins then.
Only it was Wilkins that was the one that had the moment, not de Graaf.
Ah, beg your pardon, my mistake. So that explains it then. Trafford King then in fourth, Joe McMullen fifth, and Joe Dalgarno in sixth position, with those leading three, I would say, just starting to creep away.
Yeah, they certainly are, from Trafford King in fourth place, but that's been a mighty first lap of the race from him. He is up from 8th position on the grid to P4, probably capitalising as others had their moments, including the likes of Adam Park, who has dropped back down to 7th place, so he's lost 4 positions on the opening lap. First three getting away then from King in 4th, Joe McMillan 5th, and it's Joe Dalgarno in number 93 in 6th position. And you've got de Graaf to the outside. That's opening the door for Matt Wilkins, possibly to get a place back on the inside. And now de Graaf is going to go all the way around the outside of Jessup here, up at Rocket Corner. No, it's not going to work, but is de Graaf going to leave the door open for his teammate there going into Peel? Yes, he does. So Matt Wilkins goes back through to second.
Yep, so Wilkins capitalising on that situation. We've seen that a few times this weekend. It looks like one driver's about to pass up at Rocket and actually ends up losing a position. In fact, I think one of the drivers that Kieran interviewed on the pit wall in that 116 trophy race earlier on said much the same thing. The rest of the field then sliding their way down through the corkscrew. The leading three across the line. The new order, Jessup, Wilkins, de Graaf, with Trafford King still there in 4th position. Change for 8th further back as well, as Ben Siebold has managed to gain a position and move up into 8th spot, at the expense, that is, of the number 74, Richard Lindsay.
Here with the Motion Motorsport duo then, Matt Wilkins and Don de Graaf. It's Wilkins now ahead. It's Joe Jessup, though, that they're tracing. Trafford King, the sim racing king, sim racing champion of the 750 Motor Club, is there in 4th position, and McMillan still in 5th spot. Some side-by-side action I can see further back down the order from my window. We'll perhaps pick that up in a moment. It's about to come into view. Here it is. Adam Parker is involved. The other driver involved is number 95, Ben Siebold. And Siebold is up on 3 wheels, but he does get the place away. And just behind them is 74 Richard Lindsay and Ross Borman 66 as well. So that's a very tight battle for 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th positions.
Indeed so. The 74 car now trying to buy into that as well. And then up the inside goes number 19. That's Musgrave challenging Borman, that is, isn't it? Who ends up with 2 wheels out on the dirt coming out of Peel Corner. Stands his ground, tries to maintain the inside line into the corkscrew, but it won't quite work. And so Borman does lose the place to Musgrave then. That was for a position inside the top 10, I do believe. Across the line go the leading group, Joe McMullen and Joe Dalgarno there getting themselves together in a fight for 5th place. Then Siebold up into 6th, ahead of Parker, Lindsay and Oliver Musgrave to complete the top 10 as Joe Jessup at the front, Ian, sets a new fastest lap.
Yeah, 119.585. comparing that to yesterday. We're into the 1:20, so that is a new fastest lap of the weekend. It's not a new lap record, though. That's still Adam Shepherd from 3 years ago, and he was into the mid-18s there, so we're a little way off those times this season. So through Church Corner goes this battle with Ollie Musgrave now there in that number 19 car ahead of Ross Borman, so that's 10th and 11th that they're battling over. Lee Rickard, the next car in that group. Here's the fight for 5th because Joe Dalgarno has caught Joe McMullen. So those together for 5th and 6th positions. And this battle coming through a little bit further behind for around about 10th position, as Ross Borman, who's a retirement from yesterday's race. There's McMullen and Dalgarno going through. Adam Parker in 8th place there, still ahead of Richard Lindsay in 8th position. Dropping down towards as they come at the corkscrew leading cars, meanwhile we're going across the line, and that time through it was Wilkins that took a little bit of time out of Joe Jessup. The gap down to just over 0.6 of a second, so we'll keep an eye on the lead battle as well as this battle for 5th place.
All sort of academic, isn't it, really? When you're that close to another car, yes, you might gain or lose a tenth from lap to lap, but really it's all about whether you can make the move. You're not going to get any closer, really, without making at least an attempt at an overtake. Bit of a lock-up there from Oliver Musgrave going into the banking. He was the... Ross Borman, excuse me, the number 66 car, challenging Oliver Musgrave for 10th position as they went towards the banking that time. This is a great gaggle of cars, isn't it? Rounding Church Corner, led by the number 92 of Adam Parker in 8th position, then Richard Lindsay, Oliver Musgrave, Ross Borman and Lee Rickard are part of this now as well, very much so. And about 1.7 seconds back to Tom McFarlane, who hasn't been on the grass yet in this race as far as I've seen. Meanwhile, Borman on the attack again, peeking to the inside into Rocket, but unable to find a way through.
8.5 minutes of this race left to go. On board we go with Ursula Jordan briefly there. She is running in 16th place at the moment. Here we are, good view from her car. She's got Andrew Edwin, number 7, ahead of her. She's only about 0.8 of a second behind Andrew, and Kai Lindsay and Tom McFarlane, just in turn ahead of Andrew there as they drop down towards the corkscrew once again. She's in this family-built car, newly built for this season's campaign. She's going to come through and complete another lap. That'll be 5 laps in the book for her as we're watching the battle a bit further up the road. It's the battle that's headed by Adam Parker still in 8th place, but you've got Parker, Lindsay, Musgrave, Borman, Rickard all in one group together there, 5 of them.
And Parker very wide over the grass there coming out of turn number 1. There was a bit of touchy-feely stuff between Musgrave and Lindsay, I think it was, through the final corner. But Adam Parker, having had that little moment at target corner, he'll have dirt on his tyres, and that's just slowed him down through the next couple of corners as well, which means that Richard Lindsay has maybe half an opportunity now to try and make a move, heading up the hill towards Rocket Corner, but he drops back slightly through the right-hander at Church that time. Anyone going to jink to the inside? Well, sort of, but more to defend for each other, which opens the outside line now for Ross Borman, but that doesn't really work either. These cars are all so evenly matched, it's difficult to get one over on the cars around you. And as it is, the positions then stay as they were.
Regulations are indeed tightly controlled to try and keep costs down, but also the competition as close as it possibly can be, and that's certainly been very much an evidence this weekend in the Type R Trophy. There's possibly a little bit more accident damage than we might normally like in this category, but it certainly has been very close racing. Black and white driving standards flag going out to somebody, we know not who, just at the moment, but I expect that's for track limits infringements. As watching Adam Parker still desperately trying to hang on to take position from Richard Lindsay, Ollie Musgrave, Ross Borman and Lee Rickard. Great fight that they're having. He does run a bit wide though, does Parker. He sweeps back through to maintain the position though up into the banking. Behind these 5 there's then a gap back to Tom McFarlane in 13th, Kai Lindsay 14th, Andrew Edwin 15th, Ursula Jordan 16th. And it is good to see Luke Emmons back out though after his heavy incident this morning.
Yes, it is indeed. Actually, I hadn't spotted that, but that car looked pretty badly damaged, didn't it? But the team have done a brilliant job of getting the car fixed. Relatively short turnaround time as well to get that car ready, so that's particularly impressive. Up the hill we go again, this quintet of battling drivers, and perhaps this time it's Oliver Musgrave thinking about the move on Richard Lindsay, but he was just a touch too far back. for the first time, Adam Parker at the front of the queue, just outbraking himself, and this time maybe leaving an opportunity for Lindsay. That doesn't work, but Lindsay is slow all of a sudden. Lindsay is suddenly off the pace. I don't know if that was because of a touch or whether something just broke on the car coincidentally, but anyway, that stacked everybody up, and he appears to be out of the race.
Yeah, and that's given Adam Parker some breathing space, hasn't it? Because there's now a gap back to Ollie Musgrave, who's now into 9th position as a result of all of that. 5.5 minutes of this race left to go. Leaders have just gone through to complete their 7th lap, 7/10 of a second between Joe Jessup and Matt Wilkins. The two leaders in Don de Graaf now a little bit further behind those two, 2 seconds behind Wilkins in 3rd place. But here's Musgrave now in 9th place, with Borman in 8th place. No, he's 9th place. Borman in 10th, Rickard 11th, and Richard Lindsay having dropped to the back of the pack and stopped indeed up on the side of the circuit at Rocket Corner. Here are the two leaders though, Joe Jessup and Matt Wilkins, and they have been sharing the wins all season long. This is the 7th round of the championship. They've got 3 wins apiece during the course of the season so far. Who is it going to be that leaves Anglesey with an advantage? There's double waved yellow flags there, of course, while Richard Lindsay's car is parked at the side of the circuit. So who is it going to be that leaves Anglesey with bragging rights of most wins during the course of the season? As I say, in the points, it's Wilkins fairly comfortably ahead by 27. So I think he probably is going to leave Anglesey leading the championship unless disaster strikes in the remaining 4 minutes.
Might that factor into how he approaches this race then? Is it really worth taking a big risk just to get that extra victory over Joe Jessup when in points he's doing all right anyway? Sure, the racer in him wants to try and stand on the top step of the podium again, but 2nd place would be good points for his championship campaign. So Jessup with the lead, Wilkins 2nd. They've really dropped Don de Graaf now, haven't they, in 3rd position. Don having a bit of a lonely run now to the bottom step of the podium. Then Trafford King likewise all on his own in 4th place really. Joe McMullen 5th, Joe Delgado still 6th, Ben Seabold 7th. Seabold's caught those two over recent laps, so that could be a battle worth watching, as Joe Jessup has been given a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits, and that means that Matt Wilkins may not have to overtake him on the road in order to gain the race victory.
So it's him that was getting the black and white driving standards flag a few moments ago then. We saw the 5-second penalty board being prepared in the pit lane. That is who it's gone out to then, the race leader Joe Jessup, and that does change the complexion of the race. Confirmation of that now on the screen for those of you watching on the live stream. Meanwhile, Musgrave has got himself ahead of Adam Parker, who might lose another place here to Ross Borman up at Rocket Corner, but he manages to hold on for the moment. Leaders coming across the line. The gap between Joe Jessup and Matt Wilkins, 4/10 of a second it was. It's now 5/10 of a second, but crucially, it's 4.5 seconds to Wilkins' favour once you add the 5-second penalty to Joe Jessup. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go, so they are probably going to get 3 more laps out of this.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Around the banking, there you go, there's Delgado, still in 6th position. This is that battle that I was just referring to, though, and Ben Seabold has reeled these two in. He was a couple of seconds back at one point, but right there with them again now as they head through the banking at turn 2, head towards Church once again. And Seabold flashing the lights, I think there, wasn't he, at the drivers ahead. I don't think Joe Delgado is going to simply move out of the way, but nice try anyway. Seabold will have to do this the hard way, and that could begin with a good run up the hill and maybe a bit of a late braking manoeuvre into Rocket. It's been the scene of so much overtaking this weekend already. Is Ben Seabold about to add another overtake to the list? Well, not on this occasion. Joe Delgado keeps him at arm's length.
Certainly does, and so this is the fight for 5th, 6th and 7th. McMullen, Delgado and Ben Seabold here. Seabold has been taking a little bit of time out of the cars ahead of him to get on to terms with them, to make it a fight for 5th, 6th and 7th places. He was earlier on involved in the scrap with the likes of Adam Parker, but that was very much in the early stages of the race. So this the fight for 5th. McMullen, who I think 5th in the championship, as we said, coming into this race. Yeah, just 13 points behind Ollie Musgrave, who's a few places further back on the track. So this is good news for his championship. If he can stay there and put a few point positions and therefore points between himself and Ollie Musgrave in this race. Up towards the bank they come. The battle for 5th position. You could just see in the distance Don de Graaf and Trafford King more or less together now through Church Corner as well for 3rd and 4th position. So that's been King doing personal best lap times to get on terms with de Graaf, but probably a little bit too late, because there's only probably one more lap to go at the end of this one.
That being said, he was about 7/10 faster than De Graaf on the previous lap, and only 1.2 seconds back at the beginning of this lap, so it could be touch and go, but yeah, Trafford King has been going well in the second half of this race. So too has Ben Seabold to catch Joe Dalgarno, but can't find a way through yet, can he? Again, hunting around on the outside line, heading for Rocket, but not quite close enough to make the move. The leaders, though, dropping downhill into the final couple of corners of what will be the penultimate lap of the race. There will be one more lap to go after this one, and Joe Jessup on course for a win on the road that sadly is not going to stand with that 5-second penalty to be applied.
No, over the line they go. Last lap board is shown. 0.6 of a second the gap between them, but that now is pretty academic. We're on board with who are we on board with here? It's the 66 car that we're on board with, of Ross Borman, and he has got a car absolutely alongside him.
Adam Parker.
You can see that of Adam Parker, so this for 9th position. Is that going to result in a change? Yes, it has done. Ross Borman's going to come through out of the corkscrew and to complete another lap up to 9th place. Adam Parker now back to the rear end of the top 10, with just behind him Lee Rickard looking menacing.
Yeah, so that was a good move there by Borman then. Ross Borman to move into 9th position. Adam Parker was at the front of this group, wasn't he, a couple of laps ago in 8th position,
yeah.
So it's really started to slip away from him slightly in the second half of the race. The leading two are up at Rocket, though, for the final time, and Matt Wilkins looks as though he is going to break that deadlock in the wins rankings anyway, and certainly put himself in an even better position in the points. A bit wide there for Joe McMullen, but Joe Dalgarno, although he gets alongside, is presented only really with the outside line through Rocket out. It's not the best place to be in these dry conditions, and so it should be Joe McMullen that stays in front.
Yeah, absolutely right. So heading down to the final corner they come then. The checkered flag is about to be waved to Joe Jessup. Kai Lindsay has a spin, but Joe Jessup takes the checkered flag. Matt Wilkins, though, is the one flashing his headlights because perhaps he knows that it's a 5-second penalty for Joe Jessup. So Matt Wilkins credited with the win by just under 4 seconds. Don de Graaf takes 3rd, Trafford King 4th. Here's the fight for 5th coming over the line now. 3 of them together. Joe McMillan, Joe Dalgarno and Ben Seibold finishing in that order. And then it's going to be Ollie Musgrave pretty much on his own now in 8th place. Ross Borman 9th, and clinging on to the final place in the top 10, the man who was 3rd earlier on, Adam Parker.
Yeah, that race really deteriorated, didn't it, for Adam as it went by, but he's had some starring moments. That drive in the race earlier on today in very difficult conditions was a particular highlight of his season so far, I'm sure. And Adam will be satisfied, if nothing else, with a top 10 finish here this afternoon. But Matt Wilkins picks up another race victory, and we'll be very grateful for that, I think, given how his race started with that close shave on the opening lap. But he managed to pick his way through to claim the win on corrected times anyway, having been over a second adrift in the end of Joe Jessup on the road at the time of the checkered flag.
Yeah, so one non-finish there. Richard Lindsay, he retired up at the top of the second. It was late dramas with that spin for Kai Lindsay, but he did bring the car home over the line. Let's have a look at the results then at the end of 12 laps of racing. Number 86, Matt Wilkins, it was that took the victory over Joe Jessup, although not on the road. 28, Joe Jessup in second with that penalty 3.967 seconds behind. Third to number 15, Don de Graaf. Fourth to number 42, Trafford King. Fifth to number 11, Joe McMullen. Sixth was 93, Joe Dalgarno. And then 7th was number 95, Ben Seibold. Then there was a gap of about 10 seconds back to number 19, Ollie Musgrave, who was 8th. Number 66, Ross Borman, took 9th. Adam Parker completed the top 10 ahead of Lee Rickard, Tom McFarlane, Ursula Jordan and Luke Emmons, with Andrew Idwin and Kai Lindsay 15th and 16th, and Richard Lindsay a non-finisher at the end of that one. So just one more race to go here at Anglesey this weekend. It's going to be for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. We've got the Type R Trophy cars heading in. We've got a range of vehicles heading out to recover cars and just check it all is well before the start of that final race of the weekend. Very shortly we'll no doubt be able to head down to Parc Fermé to hear from race winner. No doubt again we're going to have a disappointed driver down there in the form of Joe Jessup, who have received news of that 5-second penalty. We'll see if we hear from him as well. But just one race to go here this afternoon. That's the Clios of this annual trip of the 750 Motor Club to the fantastic Anglesey circuit. Always made very welcome here. We always have great racing as well. Next 750 Motor Club after meeting, after this by the way, is 2 weeks' time at an equally attractive circuit, Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire. Another great test of drivability, a very technical circuit. So we look forward to racing at Cadwell Park. That's not live streamed, but do get along if you can to that one. But for now, we're going to head down to Parc Fermé and see who Kieran Mock has got to talk to.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, what an amazing race from the Civics. They never fail to deliver, do they? And we can see that Matt Wilkins and Don de Graaf are just having a bit of a chat over there. But if we just we can grab Matt for a second. Matt, you had a proper battle, but then obviously with the penalty, you just backed off, just maintain the gap.
Yeah, there's no point making any silly moves. But I was struggling to find somewhere to make a move. He had good pace in that race. Overdriving a little bit, maybe. But yeah, we brought it home, so that's good. And
yeah, definitely.
P2 again. It's a shame for Joe. He drove well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, it's an improvement, obviously, on your race this morning as well. Giving you confidence into the next round?
Yeah, it's looking good. Yeah, it's a good points haul, so.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations on your win, and what a way to end off the weekend.
Very good. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. So we'll just chat with Don de Graaf. So, Don, obviously a few seconds behind these guys. What was it? Didn't it quite have the pace of them?
Yeah, I mean, it felt good for the first few laps, and I was, having a good battle with them. But then from sort of lap 4 onwards, I don't know if I cooked the front tyres or what I did, but I just couldn't hang on to those guys. And then even King was coming behind, putting a lot of pressure on me at the end. I just kept locking the fronts and just had a ton of understeer, so I'm not sure what that's all about. But no, good race, a bit of a gift there, getting P2. I don't feel like I deserved it, but I'll take it.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Just one thing, my nephew Grayson, one of my biggest supporters, is watching, so all right, G.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, great way to end off the weekend then with a special message there for.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right. So, last race of the day, we've got one more, and it's going to be a good one because it is the Clios Don't Go Anywhere.
So the cars on the grid then for the final race of the weekend here at Anglesey. It's the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. Green flag waved at the back. They're about to go off onto their green flag warming up lap. And it is a fine assembly of cars that we have. We've already had 2 races this weekend for them, of course. Yesterday, Justin Griffiths was classified as the winner from Darren Ransom and Jack McConnell. Various drivers were excluded for technical infringements. This morning in the rain, it was Chris Lawrence that took the win from Justin Griffiths and Darren Ransom. So we are going to get them off onto their green flag lap very shortly. Let's have a look at how the grid is going to line up for this one. It's based on the fastest lap times from the race early on today. So on pole position, it is the number 1 car of the race winner, Chris Lawrence. Besides him, number 14, Jack McConnell. Second row of the grid, 55, Justin Griffiths, and 72, Peter O'Connor. Third row is 30, Darren Ransom, and 297, Jan Whittaker. On row 4 of the grid, it's 7, Stephen Richardson, and 12, Matt Hipkins. Row 5 is 13, Mark Enott, and 10, Joshua North. Row 6 of the grid, 18, Mark Witherington, 6, Max Martin. Row 7 is 11, David Redshaw, and 57, Matthew Pontier. And then at the back, it's 8, Chloe Daly, and 75, Greg Hill, making it, for everyone is there, a 16-car grid for this final K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship race of the year. In terms of the points situation, it is, let me get the right message up in front of me, Pete O'Connor that leads the championship, the Class A driver on 149 points. From the Class B points leader, Justin Griffiths, he's second on 140. Darren Ransom is on 124. Joshua North, 118. Chris Lawrence, the winner from earlier on today, up to 111 points now. So still lots to play for this season. This is round number 7 of the championship. There's 3 races left to go this season at Snetterton, Alton Park, and the Silverstone National Circuit at the end of October to conclude the season. So a long way to go to resolve the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. Next meeting at Snetterton is also going to be a triple header event, as this meeting has been. We're on board there with the number 55 car, isn't that?
I think so.
That we are on board with. Yes, that's Justin Griffiths, who is starting on the second row of the grid for this one, having been a winner yesterday. He's got Jack McConnell ahead of him on the grid, so Jack well up the grid there. Good to see him there in his first season of racing in the Clios. 28-year-old, based in Milton Keynes, but originally from Belfast. Is an EV test engineer working in Formula E, Formula 1. Had some karting success in the 2010s. And this is the ex-Spencer Stevenson car that he is racing. There we are, the number 14 car you can see on the outside of the front row of the grid. Pete O'Connor in that 182, the DUS liveried car. You can see that quite clearly on the second row of the grid. He's been taking the fight, some of the 197s, all the way through during the course of this weekend. Let's see if he's able to do that again in this final race of the weekend, which is about to get underway. They've had lights go on and the lights go out, and off they go up towards target for the first time. And it's a pretty good start by the driver from pole position, but Justin Griffiths has got up to second place at the expense of Jack McConnell. He's dropped down to third place. It looks like Pete O'Connor is in fourth position, although he has cars either side of him going up into the right hander at the back. He's dropped back to sixth place, and he's only just got the lead of the 182 still. We'll keep an eye on that. But the cars that have made progress there, Darren Ransom certainly one of them, and the other is the 297 car of Jan Whittaker in the ex-Jack Dwayne car. But leading the way, that blue and yellow car that won the race this morning of Chris Lawrence, he's leading the way. But there you can see of the 182s there, Pete O'Connor is only just ahead of number 7, Stephen Richardson.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? And down into, what, about 6th place overall, so that's not really gone to plan for him. The leaders overall are nose to tail as well. And there's a side-by-side battle there between the 297 of Jan Whittaker and the number 14 of Jack McConnell. McConnell on the outside, the black car with the gold highlights and the gold rims. The all-black number 297 car, though, I think is the one that's going to move through. Jan Whittaker gains a position, and that will be 4th place, I believe, as they head down the hill behind them, though, side by side between the top two in the 182 class. And look at this, for the first time, there's a real challenge, really, this weekend being taken to Peter O'Connor. There may have been a bit of a clash of doors between the two of them, and in fact, the top 3 in that class all running nose to tail.
Yes, they are, and the third of those cars is number 13, Mark Enoch, at the moment. There's Jan Whittaker in his first season of racing. I think it's the first time out in that car as well for the 38-year-old director from Nottingham. Done some Rotax karting in the past. He's got plans to be racing in GT3 by 2027. Let's see how that pans out, making his start in Clio Sport. He's got ahead of the 14 car of Jack McConnell, who started on the front row of the grid. He's up to 4th place now behind Lawrence, Griffiths and Ransom, those 3 having made a break. Then you've got the 2 black cars together, and then desperately trying to go with them is Peter O'Connor, and also try and put some daylight between himself and Stephen Richardson, who's second within that class. They're up towards Rocket Corner for the 2nd time now in this race. There you can see the number 12 car as well, Matt Hipkins. He's got Joshua North behind him, who's 4th within the 182 class.
Yep, over towards the top end of the circuit they go, the highest point of the track up at Peel Corner before they start the very rapid but very steep descent back down to the lowest point on the track here on the start-finish straight. It all happens really within the space of 3 corners, and those 3 corners are coming up now through the left at the top of the corkscrew, the right at the middle of the corkscrew, and the left at the bottom of the corkscrew, otherwise known as the bus stop. And Chris Lawrence, unlike this morning in the very, very, very wet conditions, where I suspect that he had a very, very, very good wet setup on the car, he's not getting away, is he? Only half a second the gap back to Justin Griffiths, with Darren Ransom very much going with them. So I do suspect that Chris Lawrence, whether it was set up or whether he's just a bit of a wet weather expert, I don't know, but that may have played into that dominance earlier on today. In race 3, though, not having things all his own way.
Certainly not, but the first 3 are getting away from the rest of them. It's Lawrence leading by just under half a second at the start of this lap from Griffiths. Ransom another half second back in 3rd place. Then it's about 3 seconds back to Jan Whittaker. We'll go on board with Griffiths, who's in 2nd place here, chasing after the race leader, Chris Lawrence. Through school they go, continue to sort of curve right, and then on the brakes and change of direction into the left-hander at Rocket, where it's really a blind crest, isn't it, as they come over there. Then you've got Ransom there in 3rd position, number 30. You've got Stephen Richardson, see, right behind Pete O'Connor in among the 182s, just behind these 2 cars that are battling for 4th and 5th positions overall. Jan Whittaker and Jack McConnell. We'll see them in shot there. Yep, look, they're absolutely together, those 2 182s.
Yeah, this is a much more competitive race across both classes, really, isn't it? Peter O'Connor then with some defending to do if he's going to keep Stephen Richardson at bay. Richardson's had 2 second place finishes, hasn't he, this week? No, sorry, a 2nd and a 4th place in class. He was 4th only yesterday, and that would have been in dry conditions, quite similar to these as well. So he's clearly made some changes to the car overnight and looks a lot more competitive now, although Peter O'Connor just stretches the margin to 8/10 as they cross the line this time. They're dropping Mark Enoch now in 3rd place in the class. And as they head to Church Corner, that looked like it was getting very close all of a sudden between Chris Lawrence and Justin Griffiths. Justin Griffiths is right behind the race leader now as they head through Church Corner and in prime slipstreaming range heading up the hill.
Certainly is. He's got the race leader in vision, and literally only about a car length between the 2 of them as they climb now through that right-hand king, then onto the brakes, into the left-hander for Rocket Corner. Nose to tail, no move being made yet there by Justin Griffiths. Has a look up the inside into the 2nd element of Rocket, but there's not really a gap there for him to do anything about it. Then onto the power again, tentatively for the run up to Peel, but you're really not making much progress up through the gears at this point of the circuit. And then they sort of unwind from that and then sinuously down the hill through the corkscrew and back to the end of another lap. This is going to be lap 4 that's about to be completed. There's 3/10 between Lawrence and Griffiths at the start of the lap. It's probably not going to be much different to that now.
No, much tighter line through the last corner there for David Griffiths means that he's less than a Clio's length behind. It is a 1/4 of a second at the line, so it came down by another 1/2 tenth for what it's worth, which really isn't very much, is it? Because they are that close together now that Justin Griffiths isn't really watching the timing screen. Instead, he's focusing on trying to find a way past Chris Lawrence. He takes a very wide line into the banking, does Justin Griffiths. Does that give him a superior exit from the corner? Well, not really, actually. Chris Lawrence, I'd say, made a net gain through the 2nd corner that time. Both take a nice tight line through the right-hander at Church Corner. You can see that Griffiths' car is the facelifted Renault Clio. Underneath, identical, of course, to Chris Lawrence's car. It just looks slightly more modern, but they're both quite clearly evenly matched here this afternoon. And this could be an absolute milestone to end our weekend at Anglesey.
Meanwhile, a bit further back, Pete O'Connor trying to take the fight to Jack McConnell here. He's got a bit more daylight between himself and Stephen Richardson than he had, by which I mean about 2 car lengths. And a bit further back, we're getting a change for third within that class as well, because Mark Enoch has been passed by Joshua North there on the way into Rocket Corner. On the way out now, Joshua North does get that move sealed. He's 4th in the championship coming into this weekend. Of course, points are scored based on class rather than overall finishing position. Josh North 2nd within the Class A standings so far this year, behind Pete O'Connor, or Stephen Richardson behind them, although he won both of the first 2 races in the season at Vans Hatch. This is the 3rd meeting of the year. They've also been to Castle Combe as well. Chris Lawrence now does the best lap of the race, a 1:22.475. Not quite as quick as Justin Griffiths managed yesterday.
No, indeed not. So Chris Lawrence then eking back out in front, but not by a lot. It's still only a couple of car length as they head for Church Corner. But good to see Joshua North running a bit better today. Had a 2nd place finish yesterday, but was only 5th in class this morning. So again, I think the fact that they've had 1 dry race, 1 wet race so far, we've seen a bit of a jumbling of the order, a mix of the order across both of those races, and now we're back in dry conditions again. We're starting to see some of those that went well yesterday moving towards the front once again in race number 3. There at the back of the shot was our Class A leader of the 182's Peter O'Connor. A 2nd clear now of Stephen Richardson, or he was at the start of the lap anyway. And Stephen Richardson, I think maybe now just beginning to lose touch ever so slightly. What he'd like, really, actually, is those 2 ahead start battling, and that's Joshua North. No, Joshua North pulling off seemingly into retirement, having just moved into a podium place within the class. The number 10 car is out of the race.
That's a great shame that Joshua North has come to grief here. He was up into 3rd place within the class. He's now retired from the race. He's pulled off the circuit. Yellow flags, of course, waving now at Rocket, where that car has come to a halt. Meanwhile, no yellow flags at this part of the track, as the track limit is certainly being explored by the first 3 drivers, Chris Lawrence, Justin Griffiths and Darren Ransom, who are separated by 1.7 seconds. You can see Joshua North just tumbling down the timing screen there, as other drivers like Mark Enoch, Mark Witherington, Max Martin and Matthew Ponsier all get ahead of him. As we're watching the battle for 4th that's never really sort of dissipated, has it, between Jan Whittaker and Jack McConnell, 2 newcomers this season to the Clio 197s. They're having a great fight. Pete O'Connor just behind them. He's got how much in hand? He's got about 1 second in hand over Stephen Richardson as well, so he has not got, by any stretch of the imagination, a comfortable margin within the 182 division.
No, not at all. They head through the left-hander at Rocket then, and as I started to say, if these 2 197s start to battle, those of Jan Whittaker and Jack McConnell, that could sort of delay Peter O'Connor and give Stephen Richardson a 2nd chance at getting into the fight. But so far, they're not really holding each other up enough for that to happen. Over the hill, down through Peel Corner again into the corkscrew, exiting which are the leading 3. And I'd say now Chris Lawrence just starting to stamp his authority a little bit more onto this race, just creeping away from Justin Griffiths. Yeah, 7/10 now, so that's about the biggest it's been really all race long. As further back, Jan Whittaker and Jack McConnell, they've never been more than a couple of car lengths apart, have they, all race? But Jan Whittaker, having got that place earlier on, can't break away, but equally hasn't ever looked that likely really to lose the spot.
No, that's right. Only 5 minutes to go, so a 1/3 of the race left to go here. Anglesey, they can see 4th, 5th, 6th right together. Then, another car has come to stop. That's Mark Witherington, number 18. The Auto Smart car has come to a halt. That's a great shame for the man from Melton Mowbray. Disappointing that his race has come to a premature conclusion. The man, as I say, from Melton Mowbray, the Auto Smart franchise owner, has done some MG Owners Club racing in the past as well. As here comes Pete O'Connor. He's going to get in between the 2 black 197s, is he? Is he, or is he not? Maybe not. He's still up on the inside of Jack McConnell. Stephen Richardson's not too far behind either. This is probably incentivising him to try and get a car between himself and his class rival now. It's on the inside line for Peel. Surely this is going to work. But look, Stephen Richardson is really close to him as well now. He's almost buying into this battle as well. Down towards the corkscrew. Yeah, we have now got Pete O'Connor up to 5th place, ahead of Jack McConnell. So McConnell now the filling in a 182 sandwich. The 182 is the bread, and McConnell the filling, just to explain that a little bit of unnecessary detail.
I follow that, I think. Yes, Richardson has closed in there, but only really because Peter O'Connor started battling with Jack McConnell. So it's a good job he went through, otherwise that could have looked a little bit silly, really. But anyway, he has now got that buffer between himself and Stephen Richardson. It's now down to Richardson to try and go with him, which he tried to do through the corkscrew, but just wasn't quite able to get fully alongside the number 14 car, which retains at least 6th place overall, 5th place therefore within its class still. The hill come the leading two. Gap came down by a 10th that time around. So Justin Griffiths is certainly keeping Chris Lawrence honest, but I just haven't at any point seen him really looking all that likely to attack. I mean, he could be saving something up for the closing stages, I suppose, but yeah, he can get close, but not quite close enough at the right parts of the track.
All right, back on board with Griffiths we go now, and still it's that similar view, isn't it? With Lawrence, that similar gap, only a car length or two ahead. Over the curbs goes Lawrence at the exit of Peel there. Peering through the windscreen, down through the corkscrew, and that right-hand apex, and then this left-hander past the pit lane entrance to complete the lap. They're probably going to have 2 more laps to go. Someone's getting a driving standards flag, I can see. Let's hope it's not the race leader, and you might get a 5-second penalty by the end of the race again, but we'll keep an eye on who might be getting that black and white driving standards flag if we possibly can. 7/10 of a second, the lead though for Chris Lawrence as he now works his way around this penultimate lap of the race.
Yeah, I'm trying to spot the number on the board. It was number 13 being
Mark
given the
Enoch.
warning. Yes, it is. Down in, well, 9th overall, but still running in a class podium position, isn't he? 3rd place in Class A, so he won't want to throw that away with a 5-second penalty. Up the hill we go then, with time for this and 1 more lap, I would imagine. So a lap and a half of racing to go. The leader's heading up the hill anyway. There is Peter O'Connor, the Class A leader. Still clear of Jack McConnell. In fact, getting away from Jack McConnell now, I would say, and therefore getting further away from Stephen Richardson, his nearest Class A rival. As they climb the hill then up towards the braking zone at Rocket, O'Connor's car moving around a little bit under braking, but hooks up the apex quite nicely. Goes past his teammate car of Joshua North that's parked off to the side of the road, and we jump back on board with Justin Griffiths giving us perhaps our last on-board view around the Anglesey Coastal Circuit, looking splendid in the afternoon summer sunshine, but he's not really worried about that right now. What he wants to do is get a little bit closer to Chris Lawrence's car ahead. He's got 1 more lap to try and get through and steal the win away.
Yeah, he won yesterday, did Justin Griffiths. Chris Lawrence won this morning. They turn their way through the target first left-hander of the lap for the final time. 7/10 of a second again between them. They did identical lap times last time around, both doing 1:22.923. Darren Ransom 4 seconds behind, so he's not really in the equation. It looks like we've got a car going slowly. Chloe Daly, I think, on the back stretch as well, just seeing out of our commentary box window, but she continues on. So these 2 leaders, Andy, they're heading up towards Rocket for the final time.
Yeah, and I'd say now Justin Griffiths is further back than he's been at any point so far in this race, so Chris Lawrence just needs to keep his cool here, not making mistakes, and he should be on course for a race victory then. Up the hill, onto the brakes they go. Behind them, Darren Ransom still in 3rd, Jan Whittaker still 4th, but only just Peter O'Connor closing in on Jan Whittaker now, heading towards Rocket for the final time. He might have been tempted to go up the inside line, but again, it's a risk not really worth taking.
No, absolutely not. So down through the corkscrew for the final time comes Chris Lawrence, and having scored his first win earlier on today, looks like he is going to add to that tally in this second race. 1 in the wet, a 1 in the beautiful sunshine of Anglesey Circuit. Final race of the day. He's got the back marking Chloe Daly just ahead. She just about managed to get out of the way, and Chris Lawrence takes the checkered flag to win the 3rd race of the weekend for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, the 7th round of the season. Justin Griffith takes 2nd place, Darren Ransom 3rd. Gap back then to Jan Whittaker a fine 4th. Peter O'Connor wins the 182s in 5th. Jack McConnell 6th, then 2nd of the 182s is Stephen Richardson. Matt Hipkins is 8th. And here is the final podium finisher in the 182s, and that is Mark Enoch, number 13.
Yeah, Mark Enoch then did not, by the looks of it, pick up a 5-second penalty for track limits. That's good news, so that warning was enough to persuade him to stay within track limits and not pick up a penalty. So, yeah, takes home 3rd place in the class. But Peter O'Connor, another brilliant drive to win the 182 class in that race. There goes the 57 car across the line, one of the last remaining cars home, Matthew Poncia, followed by David Redshaw. Both of those running within Class A. Poncia coming home 5th in class, David Redshaw 6th, and Chloe Daly, as we saw. Well, did she go a lap down? No, I don't think she did quite go a lap down by the line, so actually she's got to complete another lap, but appears to have slowed down and dropped in behind the leaders. So anyway, the race essentially is over, and Chris Lawrence is our race winner.
Indeed he is. Final race of the weekend completed here at Anglesey Circuit. The Clios will head to Snetton 4 weeks from now to have another triple header in their season. We've had some great racing at Anglesey during the course of this weekend. Let's have a look at the results for the final time. It was a win for number 1, Chris Lawrence, by 0.8 of a second from Justin Griffiths. 3 seconds behind him was Darren Ransom, then it was Jan Whittaker 4th. Peter O'Connor winning the 182s in 5th. Number 14, Jack McConnell, completed the top 6. Then Stephen Richardson, Matt Hipkins, Mark Enoch and Max Martin rounding out the top 10 ahead of Matthew Poncia. David Redshaw, the last car, I think, to cross the line in the end of it, with Chloe Daly, Bart Witherington and Joshua North ultimately failing to take the checker flag. So that is it for another 750 Motor Club race weekend here at Anglesey. It's been a great pleasure to have Andy McEwen alongside me. Enjoy it, Andy.
As always a pleasure, Ian, and yeah, I feel like we've had a bit of everything this weekend, haven't we? And I'm not just talking about the weather, some really brilliant racing throughout the entire weekend, even actually in those tricky conditions earlier on today. It's quite often in weather that poor that survival really is the priority for the drivers, but no, they were still racing hard, still putting on a show, and yeah, thoroughly enjoyed the couple of 750 Motor Club events that I've had the privilege to be out this year.
No, enjoyed having your company as well. Quick thanks to all of the marshals that have helped to make this weekend's race meeting possible. It's been great to have your support as ever. Thanks to all of the other officials of the 750 Motor Club who've made this possible. The competitors put on a great show. The Alpha Live production crew and the camera ops in some dodgy weather this morning have done a great job as well. So thanks to all of those. Next 750 Motor Club meeting, not live streamed, it's in 2 weeks' time at Cadwell Park. Hope you join Marcus Pye and myself there. But from Andy McEwen and myself, it's a very good afternoon to you, and we'll leave you in the company of Kieran Rugg.
Well, what a race to round out an amazing weekend. And we're going to chat with the race winner, Chris Lawrence. Chris, you had to work for that one.
Yeah, I was on me. I had Griffiths in my mirrors all the way there. I knew he, from qualifying yesterday, he looked stronger in the dry than me. But obviously beating him early in the wet, I was just fingers crossed and chucked another setup at it and just hope for the best, really. Wanted to have 3 wins here. It's a tall order around here. We've only been here twice before in the past. First time in the 197, so I can't ask for much more, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can't ask for a better weekend, really, to round it off. And did you feel as comfortable in the dry as you did in the wet?
I loved it in the wet. When you can go forward that fast, it's mega. Different style of driving, just keeping it smooth and not overdriving it. I just wanted another win because I need to start gaining the points I need now.
No, absolutely. Well, congratulations on an amazing weekend.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to speak to our second place man, Justin Griffiths. Justin, so close but not quite. You're almost there.
Yeah, it's same thing, tyres. It's going to change at Snet. I can assure you of that. We're going to get some new rubber on it and push forward again. Yeah, I didn't have anything to answer to Chris there. There was nothing in us. So, yeah, it was a good race.
Do you reckon with the new tyres you can put the fight to him?
Most definitely, yes. Yeah.
Look forward to seeing that then.
Excellent, yeah. See you there.
Cheers, thank you very much. Now, if we just speak to Darren quickly. Darren a few seconds behind, but almost there.
Yeah, ABS issue. I locked up, second lap in, flat spotted the tyres, and that's all I had. I couldn't do no more. Just hold on, they're so quick. It was a good race though, happy with that. Another podium.
Definitely. I mean, is that giving you confidence for the next round maybe to put the fight to them?
Yeah, I like Snetton, yeah. Hopefully we can be at the front again, hopefully. Try not to flat spot tyres.
Absolutely. Well, look, good luck for then, and thank you, and well done for the podium.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to speak to our class winner, Peter O'Connor. Now, Peter, we spoke earlier about saying that did you realise you were in a different class, but I think maybe you did in that race.
Yeah, I struggled a bit on my raw pace, so sandwiched between 2 197s, but yeah, good result in the end, 3 wins, so take that. Yeah, it's a good day.
Yeah, exactly. And how did you find the dry racing compared to the wet racing earlier?
So the car wasn't as easy to drive, really. I'd probably had in the back of my mind that yesterday when I made all the smoke over there, that kind of ruined a set of tyres. So I was thinking a bit of not buying another set of tyres, to be honest. So yeah, good set of results. The US car was flying, so it's all good.
Amazing. Well, congratulations and a fantastic way to end the weekend.
Yeah, thank you very much. Say hello to Cleona and Jake, my 2 little kids that are watching. Say hi.
Excellent, thank you very much. Right, well, that rounds out an amazing weekend of racing we've had here at Anglesey. It's been a fantastic couple of days, and we just want to say thank you very much to all of you for watching. We want to say thank you also to the marshals. We couldn't go racing without them. So from myself, from Ian, from Andy, from Alpha Live, and from 750, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time.